Before starting the audiobook, please pause the video and subscribe to our channel. Enjoy listening.
The Master and Margarita by Mikhail Bulgakov. Part 1. What are you already? I am part of that power that always wishes evil and always performs the good. Goethe, Faust. Chapter 1. Never talk to strangers. Once, upon an unusually hot hour of sunset in spring, 2 gentlemen appeared at Patriarch's Ponds in Moscow. The first sported a grey summer suit and was short, plump, and bald. He carried his respectable fedora in his hand, and black, horn-rimmed spectacles of supernatural proportions adorned his clean-shaven face. The second, a broad-shouldered young man with curly reddish hair, wore a cowboy shirt, craggy white trousers, black trainers, and a checked cap cocked to the back of his head. The first was none other than Mikhail Alexandrovich Berlioz, chairman of the board of one of Moscow's largest literary organizations, known by the acronym Masolit, and editor of a thick literary journal. His young companion was the poet Ivan Nikolaevich Ponyorov, who wrote under the pen name of Homeless. Upon reaching the shade of the freshly budding lindens, the writers first dashed towards a brightly painted booth bearing the sign Beer and Sodas. By the way, it is worthwhile to note the first strange thing about that horrible May afternoon. Not a single human being was to be found in the vicinity of the booth, or indeed in the entire alley that ran parallel to Malaya Bronaya Street. At an hour when it seemed almost impossible to breathe, when the sun, scorching Moscow, was plunging into the dry haze somewhere beyond the Sadovaya Ring Road, no one sought shelter in the shade of the lindens. No one sat down on the benches. The alley was empty. "Mineral water?" Berlioz requested. "We don't have any," the woman in the booth replied, taking offence for some reason. "Got beer?" Homeless inquired hoarsely. "Beer's coming later tonight," the woman replied. "What do you have?" asked Berlioz. "Apricot-flavoured water. Only it's warm," said the woman. We'll take it. The apricot water produced copious yellow foam, and the air began to reek of barber shop. After drinking their fill, the writers were immediately overcome with hiccups. They paid up and sat on a bench, facing the pond and away from Bronaya. Then something else strange happened, this time to Berlioz alone. His hiccups stopped suddenly, and his heart thumped and seemed to vanish for a moment. When it resumed beating, it was as though a blunt point had lodged in it. What's more, Berlioz was suddenly overcome with fear unfounded, yet so powerful that he wanted to flee the Patriarchs that very moment and never look back. Berlioz glanced round miserably, unsure of what frightened him so. He grew pale, dabbed his handkerchief on his forehead, and wondered, "What's wrong with me? This sort of thing has never happened before. Heart's misbehaving. I've worn myself out. To hell with everything. It's time to take that Kislovodsk vacation." And then the muggy air thickened before him and wove itself into a transparent gentleman of the strangest appearance. A tiny jockey cap on his tiny head, a short, checked, equally ethereal jacket on his shoulders. The gentleman was 7 feet tall, yet narrow-chested and incredibly thin, and with an insolent mouth, may I add. Berlioz's life had not prepared him well for unnatural phenomena. His eyes bulging, Berlioz paled even more and managed a single confused thought. This cannot be. Alas, it was. The tall, transparent gentleman hovered before him, swaying left and right without touching the ground. By this point, Berlioz was so overcome with horror that he shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw that it was all over. The haze had dissolved, the checkered man had vanished, and so had the blunt point from his heart. "What the devil!" exclaimed the editor. "You know, Ivan, I nearly had a stroke just now from all this heat. Even something like a hallucination." Berlioz attempted a chuckle. but alarm still darted in his eyes and made his hands shake. However, he eventually calmed down, fanned himself with his handkerchief, and, managing a lively, "Well then," resumed the speech interrupted by the apricot water. The speech, as it was later determined, involved Jesus Christ. Apparently, the editor had commissioned the poet to write a long anti-religious poem for the next issue of the journal. Ivan Nikolaevich managed to compose the poem in record time, but unfortunately it completely failed to please the editor. Though Homeless had painted the protagonist, that is to say Jesus, in the darkest of colours, the editor was of the opinion that the entire thing had to be rewritten, and therefore the editor was giving the poet a sort of lecture about Jesus, aiming to underscore the poet's principal mistake. It is difficult to say what exactly undermined Ivan Nikolaevich's piece, the descriptive power of his talent, or his complete ignorance of the subject. But his Jesus turned out to be a very lifelike, if unattractive, character. Berlioz, however, wanted to show the poet that the crux of the matter lay not in Jesus' nature, good or bad, but in the fact that Jesus, as a person, had never existed in the first place. That all the stories about this character were simple inventions, ordinary myths. It should be noted that the editor was a well-read man who supported his argument very skillfully with references to ancient historians. For instance, neither the famous Philo of Alexandria nor the brilliantly educated Josephus Flavius had mentioned so much as a word of Jesus' existence. Displaying profound erudition, Mikhail Alexandrovich also informed the poet, among other things, that the description of Jesus' execution in Book 15, Chapter 44 of Tacitus's famous Annals was nothing more than a later insertion and a forgery. Everything the editor now described was new to the poet, who listened alertly. His spirited green eyes were fixed on Mikhail Alexandrovich, and only occasionally would he hiccup and quietly curse the apricot water. "As a rule, there isn't a single Eastern religion," Berlioz was saying, "that doesn't involve a virgin begetting a god. Failing to invent anything original, the Christians created their Jesus in an identical manner. Jesus, who never actually lived. That is precisely where the main emphasis should be." Berlioz's high tenor carried through the deserted alley, and as Mikhail Alexandrovich ventured further and further into the sort of jungle where only a highly educated man can survive, the poet learned volumes of interesting and useful information about the benevolent Egyptian god Osiris, son of heaven and earth, about the Phoenician god Thammuz, about Marduk, even about the lesser-known but menacing god Huitzilopochtli, once greatly revered by the Mexican Aztecs. And just as Mikhail Alexandrovich was describing to the poet how the Aztecs fashioned likenesses of Huitzilopochtli out of dough, the first man appeared in the alley. Afterwards, when, frankly speaking, it was all too late, various agencies would compare their reports containing descriptions of this man. Their juxtaposition cannot help but amaze. Thus, the first states that the man was short, had gold teeth, and limped on his right foot. The second, that the man was of enormous height, had platinum crowns, and limped on his left foot. The third informs laconically that the man had no distinguishing characteristics. One must admit that not a single one of these descriptions is even marginally useful. First things first, the man in question did not limp on any foot, and was neither huge nor diminutive, but simply tall. As for his teeth, he had platinum crowns on the left side of his mouth and gold ones on the right. He wore an expensive grey suit and imported loafers to match. His grey beret was cocked brashly to one side, and a cane with a black handle shaped like a poodle's head was tucked under his arm. Looked to be 40-something, somewhat crooked mouth, smooth shave, dark hair. His right eye was black, the left green for some reason. Dark eyebrows, one set higher than the other. In short, a foreigner. Passing the bench where the editor and the poet were sitting, the foreigner gave them a sidelong glance, stopped, and suddenly sat down on the neighbouring bench, mere steps away from the two companions. "A German," thought Berlioz. Englishman, thought Holmes. Must be hot in those gloves, eh? The foreigner looked over the tall buildings, forming a square around the pond. It was clear that he was seeing the place for the first time, and that he found it interesting. He rested his gaze on the upper floors, their windows reflecting a fragmented image of the blinding sun that would soon leave Mikhail Alexandrovich forever. His eyes moved down, where the panes of glass began to darken in the approaching dusk. The foreigner chuckled at something contemptuously and narrowed his eyes, then placed his hands atop his cane and his chin atop his hands. "For example, Ivan," Berlioz was saying, "you have very nicely and satirically portrayed the birth of Jesus, Son of God. But the irony is that scores of God's sons had already come before Jesus, such as, say, the Phrygian Attis. To put it concisely, none of them was ever actually born, and none of them existed, Jesus included. And so, instead of writing of the Nativity, and say, the coming of the Magi, you must describe the awkward rumours surrounding this birth. Otherwise, according to your narrative, it turns out that he was actually born." At this point, Holmes made an attempt to put an end to the hiccups that had been tormenting him. He held his breath, which only caused a louder, more painful hiccup, and at the same time Berlioz interrupted his speech because the foreigner stood up suddenly and headed towards the writers. They looked at him with surprise. "Please forgive me for taking the liberty," said the newcomer with a foreign accent, but without butchering the words. "Since we are not acquainted, but the subject of your learned discussion is so interesting that—" Here he removed his beret politely, and the companions had no choice but to rise slightly and bow. No, more like a Frenchman, thought Berlioz. A Pole, thought Holmes. It should be added that straight away the foreigner made a most repulsive impression on the poet, while Berlioz found him rather appealing. Well, not exactly appealing, but, how would you say, intriguing, perhaps. "May I sit?" the foreigner inquired politely, and the companions somehow involuntarily moved apart. The foreigner sat nimbly between them and immediately joined the conversation. "Unless I am mistaken, you had been saying that Jesus never existed?" the foreigner asked, turning his green left eye to Berlioz. "No, you are not mistaken," Berlioz replied politely. "That is precisely what I said." "Oh, how interesting," the foreigner exclaimed. "What the devil does he want?" wondered Holmes, frowning. "And you were agreeing with your companion?" inquired the stranger, turning to the right towards Holmes. 100%, affirmed the poet, who loved overblown figurative expressions. "Incredible!" exclaimed the uninvited guest. Glancing round furtively and lowering his deep voice, he continued, "Forgive my pestering, but, as I understand, you don't believe in God either." He put on a frightened look and added, "I swear I won't tell anyone." "Yes, we do not believe in God," Berlioz said, smiling faintly at the tourist's anxiety, "but we are free to talk about it as we please." The foreigner leaned back on the bench and asked, practically squealing with curiosity, "You are atheists?" "Yes, we are atheists," Berlioz replied, smiling, while Holmes thought angrily, "Just can't let it go, the foreign snob." "Oh, how charming!" cried the extraordinary foreigner, turning his head from side to side to get a look at both writers. "In our nation, atheism surprises no one," Berlioz informed him with diplomatic poise. "Most of our population has long since made the conscious decision to stop believing in fairy tales about God." Here the foreigner pulled the following stunt. He got up and shook the amazed editor's hand, saying, "Allow me to thank you from the bottom of my heart." "What are you thanking him for?" Holmes inquired, blinking his eyes. "For a most important piece of information that I, as a traveller, find extremely interesting," explained the foreign oddball, raising his finger meaningfully. Indeed, the important piece of information had evidently had a great impact on the traveller, for he looked fearfully at the buildings around him, as if afraid of seeing an atheist in every window. No, he is not an Englishman, thought Berlioz, while Holmeless thought, where did he manage to learn Russian like that? That's what I'd like to know, and frowned again. But allow me to ask you, the foreign guest inquired, after some anxious pondering, what would you do with the proofs of divine existence, of which, as it is known, there are exactly 5? Alas, Berlioz replied regretfully, not a single proof is worth a damn, and mankind has long since consigned them to the archives. After all, you must agree that no proof of God's existence can be found in the realm of reason. Bravo! Cried the foreigner. Bravo! You have fully restated the thoughts of restless old Emmanuel on this matter. But here's the embarrassing part. He fully demolished all 5 proofs, and then, as if mocking himself, devised a 6th one of his own. Kant's proof, the educated editor retorted with a thin smile, is equally unconvincing. No wonder Schiller said that Kant's discussions on this issue can only satisfy slaves, while Strauss simply laughed at the proof. Berlioz spoke, and wondered silently, but really, who is he? And how can he speak Russian so well? They ought to give this Kant 3 years or so in Solovki for these proofs of his, Ivan Nikolaevich slammed quite unexpectedly. Ivan, whispered an embarrassed Berlioz. But the idea of sending Kant to Solovki not only failed to surprise the foreigner, it absolutely delighted him. Precisely, precisely, he exclaimed, and his green left eyes sparkled at Berlioz. That's just the place for him. Why, I told him back then at breakfast, say what you will, Professor, but I think you've cooked up something incoherent. It may be clever, perhaps, but what a pain to understand. People will just laugh at you. Berlioz's eyes bulged out. At breakfast? To Kant? What's he blathering about? He thought. However, the foreigner continued to the poet, unfazed by Berlioz's astonishment, it's impossible to toss him into Solovki, if only for the reason that he has now spent over 100 years in a place significantly further away. A place whence he cannot be extracted by any means, I assure you. Pity, replied the belligerent poet. I pity it too, the stranger confirmed, his eye flashing, and continued, but here's what bothers me. If there is no God, then may I ask, who governs man's existence and all world order? Man himself governs it, Berlioz replied quickly and sternly to this admittedly rather ambiguous question. I beg pardon, the stranger said softly. In order to govern, one needs to have a definite plan for some reasonable length of time. Allow me to ask you how man can govern anything, considering that not only is he unable to plan for even a laughably short period, say 1,000 years, but that he cannot even vouch for tomorrow. Here the stranger turned to Berlioz. Indeed. Imagine that you, for instance, begin to govern and direct yourself and others, and you start to develop a taste for it, so to speak. And suddenly you develop sarcoma of the lungs. The stranger grinned sweetly, as if the thought of sarcoma of the lungs brought him much pleasure. Yes, sarcoma. He repeated the sonorous word, grinning like a cat. And thus your government is over. You are no longer interested in anyone's fates but your own. Your relatives begin to lie to you. Suspecting something amiss, you first run to the best doctors, then to the quacks, and sometimes even to the fortune-tellers. As the first, so are the second and the third, completely useless. You understand that yourself? Everything ends quite tragically. He who so recently fancied himself in control of something ends up lying motionless in a wooden box. Realizing that the horizontal man is now worthless, the others burn him in a furnace. Could be even worse, though,
One moment a man decides to visit Kislovodsk.
Here the foreigner narrowed his eyes at Berlioz.
Simplest thing in the world to do. Except he can't even accomplish that, because the next moment he slips and falls under a tram for some unknown reason. Certainly you don't suggest that he disposed of himself. Wouldn't it be more reasonable to think that someone else disposed of him?
The stranger let out a peculiar snicker.
Berlioz took in the unpleasant story about the sarcoma and the tram with the greatest attention,
and disturbing thoughts began to gnaw at him. He's no foreigner, thought Berlioz. A very strange character, but hang on a second, who is he?
I see you want to smoke,
the stranger said unexpectedly to Homeless.
Which brand would you prefer?
What, have you got different ones or something? The poet asked moodily, for he had run out of cigarettes.
Which would you prefer? The stranger repeated.
Fine, home brand, the poet replied unpleasantly. The guest immediately pulled a cigarette case out of his pocket and offered it to Homeless.
Home brand.
The editor and the poet were not so much amazed by the fact that the case contained precisely home brand cigarettes as by the case itself. It was of gigantic proportions and made of solid gold. As it opened, a diamond triangle flashed on the lid with white and blue fire. The writer's thoughts diverged. Berlioz, no, a foreigner, and Homeless, well, damn it to hell, ha! The poet and the owner of the cigarette case lit up, while the non-smoking Berlioz refused. I should refute him thus, Berlioz decided. Yes, man is mortal, no one denies that, but the fact is that... But before he could pronounce the words, the foreigner spoke.
Yes, man is mortal, but that's only half the trouble. The problem is that he is unexpectedly mortal. There's the trick. And, in fact, he can't even say what he'll be doing tonight.
What an awkward way to pose a question, mused Berlioz, and retorted, Well, that's an exaggeration. Tonight is more or less clear to me. Now, naturally, if a brick falls on my head on Brunner...
A brick, the stranger interrupted forcefully, is never going to fall on anyone for no reason. More specifically, let me assure you that you can feel completely safe in that regard. You will die a different death.
Perhaps you know which exactly and could tell me, Berlioz asked with understandable sarcasm, venturing into what was becoming a truly silly conversation.
Gladly, the stranger replied.
He looked over Berlioz as if he were fitting a suit, and muttered something through his teeth.
1, 2, Mercury in the 2nd house, the moon has departed. 6, disaster, evening, 7.
At last he declared loudly and cheerfully, You will be beheaded. Homeless stared at the insolent stranger with savage fury. Grinning crookedly, Berlioz asked, And by whom, exactly? Enemies? Foreign interventionists?
No, came the answer. A Russian woman, a member of the Komsomol.
Berlioz mumbled, irritated by the stranger's little joke. Forgive me, but that's less than likely.
Forgive me as well, the stranger replied. But it is so. Oh, yes, and I also wanted to ask what you were going to be doing tonight, unless it's a secret.
No secret. In a little while I'll drop by my place on Sedovaya, and then at 10 I'm going to chair a meeting at Masaryt.
That cannot possibly be, the foreigner objected firmly.
Why is that?
Because, the foreigner said, and squinted at the sky, where black birds darted silently in anticipation of the evening cool. Because Anushka has already bought the sunflower oil. Not only bought it, in fact, but spilled it as well. So the meeting will not occur.
Quite understandably, this statement was met with silence.
Excuse me, Berlioz began after a pause, glancing at the absurd foreigner. "What does sunflower oil have to do with anything? And who is Arnushka?"
"The sunflower oil has nothing to do with anything," Holmes said abruptly, evidently bent on declaring war on the interloper. "Have you, sir, ever spent time in a mental institution?"
"Ivan!" Mikhail Alexandrovich exclaimed quietly. But the foreigner was not a bit insulted, and laughed heartily. "Of course I have, and more than once," he exclaimed, laughing, but his unsmiling eye was fixed on the poet. "Is there a place I haven't been to? Pity, though. I never got around to asking the professor there what schizophrenia was. I guess you'll have to ask him yourself, Ivan Nikolaevich." "How do you know my name?" "Please, my dear Ivan Nikolaevich, who hasn't heard of you?" The foreigner produced yesterday's issue of the Literary Gazette from his pocket, and Ivan Nikolaevich recognized his own likeness on the front page, with his own poem immediately below. But while the proof of fame and popularity had so pleased him yesterday, it brought no joy to the poet this time around. "Excuse me," he said with a sinister expression. "Could you possibly wait here a minute? I'd like a couple of words with my companion." "Oh, it would be my pleasure," exclaimed the stranger. "It's so nice here under the lindens, and besides, I'm in no hurry."
"Listen, Misha," the poet whispered, pulling Berlioz aside. "He's not a tourist. He's a spy, a Russian émigré who sneaked back into the country. Ask him for his papers, or he'll get away."
"You think so?" Berlioz whispered worriedly, and thought, "He's right."
"Trust me on this one," the poet rasped in his ear. "He's playing dumb, trying to pry something out of us. You heard his Russian."
The poet looked sidelong at the stranger as he spoke, to make sure the man did not take off.
"Come on, let's detain him or he'll escape."
The poet took Berlioz by the arm and pulled him towards the bench. The stranger no longer sat, but stood beside it, holding some sort of booklet in a dark grey binding, a thick envelope made of expensive paper, and a business card. "Forgive me, but in the heat of our debate, I completely forgot to introduce myself. This is my card, my passport, and my invitation to visit Moscow to provide consulting services," the stranger said gravely, and fixed the writers with a piercing look. The two became embarrassed. "The devil! He heard everything," thought Berlioz, and gestured politely that there was no need to check papers. While the foreigner was thrusting them at the editor, the poet had time to see the title Professor in foreign letters on the card, as well as the first letter of a surname, a W. "Nice to meet you," the editor mumbled uncomfortably in the meantime, and the foreigner returned the documents to his pocket. Relations thus re-established, all three sat back down on the bench. "You were invited here as a consultant, Professor?" asked Berlioz. "Yes, a consultant." "Are you German?" inquired Holmes. "Me?" the professor asked, and paused to think. "Yes, German, I suppose," he said. "You speak Russian pretty well," Holmes noted. "Oh, I am actually a polyglot. I know a great number of languages," the professor replied. "What's your area of expertise?" Berlioz inquired. "I specialize in black magic." "How'd you like that?" flashed in Mikhail Alexandrovich's head. And you were invited here with regard to that area?" he asked, stammering briefly. "Yes, that one," the professor confirmed, and explained. "The State Library here unearthed some authentic manuscripts of the necromancer Geber of Aurillac, 10th century, and I am needed to help decipher them. I am the only specialist in the world on the subject." "Ah, so you're a historian?" Berlioz asked with considerable relief and respect. "I am a historian," the scholar verified. "This evening we'll have a pretty curious history right here on the Patriarchs," he added out of nowhere. And once again, both the poet and the editor were taken aback. The professor beckoned them both closer, and as they leaned towards him, he whispered, "Keep in mind that Jesus did exist." "You see, Professor," Berlioz answered with a forced smile, "although we respect your considerable knowledge, we happen to hold a different point of view on the matter." "No need for any points of view," the strange professor replied. "He simply existed, and that's that." "But some sort of proof is required," Berlioz began. "No proofs required either," the professor replied, and began narrating quietly, his accent somehow disappearing. "It's all quite simple. In a white cape." Chapter 2. Pontius Pilate. In a white cape, with blood-red lining, shuffling with a cavalryman's gait, early in the morning, on the 14th day of the spring month of Nisan, there emerged on the covered colonnade between the two wings of Herod the Great's palace the procurator of Judea, Pontius Pilate. More than anything in the world, the procurator hated the smell of rose oil. Right now, everything heralded an unpleasant day, for the smell had been haunting him since dawn. It seemed as though the very cypresses and palms in the garden oozed the odour, as though the stream of rosy stench mixed into the smell of leather tackle, the smell of the guards. A faint smoke drifted into the colonnade, through the upper terrace of the garden, originating in the rear wings of the palace, where the first cohort of the 12th Lightning Legion had been stationed after accompanying the procurator to Jerusalem. Indicating that the sentries' cooks had started preparing dinner, this bitter smoke mingled with the same oily rose breath. "O gods, ye gods, why do you punish me so?" There is no doubt. It's back again, the incurable, horrific disease known as hemicrania. When half the head aches, there is no medicine, no salvation of any sort. I will try not to move my head. An armchair had already been prepared on the mosaic floor by the fountain. Looking at no one, the procurator sat in it and extended his hand to the side. The secretary respectfully placed a piece of parchment in the hand. Unable to suppress a grimace of pain, the procurator glanced over it briefly, returned the parchment to the secretary, and said with difficulty, "The defendant comes from Galilee. Has the case been sent to the Tetrarch?" "Yes, procurator," the secretary replied. "What of it?" "He refused to form a conclusion on the case and sent the Sanhedrin's death sentence to you for confirmation," the secretary explained. The procurator's cheek twitched as he said quietly, "Bring in the accused." From the garden terrace, 2 legionnaires immediately brought in a man about 27 years of age and stood him under the columns on the balcony in front of the procurator's chair. The man wore an old and torn blue chiton. His head was covered by a piece of white cloth, secured by a strap round his brow, and his hands were bound behind his back. His left eye was decorated with a large bruise, and the corner of his mouth was caked with blood. The visitor looked at the procurator with anxious curiosity. The procurator was silent for a moment, then asked quietly in Aramaic, "So you are the one who incited the people to destroy the temple of Jerusalem?" Throughout all this, the procurator sat as though made of stone, and only his lips moved ever so slightly as he pronounced the words. The procurator was like a stone, because he was afraid to disturb his head, which blazed with infernal pain. The bound man moved forward slightly and began to speak. "Good man, believe me." But the procurator cut him off immediately, never moving and never raising his voice. "Is it me you call a good man? You are mistaken. All of Yerushalayim whispers that I am a vicious beast, and that is absolutely right." And just as monotonously he added, "Bring me centurion of Ratslayer." It was as though darkness had descended on the balcony when the centurion appeared before the procurator. Mark, nicknamed Ratslayer, commander of a special sentry. Ratslayer stood a head above the tallest soldier in the legion, and his shoulders were so broad that he blocked the rising sun completely as he stood. The procurator spoke to the centurion in Latin. "The criminal calls me a good man. Take him outside for a moment and explain how he is to address me, but no maiming." All eyes but those of the motionless procurator followed Mark the Ratslayer as he walked away, waving at the prisoner to follow. Eyes generally followed Ratslayer wherever he appeared, on account of his height and, for those who saw him for the first time, on account of his disfigured face. His nose had once been smashed by a German club. Mark's heavy boots sounded off on the mosaic, and the bound man followed him noiselessly, leaving the colonnade silent but for the cooing of pigeons on the garden terrace by the balcony and the intricate, pleasant song of the water in the fountain. The procurator wished he could rise, place his temple under the stream, and freeze in that position. But he knew that this too would be futile. Leading the arrestee from under the columns into the garden, Ratslayer took a whip from the hands of a legionnaire standing at the foot of a bronze statue. Swinging gently, he struck the captive on the shoulders. The centurion's motion was light and casual, but the bound man collapsed instantly to the ground, gasping for air, as though his legs had been cut out from under him. All colour fled from his face, and his eyes clouded. With his left hand, Mark hoisted the fallen man back on his feet, as easily as if it had been an empty sack, and spoke in poor, nasal Aramaic. "You will address the Roman procurator as hegemon. Say nothing else. Stand at attention. Do you understand, or shall I hit you again?" The prisoner swayed, but regained control of himself. His colour returned. He caught his breath and replied hoarsely, "I understand you. Don't hit me." A minute later, he again stood before the procurator. A dim, sickly voice said, "Name?" "Mine," the prisoner replied hastily, expressing with all his being the desire to provide coherent answers and avoid further wrath. "I am acquainted with my own," the procurator said quietly. "Do not pretend to be dumber than you are. Yours." "Yeshua," the prisoner replied hurriedly. "Have you a surname?" "Hanotzri." "Where were you born?" "In the town of Gamala," replied the prisoner, motioning with his head that somewhere far to his right, to the north, lay the town of Gamala. "Who are you by blood?" "I do not know for sure," the prisoner said quickly. "I do not remember my parents. I've been told my father was a Syrian." "What is your permanent residence?" "I have no permanent residence," the prisoner said bashfully. "I travel from town to town." "There is a shorter name for that. A vagrant," the procurator said, and then asked, "Have you relatives?" "None. I am alone in the world." "Can you read and write?" "Yes." "Do you know any languages besides Aramaic?" "Yes. Greek." A swollen eyelid lifted slightly, an eye clouded with suffering stared at the prisoner. The other eye remained closed. Pilate spoke in Greek. "So, you wanted to destroy the building of the temple and called on the people to do so?" The prisoner livened up again, the fear left his eyes, and he spoke in Greek. "Good ma—" Terror flashed in the eyes of the captive, for he had nearly misspoken. Hegemon, never in my life have I intended to destroy the building of the temple, and I certainly never incited anyone to such a senseless act. An expression of surprise appeared on the face of the secretary, who was hunched over his low table recording the testimony. He raised his head, but leaned back over his parchment immediately. Numerous people drift into this city for the holiday, among them magicians, astrologers, soothsayers, and murderers, the procurator spoke monotonously, and occasionally liars. You, for instance, are a liar. It is clearly written here, incited to destroy the temple, so say the witnesses. Those good people, said the prisoner, and hastily adding, Hegemon, continued, they were uneducated and misunderstood almost everything I said. In fact, I am beginning to fear that this whole mess is going to go on for quite some time, all because he records my words improperly. Silence fell. Now both sick eyes stared heavily at the prisoner. I repeat, but for the last time, stop feigning insanity, you scoundrel, Pilate said softly and monotonously. What's been recorded about you is not much, but it is enough to hang you. No, no, Hegemon, said the prisoner, straining in his effort to convince. This one man keeps following me with a goatskin parchment and writing incessantly. I saw his parchment once, and it horrified me. I hadn't said a single thing that was written there. I begged him, burn that thing for God's sake. But he tore it out of my hands and ran off. Who is he? Pilate asked with distaste, feeling his temple with his hand. Matthew Levi, the prisoner gladly explained. He was a tax collector when I first met him on the road to Bethphage, by the corner of a fig orchard that juts out there, and we got to talking. At first he was unfriendly, and even insulted me, or rather, he thought he was insulting me by calling me a dog. The prisoner smirked. I personally see nothing wrong with that particular animal to be upset at the name. The secretary stopped writing and stealthily cast a surprised glance, but at the procurator, not the prisoner. However, after listening to me, he began to warm up, Yeshua continued. At last, he threw his money to the ground and said he would travel with me. The procurator laughed, with one side of his face, baring his yellow teeth, and turning his entire body towards the secretary, said, Oh, the city of Jerusalem. The things you'll hear in it. A tax collector, you see, threw his money to the ground. Unsure of how to respond, the secretary decided the best course of action would be to mimic Pilate's grin. He said that henceforth he found all money repugnant, Yeshua explained, regarding Matthew Levi's strange behaviour, and added, Since then, he has been my companion. Still leering, the procurator glanced at the prisoner, then at the sun that rose steadfastly over the mounted statues of the hippodrome, far below and to the right. Suddenly, in some fit of nauseating misery, it occurred to him that it would be easiest to simply expel this odd villain from the balcony with but 2 words. Hang him. Expel the guards as well. Leave the colonnade for the palace interior. Order the blinds drawn. Collapse on the bed. Demand cold water. Call desolately for his dog Banga. Complain to him about the hemicrania. And the thought of poison flashed seductively in the procurator's swollen head. He looked at the prisoner with clouded eyes and was silent for a moment, trying painfully to remember why a man, disfigured by beatings, now stood before him in Jerusalem's merciless morning sunlight, and what further useless questions needed to be asked. Matthew Levi? The sick man asked, hoarsely, closing his eyes. Yes, Matthew Levi, came a high-pitched voice tormenting him. And still, what was it you said about the temple to the marketplace mob? The responding voice seemed to stab Pilate straight through the temple. It was unspeakably torturous, and it spoke thus. I said, Hegemon, that the temple of old faith will fall, and a new temple of truth will rise. I said so to make it clearer. Why did you confuse the marketplace crowd, you tramp, with some truth of which you have no conception? What is truth? And then the procurator thought, Oh, God, I am asking him useless drivel at a trial. My mind serves me no longer. And again he imagined a chalice of dark liquid. Poison. Give me poison. Again he heard the voice. The truth is, first of all, that your head aches, and so badly that you entertain craven notions of death. You are not merely incapable of speaking to me, but you can barely look at me. And right now, I am your involuntary torturer, which upsets me. You cannot even think straight, and you wish only for your dog, presumably the only creature you feel any attachment to. But your suffering will now end. Your head will be cured. The secretary stared at the prisoner, the writing unfinished. Pilate raised his tortured eyes at the prisoner, and saw that the sun now hung rather high above the hippodrome, that a ray had found its way into the colonnade and was creeping towards Yeshua's sandals, that Yeshua was backing away from the sun. The procurator rose from his seat, clutched his head in his hands, and horror appeared on his clean-shaven face. But he willed it away immediately and lowered himself back in the chair. Meanwhile, the prisoner continued his speech. But the secretary no longer wrote anything down. Stretching his neck out like a goose, he was trying not to miss a single word. There. It's all over, the prisoner was saying, gazing benevolently at Pilate. And I am very glad. I would advise you, hegemon, to leave the palace a while and take a walk somewhere nearby, say in the gardens on Mount Iliona. The prisoner turned, squinting at the sun. The thunderstorm will begin later, towards the evening. A stroll would do you much good, and I would gladly accompany you on it. Some new ideas have come to me, ones I believe you might find interesting. I would gladly share them with you, for you seem a very intelligent person. The secretary grew deathly pale and dropped his scroll to the floor. The trouble is, continued the bound man, unimpeded by anyone, that you have closed up and utterly lost your faith in mankind. One cannot reserve all his affection for a dog, would you not agree? Your life is needy, hegemon. The speaker allowed himself a smile. By now the secretary was wondering only whether to trust his ears. He had no choice but to trust them. Then he tried to picture what bizarre form the hot-tempered procurator's wrath would take at the prisoner's unprecedented gall. But though he knew the procurator well, the secretary's imagination failed. Then came the procurator's hoarse, broken voice. "Untie his hands," it said in Latin. One of the legionnaires from the guard tapped his lance on the ground, handed it to his colleague, and approached to remove the prisoner's ropes. The secretary picked up his scroll, resolving to suspend his writing and contain his surprise. "Confess," Pilate said quietly in Greek. "Are you a great healer?" "No, procurator, I am no healer," the prisoner replied, massaging his twisted, swollen, purple wrist with great satisfaction. Pilate's sharp, sullen gaze bored into the prisoner. No longer dull, his eyes had regained their familiar spark. "I never asked you," said Pilate. "But perhaps you know Latin as well." "Yes, I do," the prisoner replied. Pilate's yellow cheeks reddened, and he asked the prisoner in Latin, "How did you know that I wanted to call my dog?" "It's very simple," the prisoner replied in Latin. "You were moving your hand in the air The prisoner reproduced Pilate's gesture, as though you meant to pet. And your lips— "Yes," said Pilate. They were silent a moment, and then Pilate asked another question in Greek. "So you are a healer?" "No, no," the prisoner replied briskly. "Believe me, I am no healer." "Very well. If you wish to keep your secret, keep it. This has no direct bearing on the case. So you maintain that you did not call for the demolition, or the burning, or some other means of destroying the temple?" "I repeat, Hegemon, I incited no man to such actions. Surely I do not seem that feeble-minded." "Oh, no, you do not seem feeble-minded," the procurator said quietly, and smiled a frightening sort of smile. "Then swear it never happened." "What is it you wish me to swear by?" the untied man asked, brightening visibly. "Well, how about your life, at least?" answered the procurator. "Now is high time to swear by it, for let it be known to you that it hangs by a thread." "Are you under the impression that it is you who hung it thus, Hegemon?" asked the prisoner. "If so, you are greatly mistaken." Pilate flinched and answered through clenched teeth. "I can cut that thread." "Here, too, you are mistaken," the prisoner objected, smiling radiantly and shielding his face from the sun. "Surely you would agree that only he who hung the thread can cut it." "Well, well," said Pilate, smiling. "Now I have no doubts that Jerusalem's idle gapers followed at your heels. I don't know who hung your tongue, but it is hung well. Tell me, by the way, is it true that you entered Jerusalem by the way of Susim Gate, mounted on a donkey, accompanied by a screaming rabble that greeted you as some sort of prophet?" The procurator pointed to the scroll of parchment. The prisoner gave the procurator a perplexed look. "I don't even own a donkey, Hegemon," he said. "I did come to Jerusalem through Susim Gate, but I was on foot, accompanied by Matthew Levi alone, and no one shouted a thing to me, as no one here knew me then." "Do you happen to know the following people?" Pilate continued, without taking his eyes off the prisoner. "A certain Dismas, another Hestas, or a third Baraban?" "I do not know these good people." "That is the truth?" "That is the truth." "Now tell me, why do you constantly use the term good people? Do you call everyone that, perhaps?" "Everyone," the prisoner replied. "There are no evil people on earth." "First time I hear this," said Pilate, scoffing. "But perhaps I have a poor grasp of life. You may stop recording," he directed to the secretary, though the man had long since stopped recording, and continued speaking to the prisoner. "Did you read this in some Greek book?" "No, I arrived at this with my own mind." "And this is what you preach?" "Yes." "So take Centurion Mark, say. They call him Rat Slayer. Is he good?" "Yes," answered the prisoner. "He is an unfortunate man, however. Ever since the good people disfigured him, he became harsh and callous. I wonder who maimed him thus." "I will gladly tell you," Pilate replied, "for I witnessed it personally. The good people threw themselves at him like dogs at a bear. The Germans snapped onto his neck, his arms, his legs. An infantry maniple was caught in a cul-de-sac, and had a turma of cavalry under my command not cut in from the flank, you, philosopher, would not have been talking to Rat-Slayer just now. This was at the Battle of Edistavitso, in the Valley of the Virgins." If one were to have a talk with him, the prisoner said suddenly, in a wistful voice, I am certain that he would undergo a radical change.
I imagine, Pilate replied, that you would bring little joy to the legate of the Legion if you decided to converse with any of his officers or soldiers. Fortunately for us all, it will never happen, and I will be the first to ensure this.
Just then, a swallow flew swiftly into the colonnade, describing a circle under the golden ceiling. It descended, just missing the face of a bronze statue in a niche with its sharp wingtip, and disappeared behind the capital of a column. Perhaps it had decided to build a nest there. During the course of its flight, a formula came together in the procurator's newly light and clear head. It went thus. The hegemon had examined the case of the travelling philosopher Yeshua, surnamed Hanotzri, and failed to substantiate the criminal charges laid out therein. In particular, not the slightest link was found between Yeshua's actions and the recent civil disturbances in Jerusalem. The wandering philosopher turned out to be mentally ill. Consequently, the procurator cannot confirm the Lesser Sanhedrin's death sentence. However, in view of the possibility that Hanotzri's insane utopian preaching may present a potential cause of unrest in Jerusalem, the procurator will remove Yeshua from Jerusalem and imprison him in Caesarea Stratonova on the Mediterranean, the location of the procurator's own residence. It remained but to dictate this to the secretary. The swallow's wings rustled inches above the procurator's head. The bird dashed towards the basin of the fountain and flew outside. The procurator raised his eyes to the prisoner and saw that a column of dust was glittering beside the captive man.
"Is that all for this one?" Pilate asked the secretary.
"Unfortunately, no," the secretary replied unexpectedly, and handed Pilate another piece of parchment.
"What else is there?" Pilate asked, frowning.
After reading the text, an even greater change came over his face. Whether it was due to a surge of blood to the neck and face, or some other reason, only his skin lost its yellow hue and turned brownish red, while his eyes seemed to collapse inside his head. The blood was probably again to blame, rushing and beating in his temples, when something happened to the procurator's vision. It appeared to him as though the prisoner's head had drifted off somewhere to be replaced by another. A golden wreath with rarely placed points rested atop this balding head. A rotting round sore, smeared with balm, adorned the forehead. The mouth was sunken and toothless, with a capricious hanging lower lip. It seemed to Pilate that the pink columns of the balcony and the roofs of Jerusalem far below had vanished, all of it drowning in the thickest green of Caprian gardens. His hearing, too, was strangely afflicted. He perceived the quiet yet menacing sound of trumpets somewhere far away, and a distinct nasal voice haughtily stretched the words, "The law concerning offence to the Imperial Highness." Then came thoughts, abrupt, scattered, and unusual. "Doomed," and then, "We're doomed," and another completely incongruous thought about someone's imminent immortality. Whose? For some reason, the thought of immortality brought on unbearable sorrow. Pilate tensed, purged the vision, and returned his gaze to the balcony, only to meet the prisoner's eyes again. "Listen to me, Hanotzri," the procurator began, giving Yeshua an odd look. The procurator's face was menacing, but his eyes were anxious. "Have you ever said anything about the great Caesar? Answer me, have you, or have you not?" Pilate emphasized not a touch more than a legal proceeding would call for, and tried to project some idea through his gaze, as if wishing to implant it in Yeshua's mind. "It is always easy and pleasant to say the truth," noted the prisoner. "I do not need to know," Pilate responded in a choked, angry voice. "How pleasant or unpleasant it is for you to say the truth. You will have to say it regardless, but as you speak, weigh every word. That is, if you wish to avoid certain and most painful death." No one knows what happened to the procurator of Judea at that moment, but he allowed himself to raise his hand, as if to shade himself from the sun's rays, and from beneath the shield of his hand to send the prisoner a sort of hinting look. "So then," he said, "tell me if you know a certain Judas of Kiriat, and what exactly, if anything, you have said to him about Caesar." "It happened as follows," the prisoner began, narrating eagerly. "The day before yesterday I met a young man by the temple who called himself Judas of Kiriat. He invited me to his home in the lower city and treated me to—" "A good man?" Pilate asked, and devilish fire flashed in his eyes. "A very good and inquisitive man," the prisoner confirmed. "He expressed the greatest interest in my ideas and received me quite warmly." "Lit the candles?" Pilate said through clenched teeth, matching the prisoner's tone, and his eyes glimmered. "Yes," continued Yeshua, mildly surprised at the procurator's knowledge. "He asked me to share my views on the rule of our government. This question interested him immensely." "And what did you say?" asked Pilate. "Or are you going to claim you've forgotten what you said?" But hopelessness had already crept into his voice. "Among other things," recounted the prisoner, "I had said that any sort of rule is a form of violence exercised over people, and that there will come a time when there will be neither rule of Caesar's nor any other rule. Man will enter the kingdom of truth and justice, where no rule will be necessary." "What else?" "Nothing else," said the prisoner. "At that point, some men ran in, tied me up, and took me to prison." Trying to catch everything, the secretary penned words briskly on the parchment. "The world has never known, nor will ever know, a rule greater or more magnificent for men than that of the Emperor Tiberius," Pilate shouted, his torn, sickly voice growing louder. The procurator glared hatefully at the secretary and the guards. "And it is not your place to debate it, criminal madman. Remove the guards from the balcony," he yelled. Turning to the secretary, Pilate added, "Leave me alone with the criminal. This is a state case." The guards lifted their lances and left the balcony for the garden, evenly tapping their iron-shod caligae. The secretary followed the guards. For a while, only the fountain's song interrupted the silence on the balcony. Pilate watched the dome of liquid as it billowed over the spout, as its edges broke off, as they cascaded down in droplets. The prisoner spoke first. "I see that some trouble has come of my conversation with that young man from Kiriat. I have a premonition, Hegemon, that some great misfortune will befall him, and I very much pity him." "I believe," the procurator replied with a curious smile, "that there are people in this world you should pity more than Judas of Kiriat, people who will end up much worse than Judas." "So then, Mark Ratslayer, who is a cold and committed torturer, along with people who, as I see," the procurator gestured at Yeshua's broken face, "have beaten you for your teachings, the bandits Dismas and Hestas, who with the help of their associates killed 4 soldiers, and finally the filthy traitor Judas. They are all good people." "Yes," answered the prisoner. "And the kingdom of truth will come?" "It will come, Hegemon," Yeshua responded with conviction. "It will never come!" Pilate cried out suddenly, in a voice so terrible that Yeshua shrank away. Many years ago in the Valley of the Virgins, it was thus that Pilate cried to his horsemen, "Cut them down! Cut them down! They've got the giant rat slayer! He further raised his voice, torn by years of commands, shouting the words so they would be heard in the garden. Criminal! 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 And then, lowering his voice, he asked, Yeshua HaNotzri, do you believe in any gods? God is one, replied Yeshua. I believe in him. Then pray to him. Pray well. Not that it will help. Pilate's voice deflated. No wife? Pilate asked miserably, unsure of what was happening to him. No, I am alone. Despicable city, the procurator suddenly muttered out of nowhere, then shrugged his shoulders as though he was cold and rubbed his hands as if washing them. Had they murdered you right before your meeting with Judas of Kiriat, truly it would have been better. You ought to let me go, Hegemon, the prisoner appealed suddenly, alarm creeping into his voice. I see they want to kill me. A spasm contorted Pilate's face as he turned the whites of his swollen eyes, enveloped in red strands of blood vessels, towards Yeshua and said, Do you suppose that the Roman procurator would release a man who has said what you have said, poor bastard? Oh, gods, ye gods, or perhaps you think I am willing to take your place? I do not share your thoughts. Moreover, listen. If, from this moment on, you say another word or speak to another soul, beware. I repeat, beware. Hegemon, silence! Cried Pilate, tracing with frenzied eyes the path of the swallow, which had returned to the balcony. Get back here! He yelled. After the secretary and the guards had returned to their places, Pilate announced that he was confirming the death sentence pronounced by the assembly of the Lesser Sanhedrin on the criminal Yeshua HaNotzri, and the secretary recorded Pilate's words. A minute later, Mark, the rat slayer, again stood before the procurator. The centurion was ordered to surrender the prisoner to the head of the secret police and deliver the procurator's order that Yeshua HaNotzri be separated from the other condemned men. The men of the secret police were also to be prohibited under harshest penalty from conversing with Yeshua on any subject or responding to any of his questions. At Mark's signal, the guards surrounded Yeshua and led him off the balcony. Subsequently, a slim and handsome man with a light-coloured beard appeared before the procurator. Lion heads shone on his breastplate, eagle feathers decorated the crest of his helmet, golden studs lined his sword belt, his triple-soled boots were laced up to his knees, and a purple cloak was draped over his shoulder. It was the legate in command of the legion. The procurator asked him where the Sebastian cohort was presently located. The legate informed him that the Sebastians had surrounded the square in front of the hippodrome, where the criminal's sentence would be announced to the people. The procurator then instructed the legate to take 2 sentries from the Roman cohort. One of these, led by Ratslayer, would guard the prisoners and the carts transporting the executioners and their tools on the way to Bald Mountain. Once there, it would form a cordon at the top. The other would immediately be sent to the same mountain to set up a preliminary cordon. To further protect the mountain, the procurator asked the legate to dispatch the auxiliary cavalry regiment, the Syrian Eila. When the legate left the balcony, the procurator ordered the secretary to invite the president of the Sanhedrin, 2 of its members, and the head of the temple guard to the palace, but added that he wanted to arrange a private conversation with the president in advance of the general meeting. The procurator's orders were executed swiftly and precisely. The sun, scorching Yerushalayim with uncanny rage these days, had not even time to reach its apex when on the upper terrace of the garden, by the 2 white marble lions guarding the staircase, the procurator met with the current president of the Sanhedrin, Judean high priest Joseph Caifa. The garden was quiet, but as he emerged from beneath the colonnade onto the sun-soaked upper terrace of the garden, full of palm trees on monstrous elephantine trunks, the entirety of his detested Yerushalayim unfolded before the procurator, with all of its suspended bridges, fortresses, and, most important, the marble hulk with golden dragon's scales for a roof, defying all description, the temple of Yerushalayim. Far below, where a stone wall separated the palace garden's lower terraces from the city square, the procurator's acute hearing detected a low rumble, broken at times by faint, sharp noises, half groans, half cries. The procurator realized that a massive mob of Yerushalayim's inhabitants, unsettled by recent disturbances, had already gathered on the square in anticipation of the pronouncing of the sentence, and that the water merchants were clamouring anxiously among the crowd. The procurator began by inviting the high priest onto the balcony to escape the merciless heat. But Caifa excused himself politely and explained that he could not do so. Pilate then placed his hood over his slightly balding head and began to speak. The conversation continued in Greek. Pilate said that he had examined the case of Yeshua HaNotzri and confirmed the death sentence. As a result, those to be executed today include the 3 bandits, Dismas, Hestas, and Bar-Rabban, and also this Yeshua HaNotzri. The first 2, who have taken it in their heads to stir up rebellion against Caesar, have been apprehended in a struggle by Roman authorities. They are within the jurisdiction of the procurator, and therefore will not be discussed here. The latter 2, Bar-Rabban and HaNotzri, have been arrested by local authorities and sentenced by the Sanhedrin. According to law, according to custom, one of these 2 criminals is to be set free in honour of the great holiday of Passover that begins today. And so the procurator would like to know which of the 2 criminals the Sanhedrin intends to free, Bar-Rabban or HaNotzri. Caifa bowed his head to indicate he understood the question and replied, "The Sanhedrin requests the release of Bar-Rabban." The procurator knew perfectly well what the high priest's answer would be, and his task lay in showing that the answer astonished him. This he achieved with considerable skill. The eyebrows on the haughty face rose, and the procurator stared directly into the high priest's eyes with bewilderment. "I must admit that your reply surprises me," the procurator began softly. "I fear there may be some misunderstanding here." Pilate explained himself. The Roman authority in no way aims to encroach on the rights of the local spiritual authority, as the high priest well knows, but this situation is clearly a case of error. Naturally, the Roman authority is interested in the correction of said error. After all, the crimes of Bar-Rabban and HaNotzri are hardly commensurate in their seriousness. While the latter, clearly an insane man, is guilty of pronouncing clumsy speeches that disturbed the populace of Yerushalayim and certain other areas, the former stands convicted of far more serious offences. Not only has he allowed himself to call directly for insurrection, but he has also killed a sentry while resisting arrest. Bar-Rabban is far more dangerous than HaNotzri. In view of the aforementioned, the procurator requests that the high priest reconsider his decision and set free the convict who presents the least harm, which is undoubtedly HaNotzri. So? Caifa looked Pilate straight in the eyes and said, quietly but firmly, that the Sanhedrin had carefully acquainted itself with the case and stood by its decision to free Bar-Rabban. What? Even after my intervention? An intervention by one who speaks for the Roman authority? Say it a 3rd time, High Priest. For the 3rd time, we inform you that we are releasing Bar-Rabban, Caifa said quietly. It was all over, and nothing more remained to be said. Hanotri was leaving forever, with no one left to treat the procurator's horrific, vile headaches. They had no cure now but death. But this was not the thought that struck Pilate at that moment. The same incomprehensible sorrow that had visited him previously on the balcony now pierced his entire being. He quickly sought to explain it, and the cause he found was strange indeed. It occurred vaguely to the procurator that he had not finished discussing something with the prisoner, or perhaps he had not finished listening to him. Pilate chased the thought away, and it flew off as quickly as it had come. It flew off, but the sorrow remained unexplained. For it was certainly not explained by his subsequent thought, one that lit up and faded quicker than lightning. Immortality. Immortality has come. Whose immortality had come? That too the procurator failed to understand, but the thought of this mysterious immortality chilled him to the bone, even in the blazing sun. "Very well," said Pilate. "So be it." He looked around, surveying the part of the world visible to him, and was surprised at the change that had taken place. Gone was the rosebush, heavy with flowers. Gone were the cypresses framing the upper terrace. Gone was the pomegranate tree and the white statue surrounded by greenery, and finally the greenery itself. A maroon haze swam around him, a swaying mass of seaweed that floated somewhere and carried Pilate with it. Suffocated and scalded, he was borne aloft by the worst kind of rage. Impotent rage. "I need air," said Pilate. "I need air." His cold, clammy hand tore at the buckle on his collar, sending his cape falling to the sand. "It is stuffy today. A thunderstorm draws near," Caifa replied, without taking his eyes off the procurator's red face, foreseeing all the suffering yet to come. Oh, what a horrible month of Nisan this year. "No," said Pilate. "It is not the stuffiness, but your presence that stifles me, Caifa." Pilate smiled, narrowing his eyes, and added, "Be careful, High Priest." The High Priest's dark eyes sparkled, and he put on an expression of surprise no less convincing than the procurator's earlier effort. "What is this I hear, procurator?" Caifa replied calmly and proudly. "You threatened me after a sentence you confirmed yourself? Can this be?" We are used to the Roman procurator choosing his words wisely before speaking. What if someone were to hear us, Hegemon? Pilate looked at the high priest with lifeless eyes and bared his teeth in a smile. "Of course not, High Priest. Who could hear us here now? Do I look like some young, wandering, holy fool who will be executed today? Am I a boy, Caifa? I know what I say, and where I say it. The garden is surrounded, the palace is surrounded, and so well that not even a mouse can slip through a crack. Why, not just a mouse, but even that one, what's his face, from Kiryat, cannot slip through. By the way, would you happen to know such a man, High Priest?" "Yes. Had someone like that slipped in here, he would have bitterly regretted it, as you would surely agree." "Know then, High Priest, that henceforth there will be no peace for you, neither you nor your people." And Pilate pointed far to the right, where the temple glinted high in the air. "This I tell you, I, Pontius Pilate, Knight of the Golden Lance." I know, the black-bearded Caifa replied fearlessly, and his eyes flashed. Raising his hand to the sky, he continued, "The Judean people know that you despise them with violent hatred, and that much suffering you will lay upon them, but you will not destroy them. God will protect us. The Almighty Caesar himself shall hear of our plight and defend us from Pilate, the doom-bringer." "Oh, no!" Pilate exclaimed, feeling more and more relieved with every word. No longer did he have to pretend to choose his words. "Too often have you complained about me to Caesar, and now my hour has come, Caifa. Now I shall send word, and not to the viceroy in Antioch, not to Rome, but straight to Capria, to the emperor himself. Word of how you keep convicted rebels from death. And it won't be water from Solomon's pond, as I once intended for your benefit, that Jerusalem will drink. No, not water. Recall how you forced me to remove shields with the imperial cipher from the walls, to shift troops around, and finally to come here myself, as you can see, to find out what was going on. Mark my words, High Priest. It won't be just one cohort that you will see in Jerusalem. No, the entire Fulminata Legion will come under the city walls, along with the Arab cavalry. Then will you hear bitter weeping and lament. Then will you remember the rescued Bar Rabban and regret that you sent the philosopher with his peaceful sermon to his death." Spots of colour appeared on the high priest's face. His eyes were aflame. Like the procurator, he wore a toothy grin as he said, "Do you yourself believe what you have just said, procurator? No. You do not. It is not peace that this beguiler has brought to the people of Jerusalem, knight. You understand that perfectly well. You wanted to release him so that he could stir up the population, defile the faith, and lead the people straight onto Roman swords. But I, the high priest of Judea, will not allow the desecration of faith while I live. I will protect my people. Do you hear me, Pilate?" And Caifa raised his hand menacingly. "Listen, procurator." He fell silent, and the procurator again heard the clamouring, as though ocean waves were crashing at the very walls of Herod the Great's garden. The noise rose towards the procurator from below, past his feet, and up to his face. And behind his back, from beyond the palace wings, came distressed trumpet calls, accompanied by the heavy crunching of hundreds of feet and the clanging of metal. The procurator realized that his order was being carried out. The Roman infantry was already setting out on the execution parade that struck fear into the hearts of bandits and mutineers. "Can you hear it, procurator?" the high priest repeated quietly. "Surely you don't mean to tell me that all this—" The high priest raised both arms, and the dark hood fell from his head. "Is on account of the pathetic bandit Bar Rabban?" The procurator wiped his cold, wet forehead with the back of his hand. He looked at the ground, then squinted at the sky, and saw that the blazing fireball was almost directly above his head, and that Caiaphas' shadow had shrunk completely near the lion's tail. "Noon draws closer," he said in a quiet, indifferent tone. "We have become distracted by our conversation, and meanwhile it is time to proceed." Excusing himself to the high priest with several choice phrases, Pilate asked him to sit on the bench in the shade of the magnolia and wait while he summoned the rest of the necessary persons for a quick final conference and issued one more order concerning the execution. Placing his hand on his heart, Caiaphas bowed politely and remained in the garden while Pilate returned to the balcony. The procurator ordered his waiting secretary to invite the legate of the legion and the tribune of the cohort to the garden, in addition to the 2 members of the Sanhedrin and the head of the temple guard. These last 3 had been awaiting his summons on a lower terrace in a round gazebo by the fountain. Pilate added that he would join them shortly, and retreated inside the palace. While the secretary was gathering the conference, the procurator met with another man in a room heavily shaded from the sun with dark blinds. A man whose hood covered half his face, even though the sun's rays could not possibly have bothered him there. The meeting was extremely brief. The procurator quietly said several words to the man, who left immediately thereafter, while Pilate walked back through the colonnade to the garden. There, in the presence of all he had wished to see, the procurator dryly and solemnly verified that he confirmed the death sentence on Yeshua HaNotzri, and officially inquired of the Sanhedrin members as to which criminal they wished to set free. Upon receiving the name of Bar Rabban in response, the procurator said, "Very well," and ordered the secretary to record this immediately in the proceedings. He grasped his buckle, which the secretary had lifted from the sand, and said solemnly, "It is time." All those present set off down the broad marble staircase between two walls of rose bushes that emitted their stupefying aroma, and travelled lower and lower towards the palace wall to a set of gates that led to a large, smoothly paved square, where the columns and statues of the Yerushalayim hippodrome stood at the far end. As soon as the group emerged from the garden and stepped upon a wide stone platform raised high above the square, Pilate narrowed his eyelids and assessed the situation. The space that he had just crossed, being the stretch from the palace wall to the platform, was empty. But ahead of him the square itself could not be seen. It had been swallowed up by the crowd. The crowd would have poured onto the platform and the cleared space as well, were it not held back by a triple row of Sebastian soldiers to Pilate's left, and a similar arrangement from the Iturian auxiliary cohort to his right. And so Pilate ascended the platform, squinting, mechanically clutching the unnecessary buckle in his fist. He was not squinting because the sun burned his eyes. No, for some reason he did not wish to see the group of prisoners, who, as he well knew, were being led onto the platform behind him. The instant the white cape, with its dark red lining, appeared high at the top of the stone cliff over the edge of the human sea, a wave of sound struck the sightless Pilate's ears. It began quietly, far away by the hippodrome, then grew into something truly thunderous, and held for several seconds before beginning to fade. "They've seen me," thought the procurator. The wave never reached its lowest point. Resurging suddenly, it wavered and rose high above the first peak, and just as foam boils on an ocean wave, whistles and scattered women's moans boiled on the wave of sound discernible through the thunder. That was them being led onto the platform, thought Pilate, and the screams are from several women who were crushed as the crowd pushed forward. He waited a length of time, knowing that no power could silence the mob until it had expelled all that had pent up within it and quieted down on its own. And when the proper moment came, the procurator threw up his right hand and blew away the last wisps of noise from the crowd. Then Pilate gathered as much of the hot air as he could into his chest and shouted, his torn voice carrying over thousands of heads. "In the name of the Emperor Caesar!" A chopped metallic roar struck his ears several times. Throwing up their lances and standards, the soldiers in the cohorts cried out fearsomely, "Long live Caesar!" Pilate raised his head and thrust it directly into the sun. A green fire flared up under his eyelids, igniting his brain, and hoarse Aramaic words flew over the crowd. 4 criminals arrested in Yerushalayim for murder, incitement of rebellion, and disregard for law and faith are sentenced to a disgraceful death by hanging on posts. This execution will now take place at the top of Bald Mountain. The names of the criminals are Dismas, Hestas, Bar Rabban, and HaNotzri. Here they stand before you." Pilate gestured with his hand to the right, not looking at the criminals, but knowing they were in place as they should be. The crowd responded with a prolonged clamour, as if surprised or relieved. When it died down, Pilate carried on. "However, only 3 of them will be executed, for according to law and custom, in honour of the holiday of Passover, as chosen by the Lesser Sanhedrin and approved by the Roman authority, the magnanimous Caesar will restore to one of the condemned his shameful life." Even as Pilate cried out the words, he heard the din replaced by a great silence. Not a single breath, not a rustle now reached his ears, and for a moment it even seemed to Pilate that everything around him had disappeared entirely. The city he so hated had died, and he alone stood there, scorched by the vertical rays, his face wedged in the sky. Pilate held the silence a moment longer, and then began to shout, "The name of the man who will now be set free before you." He took another pause, delaying the name, verifying that he had said all that needed to be said, for he knew that the dead city would be resurrected the moment he pronounced the name of the fortunate one, and no further words would be heard. "Is this it?" Pilate whispered noiselessly to himself. "Yes, the name." And, rolling the R over the silent city, he shouted, "Bar Rabban!" It was as though the sun rang and exploded above, flooding his ears with fire. Howls, screams, moans, laughter, and whistles raged in this fire. Pilate turned and headed back across the platform towards the steps, looking at nothing but the multicoloured floorboards under his feet so as not to stumble. He knew that behind him a hail of bronze coins and dates was falling on the platform, that people in the howling crowd were crushing and climbing over each other to see the miracle for themselves. How a man already in the grasp of death had somehow wrestled free from that grasp. How the legionnaires removed his ropes, involuntarily causing searing pain to his arms, sprained at the interrogation. How, frowning and moaning, he still managed to smile a senseless, deranged smile. He knew that, at the same time, the guards were already leading the 3 bound men towards the side steps to take them on the road due west out of the city to Bald Mountain. Only after he had put the platform behind him did Pilate open his eyes, knowing that he was safe. The condemned were out of sight. The waning moans of the crowd now mingled with the piercing shouts of heralds, who repeated, some in Aramaic and others in Greek, all that the procurator had said on the platform. Then Pilate's ears caught the regular clattering of approaching horses' hooves and a quick, merry trumpet call. These sounds were met with piercing whistles from boys on the roofs of the street, connecting the marketplace to the Hippodrome Square, and cries of "Watch out!" A lone soldier standing in the cleared space waved his standard anxiously, and then the procurator, the legate of the legion, the secretary, and the guards all stopped. At an increasingly faster trot, the cavalry aila flew out onto the square, aiming to cross it on the side, avoiding the mass of people, and take the shortest path to Bald Mountain, by way of a grapevine-covered alley that hugged the stone wall. Trotting past Pilate, the commander of the aila, a Syrian, small as a boy and dark as a mulatto, shouted something in a high-pitched voice and drew his sword from its scabbard. His mean, sweating black horse started, rearing on its hind legs. Throwing his sword back into the scabbard, the commander struck the horse on the neck with his whip, straightened it out, and rode off down the alley, breaking into a gallop. In rows of 3, the rest of the riders flew in a cloud of dust behind him, the tips of their light bamboo lances flickering in the air. Their faces swept past the procurator, looking particularly dark under the white turbans, displaying happy grins and shining teeth. Raising dust to the sky, The Ayla tore into the alley, and the last to pass Pilate was a soldier with a shining trumpet on his back. Shielding himself from the dust with his hand, and wrinkling his face in displeasure, Pilate pressed on, heading towards the palace gates. After him came the legate, the secretary, and the guards. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 3. The Seventh Proof.
"Yes, it was about 10 o'clock in the morning, my esteemed Ivan Nikolaevich,"
said the professor. The poet wiped his face like a man who had just woken up and saw that evening had come to the patriarchs. The water in the pond had turned black, and a small boat was already gliding along it, accompanied by the splashing of oars and some woman's laughter. People appeared on the benches in the alley, but again on all sides of the square except the one where our companions were sitting. Moscow's sky had faded, and only the moon hung high above in perfect clarity, not yet golden, but simply white. It became a lot easier to breathe, and the voices underneath the lindens took on a softer evening tone. "How did I miss it?" Homeless wondered in amazement. "He's managed to weave together a whole tale. It's evening already. Or perhaps there never was a tale, and I merely fell asleep and dreamt it all." One must grant, however, that either the professor had told the story after all, or that Berlioz had had an identical dream, for the editor now spoke, peering carefully into the foreigner's face. "Your narrative is most interesting, Professor, even though it does not agree with gospel accounts in the least."
"Please," the professor replied with a condescending chuckle. "You of all people ought to know that absolutely nothing in the Gospels has ever actually taken place. Why, if we begin to treat the Gospels as a historical source—"
The professor chuckled again, and Berlioz stopped short, for he had been saying literally the same thing to Homeless as they walked down Bronaya towards Patriarch's Ponds. "That may be," Berlioz noted, "but I am afraid that, likewise, no one can verify that any of what you told us actually happened."
"But no, someone can too verify it,"
replied the professor with utmost confidence, lapsing into broken Russian. With an air of mystery, he suddenly beckoned the two companions closer. They leaned towards him from either side, and he said, without a trace of the accent that, hell knew why, just seemed to come and go at random, "The thing is—" Here the professor looked round fearfully and began to whisper. "I was there personally for all of it. I was on Pontius Pilate's balcony, and in the garden when he spoke to Caiaphas, and on the platform too, only secretly, incognito, so to speak. So please, not a word to anyone. Complete secrecy." "Shh." Silence fell, and Berlioz grew pale. How long have you been in Moscow?" he asked in a trembling voice.
"Oh, I arrived in Moscow just now," the professor said absent-mindedly.
Only now did the companions think to look him carefully in the eyes, and they discovered that the green left one was utterly mad, while the right was empty, black, and lifeless. "There's your explanation for you," Berlioz thought incredulously. "An insane German came to town, or perhaps he just went mad on the patriarchs. Now that's something." Indeed, this explained everything. The most peculiar breakfast with the deceased philosopher Kant, the moronic babbling about sunflower oil and Anushka, the predictions of decapitation, and everything else. The professor was insane. Berlioz quickly realized what needed to be done. Leaning back on the bench, he began to wink at Homeless behind the professor's back. "Humour him, eh?" But the confused poet did not get the message. Yes, Berlioz said excitedly. "That's all possible, after all, quite possible. In fact, Pontius Pilate and the balcony and so on. Have you come alone or with your spouse?"
Alone.
"I'm always alone," the professor replied bitterly. "And where are your things, Professor?" Berlioz asked insinuatingly. "At the Metropole? Where are you staying?" "Me? Nowhere," said the German half-wit, his wretched and deranged green eye drifting over Patriarch's Ponds. "What? But where are you going to live?" "In your apartment," the madman replied cheekily all of a sudden, and winked. I am very glad," Berlioz muttered, "but you would find the place inconvenient, really. They have wonderful suites at the Metropole. It's a first-class hotel." "So the devil doesn't exist either, then?" the sick man inquired of Ivan Nikolaevich with sudden mirth. "And the devil—" "Don't contradict him," mouthed Berlioz, diving behind the professor's back and grimacing at Holmeless. "There's no bloody devil," cried Ivan Nikolaevich, botching the plan, completely disorientated by all this nonsense. "What a pain! Would you quit your tantrums already?" The lunatic burst out laughing so hard that a frightened sparrow fluttered from the lindens above. "Well now, this is positively intriguing," said the professor, quaking with laughter. "What's this? Ask them for anything? It just doesn't exist." Suddenly he stopped laughing and, quite understandably for a mental patient, lapsed into the other extreme. Growing irritated, he cried sternly, "So it just doesn't exist, and that's that?" Calm down, Professor," Berlioz mumbled, afraid to disturb the sick man further. "Sit here a minute next to Comrade Holmeless, and I'll just run over to the corner for a quick phone call. Afterwards we'll gladly take you anywhere you want. You don't know the city, after all." Berlioz's plan was admittedly sound. He needed to run to the nearest payphone and inform the Travellers' Bureau that a foreign consultant was sitting at Patriarch's Ponds in a clearly deranged state of mind. As a result, it was necessary to take certain measures before the situation became unpleasant. "A call? Well, go ahead, call," the professor agreed miserably, and then asked with sudden passion, "But I beg you, in parting, at least to believe that the devil exists. I do not ask you for more. Keep in mind that there is a seventh proof, and the most reliable, and it will be presented to you shortly." All right, Berlioz said in a falsely gentle voice. Winking at the distressed poet, who did not relish the thought of guarding an insane German in the least, he headed to the exit from the Patriarch's at the corner of Bronaya and Gevalaevsky Lane. At once the professor seemed to get better, and his face brightened. "Mikhail Alexandrovich!" he yelled after Berlioz. The latter shuddered and turned, but then calmed himself with the thought that the professor must have also learned his name from some newspaper. Cupping his hands to his mouth, the professor shouted, "If you would have it, I can instantly order a telegram sent to your uncle in Kiev." And again an unsettling tremor passed over Berlioz. How does the madman know of his Kievan uncle? Surely no newspaper could have mentioned that. Hey, could Holmes be right? What if his papers are phony? Oh, what a peculiar character. Call at once. They'll quickly set him straight. Listening no further, Berlioz ran off. Right at the exit to Bronaya, the exact same person who had previously materialized from the balmy heat in the sunlight rose from a bench to meet the editor. This time, however, he was no longer ethereal, but made of ordinary flesh and blood. In the setting twilight, Berlioz clearly saw his little chicken-feather moustache, his sardonic, half-drunk little eyes, and his little checked trousers, pulled up so far that his dirty white socks were showing. Mikhail Alexandrovich staggered backwards, but then appeased himself with the notion that it was all a silly coincidence, and that now was no time to waste harping on it. "Looking for the turnstile, mister?" the checkered character inquired in a crackling tenor. "Right this way, please. Straight on, and you'll find it. Say, how about the price of a pint for the tip? For an ex-choir master, help me get back on my feet." Making faces, the odd subject sweepingly removed his tiny jockey cap. Berlioz ignored the choir master, evidently a beggar and a poseur, and ran towards the turnstile. Grasping and turning the spindle, he was about to step on the rails when red and white light sprayed in his face. A glass box lit up with the warning sign. Caution. Tram. Instantly came the tram itself, turning on the newly laid line from Germolaevsky to Bronaya. Completing its turn and entering the straightway, the tram suddenly lit up with electricity, whined, and put on speed. Though he was out of danger, the cautious Berlioz decided to retreat behind the barrier. He moved his hand on the turnstile and took a step backwards. Immediately, his hand slipped and lost its grip, while his foot skidded relentlessly along the steep cobblestones that led to the rails, as though on ice. His other foot flew up, and Berlioz was thrown onto the track. Fumbling for a handhold, Berlioz fell flat on his back, banging his head lightly on a cobblestone, and had time to see the gilded moon somewhere above him. Right or left, he couldn't tell. He had time to turn on his side and pull his legs up to his stomach in a frenzied motion. He caught sight of the female conductress in a crimson headband, her face white with fear as it rushed towards him with unstoppable force. Berlioz did not make a sound, but the entire street around him exploded with frantic women's screams. The conductress tore at the emergency brake. The tram dug its nose into the ground, and then jumped briefly in the air, sending glass flying from its windows with a ringing crash. In Berlioz's mind, someone cried frantically, "Could it be?" Once more, and for the last time, the moon flashed above and broke into pieces, and then everything went black. The tram covered Berlioz, and a dark, round object was thrown onto the incline beneath the fence of Patriarch's Lane. Rolling off the incline, it bounced over the cobblestones on Bronaya. It was the severed head of Berlioz. Chapter 4. The Chase. The women's hysterical screams had died down. The police whistles had stopped. The 2 ambulances had driven off, one taking the beheaded body and the severed head to the morgue, the other carrying the beautiful conductress wounded by glass shards. The street sweepers in white aprons had cleaned up the glass and poured sand over the bloody puddles, and all the while Ivan Nikolaevich sat upon the bench he had collapsed on, unable to reach the turnstile. Several times he attempted to rise, but his legs would not listen. Homeless, was struck by a sort of paralysis. The poet dashed towards the turnstile as soon as he heard the first scream. He had seen the head as it bounced along the pavement. It drove him into such a frenzy that he bit his own hand as he collapsed on the bench, drawing blood. Naturally, he forgot all about the insane German, and only struggled to comprehend how it could be that one moment he had been talking to Berlioz, and a minute later, the head. Distressed people ran through the alley past the poet, shouting, but Ivan Nikolaevich was oblivious to their words. Suddenly, 2 women collided in front of him. One of them, sharp-nosed and bare-headed, yelled at the other right over the poet's ear. "Anushka! Anushka! From Sadovaya! That's her handiwork, all right. Got some sunflower oil from the grocery, and done went and broke a litre bottle on the spindle. Messed up her skirt. Oh, she cussed and cussed, and the poor guy must have slipped and fallen on the rails." Of all she had shouted, a single word stuck in Ivan Nikolaevich's troubled mind. "Anushka." "Anushka, Anushka," muttered the poet, looking round anxiously. "Hold it, hold it." The word Anushka quickly led to the words sunflower oil, and then, for some reason, Pontius Pilate. The poet rejected Pilate and began to reconstruct the chain that began with Anushka. It came together very quickly, and immediately pointed to the insane professor. Excuse me. Why, he had said that the meeting would not occur because Anushka had spilled the oil. And what do you know? It certainly won't occur now. Moreover, he had clearly said that Berlioz would be beheaded by a woman. Yes, 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 the conductress was a woman, wasn't she? What's going on here, huh? There could not be a shred of doubt that the mysterious consultant had known the exact circumstances of Berlioz's horrific death in advance. Two thoughts pierced the poet's brain. One, he's no madman, that's nonsense. And another, what if he arranged this whole thing himself? But how, may I ask? Oh, no, you don't. We'll get to the bottom of this. With a superhuman effort, Ivan Nikolaevich rose from the bench and dashed back to where he had conversed with the professor. Fortunately, it turned out that the latter was still there. The streetlights had already lit up on Voronaya, and a golden moon hung over the patriarchs. In the ever-deceptive moonlight, it appeared to Ivan Nikolaevich that instead of a cane, the professor stood holding a sword under his arm. The worming ex-choir master sat on the very spot that Ivan Nikolaevich had recently occupied. He had clipped a blatantly unnecessary pince-nez onto his nose, with one lens cracked and the other missing entirely. This had the effect of making the checkered man look even sleazier than he did when directing Berlioz to the tracks. Ivan approached the professor with a chilling heart, and, glancing at his face, ascertained the absence of any sign of madness therein. "Confess. Who are you?" Ivan asked in a hollow voice. The foreigner frowned, looking at Ivan as if he was seeing him for the first time, and answered unpleasantly, "Not understand? Russian-speaking?" "He doesn't understand." The choir master squeezed in from the bench, even though no one had asked him to explain the foreigner's words. "Don't play dumb," Ivan said menacingly, even as he felt a chill in the pit of his stomach. "A minute ago you spoke perfect Russian. You are neither a German nor a professor. You are a spy and a murderer. Your papers!" he cried fiercely. The mysterious professor twisted his already crooked mouth in distaste and shrugged his shoulders. "Mister," the despicable choir master butted in again, "why are you bothering a foreign tourist? There'll be most serious repercussions for you." Meanwhile, the suspicious professor put on a haughty look, turned, and started walking away from Ivan. Ivan felt lost, breathless. He turned to the choir master. "Hey, mister, help me stop a criminal. It's your duty to help me." The choir master livened up immensely and leapt to his feet, bawling. "What criminal? Where? A foreign criminal? This one?" The choir master's little eyes sparkled gleefully. "Well, if he's a criminal, the first thing we ought to do is yell, 'Help!' or else he'll get away. Come on, let's do it together. Now!" And the choir master flung open his mouth. Confused, Ivan followed the clowning choir master's advice and shouted, "Help!" But the choir master cheated and never said a word. Ivan's hoarse, solitary yell brought no positive results. Two girls shrank away from him, and he heard the word drunk. "Oh, so you two are in cahoots," Ivan cried, growing angry. "What? Are you mocking me now? Let me by!" Ivan dashed to the right, and so did the choir master. Ivan went to the left, and the bastard did likewise. "Are you getting in my way on purpose?" Ivan cried furiously. "I'll hand you over to the police too!" Ivan attempted to grab the renegade by the sleeve, but missed and ended up with a handful of nothing. It was as if the choir master had fallen through the earth. Ivan gasped, and then saw the despicable foreigner in the distance. He was already at the exit to Patriarch's Lane, and he was not alone. The peculiar choir master had managed to join him. But that was not all. A third member of the group appeared out of nowhere. It was a cat, fat as a boar and black as soot, or a raven, his whiskers brashly styled into a cavalry officer's moustache. The trio moved out onto Patriarch's Lane, the cat walking along on his hind legs. Ivan hurried after the villains and realized immediately that catching up with them would be very difficult. In a flash, the trio cleared the lane and appeared on Spiridonovka. No matter how much speed Ivan put on, the distance between him and his targets did not decrease in the slightest. Before the poet could gather his wits, he had run out of quiet Spiridonovka and ended up on Nikitsky Gate, where his situation worsened. There was a dense crowd here, Ivan bumped into some of the pedestrians and was promptly sworn at. Moreover, it was here that the villainous gang decided to apply a favourite bandit's move. It split up. With great skill, the choirmaster squeezed into a moving bus hurtling towards Arbat Square and escaped. Having lost one of his targets, Ivan concentrated his attention on the cat, and witnessed how this strange animal approached the footboard of an A-tram standing at its stop, rudely bumped off a screaming woman, grasped the handrail, and even attempted to give the conductress 10 kopecks through a window left open on account of the heat. The cat's behaviour stunned Ivan so much that he froze beside a grocery store on the corner, where subsequently he was infinitely more stunned by the reaction of the conductress. The moment she saw the cat climb onto the tram, she screamed with a rage that made her whole body shake. "No cats! No boarding with cats! Scram! Off, before I call the police!" Both the conductress and the passengers were oblivious to the heart of the issue. Not that a cat was clambering onto a tram, which would be half the trouble, but that he intended to pay. The cat proved to be not only a solvent, but also a well-disciplined animal. At the first shriek from the conductress, he ceased his advance, descended from the tram step, and sat down by the stop, stroking his whiskers with the coin. But as soon as the conductress yanked the signal cord and the tram took off, the cat acted like anyone else who, though banished from a tram, is none the less in need of a ride. Letting all 3 cars by, the cat leaped on to the rear coupling of the last one, grabbed a protruding hose with his paw, and rode off, thus saving himself 10 kopecks. Preoccupied with the foul feline, Ivan nearly missed the most important of the 3, the professor. Fortunately, the man had not yet managed to steal away. Ivan noticed the grey beret among the crowd at the top of the former Bolshoi Nikitsky, now known as Herzen Street. In the blink of an eye, Ivan was there himself, but to no avail. The poet quickened his pace and even broke into a light run, pushing aside the passers-by, but could not get an inch closer to the professor. No matter how upset, Ivan still found time to marvel at the supernatural speed of the chase. No more than 20 seconds had passed since he left Nikitsky Gate, and already the lights of Arbat Square were blinding him. In a few more seconds, Ivan Nikolaevich found himself in some dark alley with sloping pavements, where he tripped and smashed his knee. Another lit thoroughfare, Kropotkin Street, followed by another alley, then Ostrozhenka, then one more wretched, filthy, dimly lit alley. It was here that Ivan Nikolaevich completely lost the man he was after. The professor had vanished. Ivan Nikolaevich was not stumped for long, however, for he suddenly realized that the professor could be nowhere else but house number 13, and definitely apartment 47. Bursting into the entrance, Ivan Nikolaevich flew up to the 2nd floor, quickly located the apartment, and rang the doorbell impatiently. His wait was not long. A girl of about 5 years of age opened the door and ran off somewhere, saying nothing to the visitor. The front hall was a giant, incredibly derelict room, dimly illuminated by a tiny coal lamp hanging from the tall ceiling, which was black with dirt. A bicycle without tyres hung on a wall, and a giant iron-banded chest stood beneath it. A winter hat lay on a shelf beneath the coat rack, its long ear flaps hanging down. Behind one of the doors, a loud male voice recited poetry angrily from the radio. Ivan Nikolaevich was not confused by the unfamiliar surroundings in the slightest, and headed straight into the hallway, figuring, "He must be hiding in the bathroom, of course." The hallway was dark. Bumping into walls, Ivan saw a faint strip of light under a door, felt for a doorknob, and pulled on it lightly. The latch came off, and by a stroke of luck, or so he thought, Ivan found himself in the bathroom. The luck was not all good, however. Ivan was blasted with warm vapour. To the light of coals smouldering in a lamp, he made out large basins hanging on the walls, and a bathtub covered in hideous black spots where the enamel had come off. The bathtub contained a naked woman, all soaped up and holding a sponge. She squinted at the intruding Ivan near-sightedly, and, evidently mistaking him for someone else in the infernal lighting, said quietly and cheerfully, "Kire, stop fooling around. Have you gone mad? Fyodor Ivanovitch will be back any minute. Get out of here this instant." And she waved her sponge at Ivan. The misunderstanding was clear, and Ivan Nikolaevich was obviously to blame. He chose not to acknowledge it, however, and only exclaimed reproachfully, "You hussy!" Immediately thereafter, he somehow found himself in the kitchen. The murky room was empty, save for the dozen or so extinguished Primus burners that stood silently on the stove. Soaking through a dusty window that had not been wiped for years, a solitary moonbeam cast miserly light upon a forgotten religious icon in the corner, encrusted with dust and cobwebs, the ends of 2 church candles peeking out from behind its frame. A smaller paper icon was tacked on underneath its larger cousin. No one knows what went through Ivan's head just then, but before leaving via the back entrance, he appropriated one of the candles as well as the paper icon. Carrying these items and muttering to himself, Ivan left the unknown apartment, embarrassed at his recent bathroom experience and involuntarily guessing at the identity of the insolent Kire fellow, wondering if he was the owner of the nasty winter hat with ear flaps. The poet surveyed the wretched, deserted alley in search of the fugitive, who was nowhere to be found. Then Ivan said firmly to himself, "He must be at Moscow River! Onwards!" Someone probably ought to have asked Ivan Nikolaevich why he thought the professor to be at Moscow River and not some other place. Sadly, there was no one around to ask him. The disgusting alley was completely empty. In no time at all, Ivan Nikolaevich appeared on the granite steps of the Moscow River amphitheatre. Taking off his clothes, Ivan entrusted them to a pleasant bearded man smoking a hand-rolled cigarette next to his own possessions, which consisted of a torn white shirt and old unlaced boots. After waving his arms a bit to cool down, Ivan took a swallow dive into the water. The water was so cold it took his breath away, and for a moment he even thought he might not be able to reach the surface again. But reach it he did, huffing and snorting, eyes wide with horror, and began to swim in the black, oil-smelling water amid the broken zigzags of the embankment lights. When the wet Ivan hopped back up the steps to where he had left the bearded man to guard his clothes, it turned out that both the latter and the former, that is, the bearded man himself, had gone missing. Instead of his heap of clothes, Ivan found a pair of striped long johns, the torn shirt, the candle, the icon, and a box of matches. Shaking his fist at someone in impotent rage, Ivan dressed himself in what was left. At this point, 2 considerations began to worry him. First, that he had lost his Masolit card, which he never parted with, and second, that he might have trouble walking the streets of Moscow in such an outfit as his. Long johns, after all. It was nobody's business, of course, but then again, it could very well cause some nuisance or delay. Ivan tore off the buttons that fastened the long johns at the ankles, hoping that they could now pass for light trousers. He gathered up the icon, the candle, and the matches, and pressed on, saying to himself, "Griboyedov, without a doubt, he's there." The city was already living the nightlife. Trucks flew by in clouds of dust, chains rattling, men lounging belly up on piles of sacks in the rear. All the windows were open, with an orange lampshade burning in each, and all these windows, all the doors, all the gates, roofs and lofts, all the basements and all the courtyards hoarsely belted out the polonaise from the opera Eugene Onegin. Ivan Nikolaevich's fears were fully justified. Pedestrians noticed him and stared. As a result, he decided to avoid the main roads and travel by side streets, where people are less nosy and less likely to bother a barefoot man with questions about his long johns, which stubbornly refused to look like trousers. Ivan plunged into the mysterious web of Arbat alleys, hugging the walls, glancing round furtively, constantly looking back, sometimes hiding in doorways, and avoiding intersections with traffic lights and luxurious doors of embassy mansions. Throughout his entire arduous journey, he was inexpressibly tortured by the ubiquitous orchestra accompanying the heavy bass that sang of its love for Tatiana. Chapter 5. The Incident at Griboyedov. The antique, two-storey, cream-coloured mansion was situated on the boulevard ring in the depths of a sickly garden, separated from the path by an ornate cast-iron fence. There was a small asphalted courtyard in front of the house. In the winter-time it housed a large pile of snow with a shovel, but in the summer-time it turned into a most magnificent seating section of a summer restaurant beneath a canvas tent. The mansion was known as Griboyedov House, on the grounds that it allegedly was once owned by the aunt of the writer Alexander Sergeyevich Griboyedov. Actually, we do not know for sure whether she owned it or not. Come to think of it, Griboyedov never had any home-owning aunts. But anyway, that's what the place was called. Moreover, some Muscovite liar once said that it was on the second floor, in the round room with the columns, that the famous writer read excerpts of Woe from Wit to the selfsame aunt as she lounged on a sofa. Then again, hell knows, maybe it did happen. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that at the present time the house was owned by the very Masolit that prior to his appearance at Patriarch's Ponds was chaired by the unfortunate Mikhail Alexandrovich Berlioz. Thanks to the ever-casual members of Masolit, no one called the mansion Griboyedov House. Instead, everyone simply said Griboyedov. I spent 2 hours knocking around at Griboyedov yesterday. Well, wheedled myself a month's vacation in Yalta. Good man. Or perhaps, go and see Berlioz. He'll be available from 4 to 5 in Griboyedov. And so on. Masolit established itself in Griboyedov in the cosiest of fashions. Anyone entering Griboyedov would first involuntarily become acquainted with notices posted by various sports clubs, as well as individual and group photographs of Masolit members hanging, the photos, that is, on the walls of the staircase leading to the second floor. The very first room on this upper floor had a large sign on its doors that read, Angling Cottage Section, and right next to it was a picture of a carp snagged on a line. Something slightly less clear was written on door number 2. One day creative trips, apply with M.V. Podlodznaya. The next door bore a short but utterly incomprehensible sign, Pereligina. Thereafter the chance visitor to Griboyedov would be overwhelmed by numerous inscriptions scattered over the aunt's walnut doors. Paper queue, C. Poklyovkina. Cashier, sketch writer's personal accounts. Cutting through the longest queue that started far below in the foyer, one could see the inscription on a door that faced a fresh onslaught of people every second. Housing question. The housing question was followed by a magnificent poster depicting a cloaked horseman riding along the crest of a cliff with a rifle slung over his shoulder. Below him, a young man with a forelock, sitting on a balcony surrounded by palm trees, staring off into the distance with ever so lively eyes and holding a fountain pen. Inscription: all-inclusive, writing holidays from 2 weeks, short story, novella, to 1 year, novel, trilogy. Yalta, Suksu, Borovia, Siksitsiri, Mahinjauri, Leningrad, Winter Palace. This door also had a queue, but not as excessive. A mere 150 people or so. Then, following the whimsical curves, lifts and dips of Griboyedov House, came Masolit Board. Cashiers numbers 2, 3, 4, 5. Editorial Board. Masolit Chairman. Billiard Room. Various secondary offices. And finally, the very room with the columns where the aunt enjoyed her brilliant nephew's comedy. Any visitor to Griboyedov, unless of course he was a complete dunce, would immediately realise just how well-off and fortunate the members of Masolit were, and the blackest of envies would instantly begin to consume him, and he would bitterly reproach the heavens for not endowing him with literary talent, without which Naturally, one could not even dream of owning a Masolit membership pass. Brown, smelling of expensive leather, with a broad golden border, it was a pass known to all of Moscow. Who would dare say a word in defence of envy? It is an emotion of the wicked kind, but we must also put ourselves in the visitor's shoes. For what he saw on the second floor was not all, and far from it. The entire bottom floor of the aunt's house was occupied by a restaurant, and what a restaurant it was! It was justly considered the best in Moscow. And not just because it took up 2 vast halls with vaulted ceilings, painted with lilac horses with Assyrian manes, not just because every table had a shaded lamp, not just because any regular man off the street could not dine there, but also because the quality of food at Griboyedov beat any other restaurant in Moscow hands down, and because this food was delivered at a very moderate, none too taxing price. Thus, there is nothing surprising in the following conversation, once overheard by the author of these most truthful words, by Griboyedov's cast-iron fence.
"Where are you dining tonight, Ambrosi?"
Do you have to ask? Here, of course, my dear Foka. Archibald Archibaldovich whispered to me today that they have perch au naturel à la carte. Divine little thing.
"You certainly know how to live it up, Ambrosi,"
sighed Foka, a skinny, neglected man with a carbuncle on his neck, at the giant, lush-lipped, golden-haired, plump-cheeked Ambrosi the poet.
I know nothing out of the ordinary, objected Ambrosi. I only have the perfectly natural desire to live like a human being. You'll tell me, Foka, that you can find perch at the Colosseum as well. But at the Colosseum, a portion of perch costs $13.15, whereas here it's $5.50. Furthermore, the perch at the Colosseum is 3 days old. And finally, over there you'll have absolutely no guarantee you won't get your muzzle whipped with a bunch of grapes by the first young man to burst in from Theatre Drive. No, I categorically oppose the Colosseum, thundered the gastronome Ambrosi for the entire boulevard to hear. Don't you try to convince me, Foka.
"I'm not trying to convince you, Ambrosi,"
squealed Foka,
"but one can dine at home."
Thank you humbly,
Ambrosi trumpeted.
I can imagine your wife struggling with her tiny pot in the communal kitchen at home, trying to construct perch au naturel à la carte. Au revoir, Foka.
And singing, Ambrosi headed for the tent-covered veranda.
Yes, those were the days. Moscow's old-timers remember the famous Griboyedov. What are poached perch à la carte? Cheap trifles, my dear Ambrosi. What about sturgeon? Sturgeon in a silver pot, pieces of sturgeon interlaid with lobster tails and fresh caviar, and the eggs en cocotte, with mushroom puree served in little cups. Or perhaps you didn't like the thrush fillets, with truffles. Quails à la genoise, $10.50. And the jazz, and the courteous service. In July, when the whole family's off in the country, while urgent literary business keeps you in town, how about a bowl of soupe printanière, placed in the golden circle, on a pristine tablecloth, on a veranda in the shade of the grapevines? Remember, Ambrosi? I don't even need to ask. I can tell by your lips you do. What are your white fish and your perch? What about the snipe, the jack snipe, the great snipe, the woodcock when in season, the quail, the sandpiper, the fizz of mineral water in your mouth? But enough. You grow distracted, reader. Follow me. At 10:30 on the evening, when Berlioz died on the Patriarchs, only one room was lit on Griboyedov's top floor, where 12 writers who had gathered for the meeting were languishing as they waited for Mikhail Alexandrovich. Sitting on chairs, tables, and even on 2 of the windowsills in the Masolit boardroom, those present were suffering badly on account of the hot spell. Not a single breath of fresh air entered the open windows. Moscow was releasing the heat accumulated by day in the asphalt, and it was clear that night would bring no relief.
The smell of onions floated up from the restaurant kitchen in the basement of the aunt's house. Everyone was thirsty, everyone was wound up, and everyone was angry. The novelist, Beskudnikov, a quiet, decently dressed man with attentive yet elusive eyes, took out his watch. The hands crept on to 11. Beskudnikov tapped his finger on the dial and showed it to the neighbouring poet, Dvobratsky, who was sitting on a table and dangling his rubber-soled yellow shoes in boredom. "Really now," grumbled Dvobratsky. "Lad must have gotten stuck on the Kleasma," came the thick voice of Natasya Lukinishna Nepremyonova. Orphaned daughter of a Moscow merchant, she became a writer and now composed naval battle tales under the pen name Skipper George. "Excuse me," the popular sketch writer Zagrivov began boldly. "Right now, I'd much rather be sipping some tea on the balcony instead of boiling in here. The meeting was scheduled for 10, wasn't it?" "Very nice right now on the Kleasma," Skipper George egged on, knowing that the writer's cottage colony of Pereligina on the Kleasma River was a sore point for everyone. "Nightingales must be out singing by now. I always find it easier to work in the country, especially in springtime." "It's the 3rd year now that I'm making payments to send my sick wife to that heaven, but somehow nothing ever floats my way," said the novelist Jeronim Poprikin with bitter venom. "Some get lucky, some don't," droned the critic Ababkov from the windowsill. Skipper George's beady eyes lit up with delight as she gloated, softening her contralto voice. "Let's not get jealous, folks. There are only 22 cottages, and they're only building 7 more, whereas there are 3,000 of us here in Masulit."
3,111,
someone put in from the corner. "You see," continued the skipper,
what can we do? Naturally, the more talented of us receive the cottages."
"Yeah, the generals," cut in Gluharioff, the scenarist joining the squabble. Yawning artificially, Beskudnikov left the room. 5 rooms in Pereligina for 1 man, Gluharioff called after him. "Lavrovich has 6, cried Deniskin, and an oak-panelled dining room." "Buh, right now that's not the problem," droned Ababkov. "The problem is that it's 11:30. A din arose, and a rebellion of sorts was brewing. They started to call the loathsome Pereligina, got the wrong number, Lavrovich's, and discovered that Lavrovich had left for the river, which made them even more upset. They randomly called the Commission of Fine Literature at extension number 930, and, of course, found no one there. "He could have called," shouted Deniskin, Gluharioff, and Quant. Alas, their cries were in vain. Mikhail Alexandrovich could no longer call anybody. Far, far away from Griboyedov, in a giant room lit by 1,000-watt bulbs, there lay on 3 zinc tables what had so recently been Mikhail Alexandrovich. On the first, a naked body caked in dry blood, with a broken arm and crushed ribcage. On the second, a head with missing front teeth and cloudy, wide-open eyes that no longer feared the blinding light. On the last, a pile of crusty rags. By the beheaded corpse stood a professor of forensic medicine, a pathological anatomist and his dissector, representatives of the investigation, and Mikhail Alexandrovich Berlioz's assistant director, the writer Zildibin, summoned by telephone from a sick wife's bedside. The car picked up Zildibin and first took him and the investigators to the victim's apartment to seal his papers. This was around midnight. Only then did they all head to the morgue. Those standing by the remains of the deceased were now conferring on whether it was best to sew the severed head to the stump of the neck, or simply to wrap the body tightly to the chin in black cloth and thus lay it out in the Griboyedov hall. Yes, Mikhail Alexandrovich could not call anybody, and all the protesting and shouting done by Deniskin, Gluharioff, Quant, and Beskudnikov was completely pointless. Exactly at midnight, all 12 writers left the top floor and descended to the restaurant. Here they again silently cursed Mikhail Alexandrovich. Naturally, all the tables on the veranda had already been taken, and they would have to eat in the pretty but stuffy inner halls. And exactly at midnight, Something boomed, rang, spilled, and jumped in the first of these halls. Immediately, a high-pitched male voice screamed desperately to the music, "Hallelujah!" The famous Griboyetov jazz band had struck up. The sweaty faces seemed to glow, the painted horses on the ceiling seemed to come alive, the lamps seemed to spill more light, and suddenly both halls burst into dance, as if unleashed, along with the veranda. Gluharioff danced off with the poetess Tamara Half-Moon. Quant danced. The novelist Zhukopov danced with some film star in a yellow dress. Dragunsky danced. Cherdakchi danced. The tiny Deniskin danced with the gigantic Skipper George. The gorgeous architect Shmekenagul danced, gripped firmly by some stranger in white canvas pants. The locals and the guests danced, the Muscovites and the visitors, the writer Johann from Kronstadt, some guy named Vitaly Kowoftik with a purple blemish all over his cheek, apparently a stage director from Rostov. The leading representatives of Masolit's poetry sub-department danced, namely Pavianov, Bogohulsky, Sladsky, Spichkin, and Adelfina Bowodzdiak. Several young men of unknown occupation danced, sporting crew cuts and shoulder pads. Some very old man with a piece of onion stuck in his beard danced, and with him a sickly anaemic elderly girl in a wrinkled dress of orange silk. Sweating profusely, waiters carried frosty beer steins over people's heads, shouting hoarsely and hatefully, "Pardon me, sir!" Somewhere a voice commanded through a loudspeaker, "1 kaski shish kebab, 2 zubrovkas, home-style tripe." The high-pitched voice no longer sang but howled, "Hallelujah!" Slamming cymbals rose occasionally over the deafening clatter of dishes, lowered by dishwashers into the kitchen via an incline. In short, pure hell. And, come midnight, hell produced a vision. A handsome, dark-eyed man, in a tailcoat, with a dagger-like beard, came onto the veranda and cast a regal gaze over his domain. Mystics speak of a time when it was not a tailcoat the man wore, but a broad leather belt with pistol butts sticking out. When crimson silk was tied round his raven-black hair, and when there sailed on the Caribbean seas a brig under his command, bearing a deadly black flag with skull and crossbones. But no, the mystic enchanters lie, for there are no Caribbean seas in the world. No hot-headed buccaneers to sail upon them, no corvettes to give chase, no cannon smoke to drift over the waves. There isn't any of that, nor has there ever been. The sickly linden over there, that exists, and the cast-iron gate, and beyond it the boulevard, and the ice melts in the bowl, and someone's bloodshot, bovine eyes glare from the neighbouring table, and it is all so horrible. Horrible! Oh, gods, ye gods of mine, give me poison. Poison. Suddenly, a name came up at one of the tables. Berlioz! The jazz fell apart and fell silent, as if struck by a fist. What? Berlioz! And up they went, clamouring. Yes. A wave of grief rose at the terrible news about Mikhail Alexandrovich. Someone very agitated insisted that everyone must immediately, right here, right now, without moving an inch, compose some sort of collective telegram and send it off at once. But what sort of telegram, we ask? And where to? And why send it? And again, where? And how could a telegram be of any use to him whose crushed nape is even now being squeezed by the dissector's rubbery hands, whose neck is even now being stabbed by the professor's crooked needles? He is dead, and he doesn't need any telegrams. It is all over. Let us burden the telegraph no more. Yes, he is dead, quite dead, but we are still alive. True, there rose a wave of grief and held a while, but then it began to recede. A few here and there returned to their tables, and, covertly at first, and then quite openly, had a sip of vodka and a bite to eat. After all, why waste the chicken cutlets de volaille? How will that help Mikhail Alexandrovich? By keeping us hungry? We are still alive, after all. Now, the piano was locked up, of course, the band dismissed, and several journalists left for their offices to compose obituaries. Word was out that Zeldibin had returned from the morgue. He situated himself in the deceased man's office upstairs, which immediately started a rumour that he would be the one to succeed Berlioz. Zeldibin summoned all 12 members of the management board from the restaurant, and the urgent meeting in Berlioz's office began with the discussion of pressing questions on decorating the colonnaded Griboyedov Hall, on transporting the body from the morgue to this hall, on access to the body, and on other issues relating to the heartbreaking event. Meanwhile, the restaurant returned to nightly business as usual. It would have carried on thus till closing time, or 4 o'clock in the morning, had there not transpired something completely bizarre, something that shocked the patrons far more than the news of Berlioz's death. The first to notice were the cabbies waiting outside Griboyedov's gates. Rising in his seat, one of them could be heard shouting, "Whoa, just look at that!" Then out of nowhere, a tiny light flickered into existence by the cast-iron fence and began to approach the veranda. Rising at their tables and peering into the distance, the patrons witnessed a white apparition marching on the restaurant along with the light. As it approached the trellis, everybody froze, with eyes wide open and pieces of sturgeon still on their forks. The doorman, who had stepped outside from the cloakroom for a smoke, stamped out his cigarette and made to block the apparition from entering the restaurant. But for some reason he failed to follow through and stopped, grinning stupidly. Passing through the trellis, the unhindered apparition stepped onto the veranda. Everyone now saw that it was not an apparition at all, but the famous poet, Ivan Nikolaevich Homeless. He was barefoot, in striped white long-johns, and a faded paper icon of some unknown saint was affixed by a safety pin to his torn white shirt. In his hand, Ivan Nikolaevich was carrying a lit church candle. His right cheek was freshly bruised. It would have been difficult to measure the depth of the silence that fell on the veranda. Beer poured from a tilted stein in the hands of a waiter. The poet raised the candle above his head and said loudly, "Greetings, friends!" He then looked under the nearest table and exclaimed miserably, "No, he's not there." 2 voices came. A merciless bass said, "Done deal. Delirium tremens." A second frightened female voice spoke, "How did the police let him walk around in that outfit?" Ivan Nikolaevich heard the second comment and explained, "Tried to stop me twice, once on Skatyertny and once here on Bronire, except I jumped a fence and scratched my cheek." Here Ivan Nikolaevich raised his candle and cried out, "Brothers in literature!" His hoarse voice grew stronger and more passionate. "Hear me all, for he has come. Catch him immediately, or he will cause untold trouble." "What? What? What did he say? Who has come?" came voices from every direction. "The consultant," Ivan replied. "And this consultant has just murdered Misha Berlioz on the Patriarchs." At this, everyone poured out from the inner halls onto the veranda, forming a crowd round Ivan's flame. Excuse me, could you explain that?" A quiet, polite voice spoke into Ivan's ear. "Could you tell us who murdered him? Who?" "A foreign consultant, a professor and a spy," Ivan replied, gazing round. "What's his name?" the voice in his ear asked softly. "That's the thing, the name," Ivan cried miserably. "If only I knew the name. I couldn't make it out on the business card. I just remembered the W. The name, it starts with a W. What was that name with a W?" Ivan asked himself, grasping his forehead and muttering, Vashna, Wagner, Vina, Vegna, Winter. The hair on Ivan's head began to crawl with strain. "Wolf?" some woman cried piteously. Ivan grew angry. "Idiot!" he cried, searching out the speaker with his eyes. "What's Wolf got to do with it? Wolf didn't do anything. Vo! No! I just can't remember like this. Listen, folks, call the police at once. Tell them to send 5 motorcycles equipped with machine guns to catch the professor. Oh, and don't forget to mention there are 2 others with him. Some tall, checkered guy, cracked pince-nez, and this fat black cat. In the meantime, I'll search Griboyedov. I can sense it. He's here." Ivan grew anxious, pushed aside the onlookers, and began to wave his candle around, looking under the tables and spilling wax on himself. Then someone said, "We need a doctor." And a gentle, plump, fleshy, clean-shaven face in horn-rimmed glasses appeared before Ivan. "Comrade Homeless," the face began in a podium voice, "please calm down. You're upset by the death of everyone's beloved Mikhail Alexandrovich. No, let me simply say, Misha Berlioz. We understand perfectly. You need rest. Your friends will see you to bed, and you'll forget." "Listen," Ivan interrupted, baring his teeth. "We need to catch the professor. Don't you get it? And instead you go pestering me with this nonsense, you cretin." "Comrade Homeless, I beg your pardon," said the face, reddening and retreating, already regretting it ever got involved in this mess. "No," said Ivan Nikolaevich, with quiet hatred. "You, of all people, I have no intention to pardon." A spasm distorted his face as he quickly transferred the candle from right hand to left, took a broad swing, and hit the sympathetic face on the ear. At this point, the onlookers had the presence of mind to throw themselves at Ivan, and throw themselves they did. The candle blew out, and the glasses that had popped off the face were instantly crushed. Ivan let out a fierce battle cry, heard to everyone's delight as far as the boulevard, and began to defend himself. Dishes clattered as they fell from tables, and women began to scream. While the waiters were tying up the poet with some napkins, the brig commander addressed the doorman in the cloakroom. "Did you see the Long Johns?" the pirate asked coldly. "Yes, Archibald Archibaldovich," the doorman answered timidly. "But how could I not let the gentleman by if he's a Massolit member?" "Did you see the Long Johns?" repeated the pirate. "Forgive me, Archibald Archibaldovich," said the doorman, turning purple. "What could I do? I understand there are ladies on the veranda and all." "The ladies have nothing to do with it. They don't care," answered the pirate, literally burning up the doorman with his eyes. "The police care. A man in underwear can walk the streets of Moscow in but one case. If he is being escorted by the police, and for but one destination, a police station. And as a doorman, you ought to know that if you see such a man, you must immediately sound your whistle. Can you hear?" Scared out of his wits, the doorman heard battle yelps, the sound of dishes shattering, and women's cries from the veranda. "What am I to do with you?" asked the buccaneer. The doorman's skin took on a typhoid hue, and life drained from his eyes. He imagined the presently combed and parted black hair covered with fiery silk. The shirt and tailcoat vanished, and instead a pistol handle jutted out from a leather belt. The doorman pictured himself strung up on the foretop yardarm. His eyes saw his own tongue dangling from his own lifeless, drooping head, and he even heard the splashing of waves overboard. The doorman's knees buckled. But then the buccaneer took pity on him and extinguished his glare. "Watch it, Nikolai. This is the last time.
We wouldn't need doormen like you in this restaurant if they came free of charge. You'd be better suited to working in a church."
Having said this, the commander gave precise, quick and clear orders.
"Get Pantelei from the bar, police, protocol, transportation to the mental clinic." And he added, "Blow your whistle."
In a quarter of an hour, amazed onlookers had gathered not only in the restaurant, but also on the boulevard, and in house windows facing the garden, watching Pantelei, the doorman, a policeman, a waiter, and the poet Ruekin as they left Griboyedov's gates, carrying a young man who was swaddled like a mummy and weeping uncontrollably. Choking on his tears, the young man kept spitting, trying especially hard to hit Ruekin, and screaming, "Bastard!" The mean-faced truck driver started his engine. A cabby was warming up his horse nearby, thrashing it with violent reins, shouting, "Try this racer! I've driven to the clinic before!" The crowd buzzed all around, discussing the extraordinary occurrence. In other words, it was a filthy, repugnant, swinish, tempting scandal, which ended only when the truck left Griboyedov's gates, carrying the unfortunate Ivan Nikolaevich, the policeman, Pantelei, and Ruekin.
Chapter 6. Schizophrenia, as described. It was 1:30 in the morning when a man with a pointed beard, draped in a white coat, entered the examining room of the famous psychiatric clinic built recently on the outskirts of Moscow by the riverbank. Inside, 3 orderlies had their eyes glued to Ivan Nikolaevich, who was sitting on a couch. A very agitated poet, Ruekin, sat nearby. The napkins used to bind Ivan Nikolaevich lay in a pile on the same couch. Ivan Nikolaevich's arms and legs were free. Seeing the man enter, Ruekin grew pale, coughed, and said timidly, "Hello, doctor." The doctor bowed to Ruekin, looking, however, at Ivan Nikolaevich. The latter sat perfectly still, his face angry and his eyebrows furled, without batting an eyelid at the doctor's appearance. "Here, doctor," Ruekin began, whispering clandestinely for some reason, and glancing nervously at Ivan Nikolaevich. "Ivan homeless, a famous poet, you see. We're afraid it might be delirium tremens." "Is he a heavy drinker?" the doctor asked through his teeth. "No, he's been known to have a few, but nowhere near enough to—" "Has he tried to chase imaginary cockroaches, rats, little devils, or jumping dogs?" "No," replied Ruekin, shuddering. I saw him yesterday and also this morning. He seemed perfectly healthy." "Why the long johns, brought here straight from bed?" "He came to the restaurant like this, doctor." Uh-huh, said the doctor, very satisfied. "Why the bruises? Did he get in a fight?" "He jumped a fence and then hit this one guy in the restaurant, and then a few more." Right, said the doctor, and turning to Ivan, added, "Hello."
"Greetings, wrecker!"
Ivan replied loudly and angrily. Ruekin was so embarrassed that he dared not even look at the polite doctor, but the latter was not at all offended. Instead, he took off his glasses, with a deft and familiar motion, and lifting his coat, concealed them in the rear pocket of his trousers. Then he asked Ivan, "How old are you?"
"Would you all go to hell already?"
Ivan shouted rudely and turned away. "Why are you angry? Have I said anything unpleasant?"
"I'm 23 years old,"
Ivan said impatiently,
"and I'm going to file complaints on all of you. You especially, parasite."
He addressed Ruekin in particular. "And what is it you intend to complain about?"
"The fact that I, an absolutely normal person, have been snatched and dragged forcibly to the madhouse,"
Ivan replied wrathfully. Ruekin looked more carefully at Ivan and felt a chill. There was not a trace of insanity in the man's eyes. No longer clouded, as they had been at Griboyedov, they regained their old clarity. Goodness gracious, Ruekin thought anxiously. He's completely normal. What nonsense. Why did we drag him out here, really? Sane. Just got his face scratched up is all.
"You are not in a madhouse," the doctor informed calmly, sitting down on a white stool mounted on a shiny metal foot. "You are at a clinic where no one will detain you without need." Ivan Nikolaevich glanced at him suspiciously, but nonetheless muttered, "Thank God. Finally, a single normal person among all these idiots, the chief one being this hack Sashka." "Who is this Sashka hack?" inquired the doctor. "This one, Ruekin," Ivan replied, shoving his dirty finger in Ruekin's direction. The latter lit up with indignation. "That's my thanks," he thought bitterly. "That's for showing compassion. What a piece of garbage." "A typical kulak mentality," spoke Ivan Nikolaevich, evidently bent on denouncing Ruekin. "And trying to masquerade as a proletariat, no less. Look at his bland expression, and see if you can juxtapose it with the loud rhymes he wrote for May Day. Rise up and unfold. Take a look inside him, see what he thinks. You'd gasp." Ivan Nikolaevich laughed sinisterly. The red-faced Ruekin breathed heavily and thought only of how he had warmed a serpent on his bosom, how he had tried to help someone who turned out to be a malicious enemy. Worst of all, there was nothing he could do. Who would squabble with a mental patient? "So why were you brought here exactly?" asked the doctor, having listened carefully to Homeless's accusations. "Oh, damn the blockheads to hell! Grabbed me, tied me up with some rags, and hauled me off in a truck." "Then let me ask you why you wore underwear to the restaurant." "Nothing out of the ordinary here," Ivan replied. "I went for a swim in the Moscow River, and someone made off with my clothes and left me these rags. What, was I supposed to run round Moscow naked? I put them on because I was in a hurry to get to Griboyedov's restaurant." The doctor looked inquisitively at Ruekin, who muttered grimly, "That's what the restaurant is called." "I see," said the doctor. "And why were you in such a hurry? Some business meeting?" "I'm hunting this consultant," replied Ivan Nikolaevich, glancing round anxiously. "What consultant?" "Do you know Berlioz?" Ivan asked meaningfully. "The composer?" Ivan became upset. "What composer?" "Oh, yeah, no, the composer has the same name as Misha Berlioz." Ruekin had no desire to say anything, but was forced to explain. The Secretary-General of Massarit, Berlioz, was run over by a tram today on the Patriarchs. "Shut up! What do you know?" Ivan snapped at Ruekin. "I was there, not you. He intentionally set him up for the tram." "Pushed him?" "What's push got to do with it?" exclaimed Ivan, annoyed at the general obtuseness. "No one needed to push anyone. The things he can cook up, you'd best hold on to your hat. He knew in advance that Berlioz would fall under the tram." "Has anyone besides you seen this consultant?" "That's the problem. Only Berlioz and I." "Right. So what measures did you take to apprehend this killer?" Here the doctor turned and cast a glance at a woman in a white coat, who was sitting behind a desk off to the side. She took out a form and began to fill in the blanks. "Here's what measures. First I took a candle from the kitchen." "This one?" asked the doctor, pointing to a broken candle lying on the woman's desk next to the icon. "That's the one, and why the icon?" "The icon, well..." Ivan blushed. "The icon was the thing that got them so worked up." Again he thrust his finger at Ruekin. "But the thing is that this consultant, to put it frankly, he's mixed up with evil spirits. You can't catch him just like that." For some reason the orderlies straightened up and fixed their eyes on Ivan. "Oh, yes," Ivan continued. "Mixed up with them, all right. That's one incontrovertible fact. He personally spoke with Pontius Pilate. No need to stare at me. It's all true. He saw everything, the balcony, the palms. He's been to Pontius Pilate's. I vouch for it." "Well, well." "So, as it were, I pinned the icon to my chest and ran." Suddenly the clock struck twice. Hey! Ivan exclaimed, rising from the couch. "It's already 2. I'm losing time here. Excuse me, where's the phone?" "Let him use the phone," the doctor commanded to the orderlies. Ivan grasped the receiver, while the woman asked Ruekin quietly, "Is he married?" "Single," Ruekin answered fearfully. "Union member?" "Yes." "Police!" Ivan shouted into the receiver. "Police!
Whoever's on duty, please dispatch 5 motorcycles with machine guns to capture a foreign consultant. What? Drop by here, I'll come with you. I'm homeless, a poet. I'm in the madhouse. What's your address?
Holmes whispered to the doctor, covering the receiver with his hand, then shouted at the phone again.
Are you listening? Hello? Unbelievable!
He howled suddenly and flung the receiver at the wall. He then turned to the doctor, offered his hand, bid him goodbye dryly, and turned to leave. "Forgive me, but where is it you want to go?" spoke the doctor, peering into Ivan's eyes. "So late at night, in your underwear? You don't seem to be feeling too well. Stay with us a while."
Let me through,
Ivan said to the orderlies, blocking the door.
Are you going to let me through or not?
The poet cried in a fearsome voice. Ruekin trembled, and the woman pressed a button on her desk, causing a shiny box and a sealed bottle to pop out onto its glass surface.
Oh, yeah,
Ivan said, glancing round wildly like cornered prey.
All right, then. Farewell.
And he dived, head first at the window curtains. The impact was resounding, but the shatterproof glass behind the curtains held, and moments later Ivan was struggling in the hands of the orderlies. He rasped, trying to bite them, and screamed,
Nice glass you've got yourselves around here. Let go! Let go, I said!
A syringe flashed in the doctor's hand, and the woman sliced open the frail sleeve of Ivan's shirt with a single stroke, latching onto the arm with unwomanly strength. The air began to smell of ether. Ivan went limp in the hands of the 4 men, and the doctor deftly seized this opportunity to jab the needle into his arm. They held Ivan for several more seconds, and then lowered him onto the couch.
Bandits!
Ivan cried, and leapt up from the couch, but was immediately returned to his seat. As soon as he was let go, he jumped up again, but this time sat back down on his own. He was silent for a moment, gazing round savagely, then unexpectedly yawned and smiled spitefully.
Oh, locking me up after all,
he said, yawning again, and then lay down suddenly, placing his head on the pillow and sticking his fist under his cheek like a child. He kept muttering a while longer, his voice already sleepy and calm.
Very well, then. You'll be the ones regretting it. I warned you. So do as you will. As for me, I'm much more interested in Pontius Pilate right now. Pilate.
And he closed his eyes. "Bath him. Put him in the number 117 single, and keep an eye on him," ordered the doctor, replacing his glasses. Ruekin shuddered again. The white doors slid noiselessly open, revealing a hallway lit by blue night lights. A stretcher rolled out from the hallway on rubber wheels. The pacified Ivan was transferred to it and carted off down the hallway, the doors closing behind him. "Doctor," Ruekin whispered in shock. "Is he really sick, then?" "Oh, yes," said the doctor. "What's wrong with him?" Ruekin asked timidly. The tired doctor glanced at Ruekin and said wearily, "Overexcitation of motor and speech functions. Delirious interpretations. Looks like a complex case. Schizophrenia, I would assume, and the alcoholism as well." From the doctor's words, Ruekin understood only that Ivan Nikolaevich was apparently not too well. He sighed and asked, what was all that consultant business he kept bringing up? He probably saw someone who struck his troubled imagination, or perhaps he was hallucinating. Several minutes later, the truck was carrying Ruekin back to Moscow. Dawn was approaching, and the light from lampposts still glowing along the side of the road was now unnecessary and unpleasant. The driver was angry on account of a wasted night and pushed the truck as fast as it would go, making it skid on the turns. The forest tapered off, vanishing behind them, and the river veered sideways. A multitude of objects now poured past the truck. Fences with sentry booths, stacks of wood, tall posts, masts with spools of wire, heaps of rubble,
canals etching through the land. In short, you could feel Moscow approaching, right around the corner, about to leap out and swallow you. Ruekin was tossed and jerked in the back, and the stump of wood he was sitting on kept trying to slip out from underneath him. The restaurant napkins rolled all over the truck bed, thrown there by Pantelei and the policeman who had left earlier. Ruekin tried to gather them up, but then hissed maliciously, "To hell with them! Why should I crawl around here like an idiot?" He pushed them aside with his foot and looked away. The passengers' spirits were terribly low. It became clear that his visit to the asylum had left an extremely unpleasant mark. Ruekin tried to understand what tormented him so. The hallway with blue lights stuck in his memory. The thought that nothing could be worse than losing one's mind. Yes, they certainly had a part in it, but they were merely general observations. There was something else. What was it? The insult. That's what. Yes, the insulting words that Homeless had hurled right in his face. And it was not their hurtful tone that made them so bad, but the fact that they were true. No longer looking up and staring only at the filthy, vibrating floor, the poet muttered, whined, and gnawed at himself. The poetry. He was 32 years old. So what now? Really? Now he would continue to write several poems a year? Till he grew old? Yes, till he grew old. What will these poems bring him? Fame? What rubbish! At least don't try to deceive yourself. Fame will never come to one who writes bad poetry. And what makes it so bad? The truth. He spoke the truth. Ruekin badgered himself mercilessly. I don't believe in a single word I write. The poet swayed, envenomed by his inner breakdown, and then the floor underneath him stopped shaking. Ruekin raised his head and saw that he was already in Moscow, and furthermore that dawn had broken over the city, that the clouds were lit from underneath with gold, that the truck had stopped, stuck in a column of traffic by the boulevard turn, and that directly opposite him a metal man stood on a pedestal, tilting his head slightly and staring indifferently at the street. Strange thoughts flooded the afflicted poet's head. Now here's an example of true luck. Ruekin stood up on the truck's platform and raised his hand, attacking the completely harmless Iron Man. No matter where he went in life, no matter what happened to him, everything went his way, everything turned to fame. But what has he actually done? I can't grasp it. What's so special about those words? Storm has set the sky in shadow. I don't understand. Luck, dumb luck, Ruekin concluded bitterly, and felt the truck move underneath him. That white guardsman shot him and smashed his hip and assured him immortality. The column of traffic budged. Feeling completely ill and very old, the poet stepped on to the Griboyedov veranda not 2 minutes later. It was already empty. A group was finishing drinks in the corner, a familiar MC fussing around in its midst, wearing a skull cap and holding a glass of Abrau in his hand. Burdened with napkins, Ruekin was very warmly met by Archibald Archibaldovich, and instantly relieved of the cursed rags. Were Ruekin not so torn up by the clinic visit and the truck ride, he probably would have relished recounting all that took place in the hospital and embellishing his story with fictional details. But right now he had other things on his mind. Moreover, oblivious though Ruekin was, the torture he experienced on the truck made him look carefully into the pirate's face for the first time. He saw that although the man was asking about Homeless and even exclaiming, "Oh my," he was actually quite indifferent to Homeless's fate and did not pity him in the least. And good for him. That's the way to be, thought Ruekin, consumed by cynical, self-destructive hatred. He cut short his tale of schizophrenia and said, "Archibald Archibaldovich, perhaps a sip of vodka?" The pirate put on a sympathetic face and whispered, "Understood, right this minute."
and waved to a waiter. 15 minutes later, Ruekin hunched over a plate of fish in complete solitude, downing shot after shot, realizing and admitting that nothing in his life could be fixed any more, but only forgotten. The poet had wasted his night while others celebrated, and knew now that he could not bring it back. He needed but to raise his head from the lamp to the sky to see that the night had irreversibly gone. The waiters hurriedly tore the tablecloths off the tables. The cats, sneaking by the veranda, had a distinctly morning look. Daytime advanced relentlessly on the poet. Chapter 7. A Fishy Apartment. If someone had told Styopa Likodiev the next morning, "Styopa, get up this instant or you'll be shot," Styopa would have said, in a languid, barely audible voice,
"Shoot me, do whatever you want with me, but I'm not getting up."
Forget getting up. It seemed to him that he could not even open his eyes, for the moment he did, a lightning bolt would smash his head to pieces. Giant bells rang in his head. Brown blobs with fiery green rims floated between his eyeballs and closed lids, and topping it all was a feeling of nausea, seemingly connected to the sound of some really annoying gramophone. Styopa tried to remember what had happened, but only one memory sprang to mind. Yesterday he had apparently stood in an unknown location, holding a napkin, and trying to kiss some lady, whom he promised to visit the next day exactly at noon. The lady protested, saying, No, I won't be home," while Styopa insisted firmly, "Well, I will be there anyway." The identity of the lady, and for that matter, the current time, date and month, were a mystery to Styopa. Worst of all, he could not tell where he was. Trying to at least establish the latter, he peeled open his stuck left eyelid. Something glowed dimly in the shadows. Styopa finally recognized the object as the dresser mirror, and realized that he was lying flat on his bed, the jeweller's wife's former bed, in the bedroom. Then his head was struck by a jolt of pain so powerful that he shut his eye and moaned. Let us explain. Styopa Likodiev, director of the Variety Theatre, awakened that morning in his own apartment, which he happened to share with the deceased Berlioz, in a large, 6-story, U-shaped building on Sadovaya Street. It should be noted that this apartment, number 50, had long had a bad, or at least odd, reputation. A mere 2 years ago, it was owned by the jeweller de Fougeret's widow. Anna Franchevna de Fougeret, a respectable and very practical 50-year-old lady, leased 3 of her 5 rooms to tenants, one apparently named Belomut, and another whose name has been lost. And then 2 years ago, inexplicable phenomena began to occur in the apartment. Its residents began disappearing without trace. One weekend, a policeman showed up at the apartment and called a tenant, the one whose name has been lost, to the hall, asking him to drop by the police station for a few minutes to sign something or other. The tenant ordered Anfise, Anna Franchevna's long-time and devoted housekeeper, to tell anyone who called that he would be back in 10 minutes, and then left together with the respectful, white-gloved policeman. However, he did not return in the next 10 minutes, or, for that matter, ever. Most surprisingly, the policeman seemingly disappeared along with him. The God-fearing, or, to put it frankly, superstitious Anfise told a very upset Anna Franchevna straight out that witchcraft was to blame, and that she knew full well who had snatched the tenant and the policeman, only she did not wish to speak his name this close to night-time. Now, it is well known that witchcraft need but begin, and then nothing can stop it. The tenant disappeared around Monday. On Wednesday, Belomut also vanished from the face of the earth, though under different circumstances. In the morning, the company car arrived as usual to take him to work, and take him it did. But it neither brought anyone back, nor returned itself. Madame Belomut's horror and grief defied description. But alas, both sentiments were short-lived. On the same night, upon returning from the countryside, where she had urgently needed to go with Anfise for some reason, Anna Franchevna did not find Mrs. Bellamute in the apartment. What's more, the doors of both rooms occupied by the Bellamute couple had been sealed. 2 days passed. On the third day, Anna Franchevna, afflicted throughout all this by insomnia, again departed hastily for the countryside. Needless to say, she did not return. Left alone, Anfise cried her fill and went to bed some time after 1 in the morning. What happened to her then is unknown, though neighbours would later say that all through the night a mysterious tapping emanated from the fully lit number 50. In the morning, they discovered that Anfise was gone as well. For a long time, various legends about the disappearances and the cursed apartment abounded in the building, such as, for example, that the dried-up, God-fearing Anfise had carried on her dried-up chest a suede bag containing 25 large diamonds belonging to Anna Franchevna, that in a wooden shed in the country, where Anna Franchevna had so speedily gone, untold treasures came to be discovered, including the aforementioned diamonds and gold coins from the Tsar's mint, and so on like that. Well, what we don't know, we can't vouch for. Anyway, the apartment remained sealed and empty for only a week, whereupon it was occupied by the late Berlioz with his spouse and this Stiopa fellow, also with a spouse. Naturally, as soon as they happened upon the wicked apartment, all hell broke loose. For starters, both of their spouses disappeared in the space of 1 month, albeit this time not without a trace. Berlioz's spouse was apparently seen in Kharkov with some ballet master, while Stiopa's surfaced on Bojedomka Street. It was rumoured that the varieties director, using his countless connections, had managed to get her a separate apartment, on the condition that she never show her face on Sadovaya again. And so Stiopa moaned. He contemplated calling Grunya, the housekeeper, and demanding an aspirin, but managed to realise this made no sense. Grunya, of course, would have nothing of the sort. He tried calling Berlioz for help, and twice moaned, "Misha, Misha," but, as you can imagine, received no reply. The apartment was perfectly silent. Wiggling his toes, Stiopa deduced that he was wearing socks. He passed his shaking hand over his hip to determine if he was wearing trousers, and failed to reach a conclusion. At last, realising that he was abandoned and alone, with no one to help him, Stiopa decided to get up, no matter what superhuman feats it might require. Stiopa unstuck his fused eyelids and saw himself reflected in the mirror as a man wearing a dirty collared shirt and tie, as well as long johns and socks. His hair was sticking every which way, his eyes were swollen, and his bloated face was covered with black stubble. Such was the image he saw in the mirror, and next to the mirror he saw an unknown man, all dressed in black and sporting a black beret. Stiopa sat down on his bed, and his bloodshot eyes popped out at the stranger as far as they could go. The stranger was first to break the silence, pronouncing the following words in a low, heavy voice and with a foreign accent.
"Good day, my dearest Stefan Bogdanovich."
There was a pause, after which Stiopa said with terrible effort,
"What do you want?"
and was amazed at how unrecognisable his voice had become. He said, "What?" in falsetto, "Do you?" in bass, and "want" did not emerge at all. The stranger smiled amicably, and took out a large gold watch with a diamond triangle on the lid. He let it ring 11 times, and said,
11. For exactly 1 hour I have been waiting for you to wake up, as you had scheduled our appointment for 10. So here I am.
Stiopa felt for his trousers on the chair next to the bed, and whispered, "Excuse me." He put them on, and asked hoarsely, "Could you please tell me your name?" It was very difficult to talk. Every word was a needle piercing his brain, causing infernal pain. "What? You've forgotten my name, too?" the stranger smiled.
"Forgive me,"
Stiopa rasped, experiencing new gifts from his hangover. He now felt as if the floor underneath him had collapsed, and he was about to plummet headfirst into the devil's den in the netherworld. "Dear Stefan Bogdanovich," the visitor began, smiling astutely, "all the aspirin in the world won't help you. Follow the wise old rule. Treat like with like. The only thing that can bring you back to life is 2 shots of vodka with something hot and spicy to follow." Stiopa was a cunning man. No matter how sick, he understood that since he had been caught with his pants down, he had better confess to everything.
"To tell you the truth,"
he began, barely moving his tongue.
"Yesterday I had a little—"
"Not a word more," the visitor replied, and slid aside on his chair. His eyes bulging, Stiopa saw a tray served on a small table. It contained sliced white bread, pressed caviar in a tiny bowl, pickled white mushrooms on a saucer, something in a little pot, and finally vodka, in a spacious decanter belonging to the jeweller's wife. Stiopa was especially amazed by the fact that the decanter was foggy from the cold. This was to be expected, however, for it sat in a bowl packed full of ice. In other words, everything was served up neatly and skilfully. The stranger prevented Stiopa's astonishment from reaching painful proportions by deftly pouring him half a shot of vodka. "And you?" squeaked Stiopa. "With pleasure." Stiopa raised the glass to his mouth with a quivering hand, while the stranger downed his own shot in a single gulp. Chewing on some caviar, Stiopa squeezed out the words, "What about you? A bite to eat?" "Many thanks, but I never snack with my liquor," the stranger replied and poured a second shot. They opened the pot, revealing frankfurters in tomato sauce. The accursed green blobs dissolved before his eyes. Words began to come out more easily, and, most importantly, Stiopa remembered a few things. More specifically, that he had been in Shodnia yesterday, at a cottage belonging to the sketch-writer Hustov, who had him delivered there in a taxi. He even recalled how they had hired the cab by the Metropole, with that actor? Or maybe he wasn't an actor. He had a portable gramophone. Yes. It was at the cottage. Even the dogs were howling at the sound of that gramophone. Only the lady Stiopa had tried to kiss remained unexplained. Hell knew who she was. Possibly worked in radio, or maybe not. In this fashion, the previous day cleared up gradually. Right now, however, Stiopa was far more interested in the present day, and particularly in the appearance of a stranger in his bedroom, with vodka and snacks, no less. That's what would be mighty nice to clear up. "Well, then, I trust you've remembered my name by now?" But Stiopa could only grin shamefacedly and spread his hands. "Really? I have a feeling that last night you helped yourself to some port after the vodka. With all due respect, that's never a good idea."
"I'd like to ask you to keep this between the two of us," Stiopa said in an ingratiating voice.
Of course. But naturally, I cannot vouch for Hustov."
"You know Hustov?"
"I caught a glimpse of this individual in your office yesterday, but even a cursory glance at his face was enough to see that he was a swine, a squabbler, an opportunist, and a toady." Absolutely right, Stiopa thought, astonished by such a precise, accurate, and succinct definition of Hustov. Piece by piece, the previous day was slowly coming together, and yet the Varieties director could not shake off his anxiety. The fact was that a gaping hole remained in the previous day's events. Say what you will, Stiopa could not possibly have seen this beret-wearing stranger in his office. Voland, Professor of Black Magic.
The visitor said weightily, noticing Stiopa's hesitation, and sequentially narrated all that had taken place. Yesterday afternoon he arrived in Moscow from abroad, headed immediately to Stiopa, and pitched his act to the Variety. Stiopa telephoned the Moscow Regional Performance Commission and settled the matter. Stiopa paled and flapped his eyelids. Signing a contract for 7 shows with Professor Voland, Stiopa's mouth fell open, and arranged to meet Voland today at 10 in the morning to discuss the details. And so Voland came. Upon arriving, he was met by Grunia, the housekeeper, who explained that she had just walked in herself, as she was not a live-in maid, that Berlioz was not at home, and that if the visitor wished to see Stefan Bogdanovich, he should proceed to the bedroom himself. Stefan Bogdanovich was so soundly asleep that she would not undertake to rouse him. Seeing Stefan Bogdanovich's condition, the artist sent Grunia to the nearest grocery for some vodka and a little food, and then to the pharmacy for ice and— "Let me settle with you for that," a mortified Stiopa whimpered, looking for his wallet.
"Oh, nonsense,"
exclaimed the performer, and would not hear of it. The vodka and the snacks were thus explained, and still Stiopa remained a miserable sight. He remembered decidedly nothing of the contract, and, so help him, had not met any Volands yesterday. Hustov was there, but Voland was not. "Could I take a look at the contract?" Stiopa asked quietly.
"Certainly, certainly."
Stiopa looked at the paper and froze. It was all there. First of all, Stiopa's own debonair signature, a slanted inscription on the side, penned by the hand of the financial director, Rimsky, authorizing the remittance of 10,000 roubles to the artist, Voland, in advance of 35,000 due for 7 performances. Moreover, here was Voland's own signature, indicating that he had already received these 10,000. What on earth is this? Stiopa wondered miserably, his head spinning. The onset of sinister memory gaps? But of course, now that the contract had been produced, further expressions of surprise would have been simply rude. Stiopa excused himself for a moment and ran in his socks to the phone in the hall. On the way there he yelled towards the kitchen, "Grunia!" There was no reply. Then he glanced at Berlioz's study, located next to the hall, and was, as they say, flabbergasted. An enormous wax seal was hanging on a string from the door handle. "Hello," rang out in Stiopa's head, "as if I haven't enough to deal with." Stiopa's thoughts diverged and headed off on twin tracks, but unfortunately the tracks ran parallel to each other and led hell knows where, as they often do in a crisis. The jumble inside Stiopa's head defied description. There was the diabolical mess with the character in the black beret, the chilled vodka, and the mind-boggling contract, and to add to that, will you please, a police seal on the door. Tell someone that Berlioz had gotten himself into some sort of trouble, and by God no one would believe it. And yet there's the seal, right here. Yep. And then Stiopa's mind began crawling with disturbing little thoughts about an article that he, as his lousy luck would have it, recently forced upon Mikhail Alexandrovich for publication in the journal. And strictly between us, a pretty stupid article too. Completely unnecessary, and for precious little money. On the heels of the article came the recollection of a politically dubious dinner-time conversation, transpiring some time around the evening of April the 24th, right here in the dining-room, where Stiopa was having dinner with Mikhail Alexandrovich. That is, the conversation could not exactly have been called dubious in the full sense of the word. Stiopa would never have let himself be pulled into that sort of talk, but the topic was a little unnecessary. One could have done perfectly well without it, folks. Prior to the seal, the conversation could undoubtedly have been regarded as trivial. But now that the seal was here— oh, Berlioz, simmered in Stiopa's head. I just can't get my head around it. But now was no time to grieve.
So Stiopa dialed the number of Variety's financial director, Rimsky.
Stiopa was in a tight spot. For one, the foreigner could take offence at the fact that Stiopa was running checks on him after seeing the contract, and, furthermore, the conversation with the financial director would be exceedingly difficult. After all, Stiopa could not just ask him, "Say, did I make a contract for 35,000 roubles with a professor of black magic yesterday?" That simply would not do. "Yes," came Rimsky's brusque, unpleasant voice from the receiver.
"Hello, Grigory Danilovich,"
Stiopa began quietly.
"It's Likudiev. Here's the thing. I have here this, Voland, the artist. So, then, I wanted to ask about tonight."
"Yeah, the black magician," Rimsky replied from the receiver. "The posters are almost done."
"Uh-huh," Stiopa said weakly. "Well, so long."
"So you'll be here soon?" Rimsky asked.
"Half an hour,"
Stiopa replied, hanging up, and clutched his burning head in his hands. Oh, what a nasty thing this was turning out to be. What's with the memory, folks, huh? However, delaying in the hall any longer would have been impolite. Stiopa instantly formed a plan. Do everything possible to conceal his incredible forgetfulness and, as the first order of business, cunningly get the foreigner to divulge exactly what it was he intended to show tonight at Stiopa's sworn responsibility, the Variety. Stiopa turned away from the phone towards the hall mirror, seldom dusted by the lazy Grunia, and distinctly saw the reflection of a very strange character. Tall as a post, and wearing a pince-nez. Oh, if only Ivan Nikolaevich were here, he'd recognize this character at once. The reflection appeared and vanished instantly. Alarmed, Stiopa peered further into the hall and was again shaken, for a gargantuan black cat passed by in the mirror and also disappeared. Stiopa's heart jolted and he staggered. "What's going on?" he thought. "Am I going mad? Where are these reflections coming from?" He glanced into the hall again and shouted fearfully, "Grunia, why is there a cat sauntering around in here? Where'd he come from? And who's that guy with him?" "Don't worry, Stefan Bogdanovich," came a voice, belonging not to Grunia, but to the guest in the bedroom. "The cat is mine. Don't be nervous. And as for Grunia, she's not here. I sent her to her hometown, Voronezh, as she's been complaining that you'll never give her time off." The words were so unexpected and absurd that Stiopa decided he'd heard wrong. He trotted to the bedroom in utter confusion and froze at the door. His hair began to crawl, and tiny drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. The guest no longer occupied the bedroom alone, but had company. A second chair contained the same odd fellow who had appeared previously in the hall. Now he could be clearly seen, a feathery moustache, one lens twinkling in the pince-nez, the other missing. But the bedroom contained something far worse. Assuming an inappropriate pose, a third visitor sprawled on the jeweller's wife's ottoman, namely, a black cat of terrifying proportions, holding a shot of vodka in one paw and a fork, which he had used to spear a pickled mushroom in the other. The bedroom's already dim light began to further recede in Stiopa's eyes. "So that's what madness feels like," he thought, grasping the doorpost. "I see you are a little surprised, my dearest Stefan Bogdanovich," Voland inquired of Stiopa, whose teeth were chattering. "And yet there's nothing to be surprised about. This is my entourage." Here the cat drank some vodka, and Stiopa's hand took a slide down the doorpost. "And this entourage demands room," Voland continued. "So you see, there is one tenant too many in this apartment, and it seems to me that extra someone is none other than you." "There's the one! There's the one!" sang the tall, checkered man in a goat-like voice, referring to Stiopa in the plural.
Besides, they've been quite the swine lately, drinking, using their position to get involved with women, doing a hell of nothing, not like they could do anything in the first place, seeing as how they can't make the tiniest sense of what they've been assigned, pulling wool over the boss's eyes.
Abusing the company car? Snitched the cat, chewing on his mushroom. And as Stiopa slipped all the way down to the floor, clawing at the doorpost with weakening hands, the fourth and final manifestation took place in the apartment. A short but exceptionally broad-shouldered creature stepped straight out of the dresser mirror, a bowler on his head and a fang jutting out of his mouth, rendering his already hideous visage even more revolting. To top it all off, he had flaming red hair.
As for me,
the new arrival contributed to the conversation,
I don't even understand how I got to be a director.
The redhead's voice grew more and more nasal.
He's as much a director as I am a bishop.
You don't look like a bishop, Azazello, noted the cat, piling frankfurters onto his plate.
That's what I'm saying,
the redhead twanged, and turning to Volland, added respectfully,
Permit me, Messiah, to kick him the hell out of Moscow.
Scram! The cat barked suddenly, his fur bristling. And then the bedroom began to spin around Stiopa. Hitting his head on the doorpost and losing consciousness, he thought, I'm dying. But he did not die. Opening his eyes slightly, he found himself sitting on something rocky. The air around him was full of noise. When he opened his eyes fully, he saw that the sounds came from the sea, and moreover, that the waves were breaking right at his feet, that, in fact, he was sitting on the very edge of a pier, with a sparkling blue sea ahead and a beautiful mountain city behind. Unsure of what to do in such situations, Stiopa rose on his shaking legs and headed to shore. A man was standing on the pier, smoking and spitting into the sea. He gave Stiopa a bewildered look and stopped spitting. Then Stiopa pulled the following stunt. He fell to his knees before the unknown smoker and said,
I beg you, tell me what city this is.
Really no, said the heartless smoker.
I'm not drunk,
Stiopa said hoarsely.
I'm ill. Something happened to me. I'm ill. Where am I? What city is this?
All right, it's Yalta. Stiopa sighed quietly and collapsed on his side, knocking his head on the warm stones of the pier.
Chapter 8. The Duel of the Professor and the Poet. At the same moment that consciousness left Stiopa in Yalta, or around 11:30 in the morning, it returned to Ivan Nikolaevich Homeless, who awoke from a long, deep sleep. For a while, he tried to determine how he had ended up in an unfamiliar room with white walls, with a curious bedside table made of some bright metal, and white blinds that betrayed hints of the sun on the other side. Ivan shook his head, ascertained that it did not ache, and remembered that he was in a clinic. This thought brought with it the recollection of Berlioz's death. But today it did not shock Ivan as much. After a good night's sleep, Ivan Nikolaevich became calmer and thought more clearly. For a while he lay still in the pristine, soft and comfortable spring bed. Then Ivan noticed a bell button next to him. By habit of touching things without need, Ivan pushed it. He expected some sort of ringing or a person, but something entirely different happened. A matte cylinder lit up at the foot of his bed with the sign, Drink. After displaying this for a while, the cylinder began to turn until Nurse appeared on it. Naturally, the clever cylinder fascinated Ivan. Nurse was replaced by Call the Doctor. Ivan spoke, unsure of what to do with the cylinder next. By a stroke of luck, he pressed the button again at the word Attendant. The cylinder rang quietly in response, stopped, and shut itself off. A pleasant, plump woman in a clean white coat entered the room and said to Ivan, "Good morning." Ivan did not respond, deeming a greeting inappropriate under the current circumstances. After all, To throw a healthy man in a clinic and then act like that's the way it ought to be? Without losing her benevolent expression, the woman raised the blinds at the single push of a button, causing the sun to flood the room through a lightweight, wide mesh grating that stretched all the way to the floor. A balcony appeared on the other side of the grating, beyond it the weaving riverbank, and on the other side of the river a jolly pine forest. "Time for a bath, if you please," the woman invited, and one of the inner walls moved apart at the touch of her hand, revealing a bathroom with a wonderfully equipped lavatory. Though he had resolved not to speak to the woman, Ivan could not resist. Seeing a broad stream of water pour into the bathtub from a gleaming tap, he said sardonically, "Would you look at that? Just like the Metropole." "Oh, no," the woman said proudly. "Far better. They don't even have equipment like this abroad. Scientists and physicians come here specifically to look at our clinic. We host foreign tourists every day." Upon hearing foreign tourist, Ivan immediately recalled yesterday's consultant. Ivan's face darkened. He frowned gloomily and said, "Foreign tourists. How you all adore foreign tourists. They come in all sorts, by the way. I met one yesterday, for instance. Some treat he was." He almost began recounting the story of Pontius Pilate, but contained himself, realizing that the woman had no use for his stories and could not help him anyway. The newly clean Ivan Nikolaevich was given positively everything a man might need after a bath. An iron shirt, underwear, and socks. That was not all. Opening a wardrobe door, the woman pointed inside and asked, "What would you prefer, a robe or some jammies?" Forcefully attached to his new residence, Ivan nearly threw up his hands at the woman's audacity and jabbed his finger silently at a pair of crimson flannel pyjamas. Following this, Ivan Nikolaevich was led down an empty, noiseless corridor and into a room of gigantic proportions. Deciding to treat everything in the wondrously equipped building with irony, Ivan immediately christened the room the Mechanized Canteen. The name was well deserved. Here stood cabinets and glass cases full of shiny nickel-plated implements. There were extremely complicated chairs, bulbous lamps with gleaming reflectors, massive amounts of glassware, gas burners, electrical cords, and other appliances of unknown purpose. 3 people set upon Ivan, 2 women and a man, all wearing white. First, they led Ivan to a table in the corner, evidently intending to interrogate him about something. Ivan considered his situation. He had 3 options. The first tempted him immensely: throw himself at all these lamps and intricate gadgets, bash them all to high hell, and thus express his protest at the unnecessary detainment. But today's Ivan was already significantly different from yesterday's Ivan, and the first alternative seemed dubious. They were liable to solidify in their notion that he was a violent lunatic. Thus Ivan rejected the first option. There was another. Immediately begin telling them about the consultant and Pontius Pilate. However, yesterday's experiences had demonstrated that his tale tended to be either received with disbelief or else perversely misinterpreted. Accordingly, Ivan rejected this choice as well, settling on a third: withdrawal into proud silence. This proved impossible to fully accomplish, and willy-nilly he had to answer an entire series of questions, though he did it curtly and crossly. Ivan was asked about positively everything that ever took place in his life, down to the time he had scarlet fever 15 years ago. Once the sheet of paper was full of Ivan's information, it was turned over, and the woman in white began to ask about his relatives. The session descended into tedium. Who died, when, what of, did they drink a lot or have venereal diseases, and so on. In conclusion, they asked him to describe yesterday's events at Patriarch's Ponds, but without overly harassing him or expressing surprise at the mention of Pontius Pilate. Then the woman yielded Ivan to the man, who approached him differently and without any questions. He measured the temperature of Ivan's body, took his pulse, and looked at his eyes while flashing some sort of light at them. Then the third woman came to the man's aid, and together they jabbed Ivan in the back with something, though not painfully, drew symbols on his chest with the handle of a tiny mallet, tapped his knees with the same mallet, causing Ivan's legs to jerk, pricked his finger and drew a blood sample, poked him in the elbow joint, placed rubber bracelets on his arms. Ivan could only smirk bitterly to himself, thinking of how strangely and foolishly it had all turned out. To think of it! He wanted to warn everyone of the danger in the person of the unknown consultant intended to capture him, and instead, all he managed to accomplish was to end up in some mysterious room going over a bunch of nonsense about Uncle Fyodor who had been binge-drinking back in Vologda. Unbearably foolish. At last, they let Ivan go. He was escorted back to his room, where he received a cup of coffee, 2 soft-boiled eggs, and buttered white bread. After eating and drinking all that had been offered, Ivan decided to wait for some sort of superior at this facility, and then to wring some respect and justice for himself out of that person. Ivan's waiting bore fruit very soon after breakfast. Suddenly, the door to Ivan's room opened, and a multitude of people in white coats stepped inside. Ahead of them walked a man of about 45 years of age, clean-shaven, like an actor, with pleasant but very piercing eyes and courteous manners. The whole entourage showed him tokens of attention and respect, which had the effect of making his entrance look very ceremonial. Just like Pontius Pilate, it occurred to Ivan. Yes, this was undoubtedly the superior. He sat down on a stool, while all the others remained standing. Dr. Stravinsky, the sitting man, introduced himself, looking amicably at Ivan. "Here you are, Alexander Nikolaevich," a man with a neat goatee said quietly, and handed Ivan's densely written chart to the boss. "They've got a whole case sewn up on me," thought Ivan. Meanwhile, the boss ran his trained eyes over the chart, mumbling, and exchanged several words with the people around him in a little-known language. Speaks Latin, too, like Pilate, Ivan thought unhappily. A single word made him jump, and it was schizophrenia. Alas, already mentioned yesterday by the accursed foreigner at Patriarch's Ponds, and now repeated by Professor Stravinsky. He knew this too, Ivan thought anxiously. The superior had evidently made a rule of agreeing to and delighting in anything those around him said, and expressing this sentiment with the words, "Splendid, splendid." "Splendid," Stravinsky now said, handing the chart off to somebody, and addressed Ivan. "You are a poet." "A poet," Ivan replied grimly, and for the first time in his life felt an inexplicable revulsion to poetry. His own verses popped instantly into his head, and he found them oddly unpleasant. Wrinkling his face, he asked Stravinsky in turn, "You are a professor?" Stravinsky bowed his head with accommodating courtesy. "And you're the boss here?" Ivan continued. Stravinsky bowed to that as well. "I need to talk to you," Ivan Nikolaevich said meaningfully. "That's why I'm here," Stravinsky replied. "Here's the problem," Ivan began, sensing that his hour had come. "They're making me out to be a madman, and no one wants to listen to me." "Oh, no. We'll hear you out with the utmost attention," Stravinsky said in a serious but calming voice. "And we certainly won't let anyone make you out to be a madman." "So listen, then. Last night, at Patriarch's Ponds, I met a mysterious person, perhaps a foreigner, perhaps not, who knew about Berlioz's death in advance, and personally saw Pontius Pilate." The entourage listened to the poet, silently and motionlessly. "Pilate? Pilate, the one who lived in the time of Jesus Christ?" Stravinsky asked, peering at Ivan. "The very same." "Uh-huh," said Stravinsky. "And this Berlioz fellow died under a tram?" "Exactly. I was there when he was murdered by the tram on the Patriarchs, while this mysterious man—" "Who knew Pontius Pilate?" asked Stravinsky, evidently possessing vast insightfulness. "That's the one," Ivan confirmed, studying Stravinsky. "So, anyway, he said in advance that Anushka had spilled the sunflower oil, and he slipped on that very spot. How do you like that?" Ivan inquired meaningfully, hoping to achieve a great effect with his words. But the effect did not come, and Stravinsky posed a very simple question. "And who is this Annushka?" This question upset Ivan slightly, and his face twitched.
Annushka is completely unimportant here, he said, distressed. Hell knows who she is, some idiot from Sadovaya. What's important is that he knew in advance about the sunflower oil, you see? Do you understand?
"I understand perfectly," Stravinsky solemnly replied. Touching the poet's knee lightly, he added, "Do not worry, and go on."
"Going on,"
Ivan said, trying to match Stravinsky's tone, and knowing from bitter experience that only calm composure would help him.
"So then, this horrible character, and he's lying about being a consultant, possesses some incredible power. For example, you can chase him all you want, but you can never catch up. And he's got this odd little couple with him, just as good, but in its own way. Some tall guy with broken glasses, and also this black cat of incredible size who can ride a tram by himself. Moreover—"
Uninterrupted by anyone, Ivan spoke with increasing passion and conviction.
"He was personally present on Pontius Pilate's balcony. There could be absolutely no doubt of it. I mean, what's going on here, huh? He needs to be arrested immediately, or else he'll cause untold harm."
"So that's what you're trying to accomplish, to get him arrested. Have I understood correctly?" Stravinsky asked.
"He's smart," thought Ivan. "You've got to admit that even among intellectuals you can find a few folk of rare intelligence, no denying that."
And he answered,
"Absolutely right. And how could I not try? Just think about it. But instead, I am being forcibly detained here, flashed with lamps, bathed in tubs, grilled on something to do with Uncle Fadia. He's long since passed away. I demand to be released immediately."
"Well, that's splendid." "Splendid," Stravinsky replied. "Everything's been cleared up. Indeed, what is the point of keeping a healthy man in a clinic? Very well. I will discharge you from here immediately if you tell me you are normal. Not prove, merely tell me. So then, are you normal?" Complete silence fell, and the fat woman who looked after Ivan in the morning glanced reverently at the doctor, while Ivan again thought, "Positively smart." He found the professor's offer quite appealing. However, he wrinkled his forehead, thought diligently for quite some time before answering, and at last said firmly,
"I am normal."
"Well, that's just splendid," Stravinsky exclaimed with relief. "And if so, let us proceed logically. Take yesterday." Here he turned and was immediately handed Ivan's chart. While searching for the unknown man, who introduced himself as an acquaintance of Pontius Pilate's, you took the following steps. Stravinsky began counting on his long fingers, taking turns glancing at the chart and at Ivan. Pinned an icon to your chest. Did this happen? It happened, Ivan agreed gloomily. Fell off a fence, hurt your face, right? Appeared at a restaurant in your underwear, holding a lit candle, and beat up somebody there. You were brought to us, tied up. Once here, you called the police and asked them to send machine guns, then attempted to jump out of the window. Right? My question is, acting in such a manner, is it possible to capture or arrest anybody? And if you are a normal person, you will say it yourself. No way. You wish to leave? Be my guest. But allow me to ask, where do you intend to go from here?
To the police, of course, answered Ivan,
but with less conviction and feeling a little lost under the professor's gaze. Right away? You won't stop by your apartment? Stravinsky asked quickly.
No time to stop. While I go traipsing about apartments, he'll slip away.
I see. And what is the first thing you'll tell the police?
About Pontius Pilate,
Ivan Nikolaevich replied, and a smoky haze fell over his eyes. Well, that's just splendid, exclaimed the vanquished Stravinsky, and turning to the man with the goatee, commanded, Fyodor Vasilievich, please release the citizen back into the city. But leave the room free, and do not change the linen. In 2 hours,
Mr. Homeless will be right back here. All right, then, he said to the poet. I'm not going to wish you luck, because I don't believe in your luck for one iota. See you soon. He got up, and his entourage stirred. On what grounds will I be back here? Ivan asked nervously. As if he had been expecting the question, Stravinsky sat right back down and spoke. On the grounds that as soon as you show up at the police station in your long johns and tell them you met a man who personally knew Pontius Pilate, you will be immediately brought back here, and you will again find yourself in this room. What do long johns have to do with it? Ivan asked, looking round in confusion. Mostly it's Pontius Pilate, but also the long johns. After all, we are going to take back the hospital dress and give you your own clothes, and you were brought here in long johns. At the same time, you had no intention of stopping by your apartment, even though I hinted at it. Then comes Pilate, and it's a done deal. At that moment, something strange happened to Ivan Nikolaevich. It was as if his willpower had dissolved. He felt weak and in need of advice. So what do I do? He asked, this time timidly. Well, that's just splendid, Stravinsky replied. That is a most reasonable question. Now, let me tell you what actually happened to you. Yesterday, someone badly upset you and frightened you with a story about Pontius Pilate and some other things. And so you, a stressed, worn-out man, went around town telling everybody about Pontius Pilate. Quite naturally, you were taken for a madman. Your salvation lies in but one thing, complete relaxation, and you absolutely have to stay here. But he needs to be caught, Ivan cried, now pleading. Very well, but why run around on your own? Relay all your suspicions and accusations against this man in writing. Nothing would be easier than to send your statement where it needs to go, and if, as you believe, we are dealing with a criminal, then everything will be straightened out very soon. Only one condition. Do not strain yourself, and try not to think of Pontius Pilate. Anybody can cook up a story. Not everything's to be believed. Understood, Ivan declared resolutely. Please issue me a pen and paper. Give him paper and a small pencil, Stravinsky commanded to the portly woman. But I do not recommend you write today, he said to Ivan. No, today, definitely today, Ivan cried anxiously. All right, but do not strain your head. If you don't get it out today, you surely will tomorrow. He'll get away! Oh no, Stravinsky protested confidently. He won't go anywhere. I vouch for it. And do remember that we will help you in every way possible. For without help, you won't get anywhere. Do you understand? Stravinsky asked meaningfully, and suddenly took Ivan Nikolaevich by both hands. Holding them in his own and staring directly into Ivan's eyes, he repeated, We will help you here. Do you understand? We will help you here. We will help you here. You will feel better. It's quiet here. All is calm. We will help you here. Ivan Nikolaevich yawned suddenly, and his expression softened. Yes, he said quietly. Well, that's just splendid, Stravinsky concluded as usual, and rose. Goodbye. He shook Ivan's hand, and already on his way out, turned to the man with the goatee and said, Yes, and try the oxygen, and baths. In a few moments, neither Stravinsky nor his entourage stood before Ivan. On the far shore, beyond the window grating, the jolly springtime forest sat pretty in the midday sun, and the river sparkled nearby. Chapter 9. Korovyov's Capers. Nikanor Ivanovich Bosoy, chairman of the Tenants' Association of number 302B, Sadovaya Street in Moscow, former residents of the late Berlioz, had been awfully overwhelmed since Wednesday night. At midnight, as we already know, the commission that included Zeldibin arrived in the building and summoned Nikanor Ivanovich, informing him of Berlioz's demise. Together,
They headed to apartment number 50. Here, papers and various other belongings of the deceased were sealed. Neither Grunia, the visiting maid, nor the nonchalant Stefan Bogdanovich had been in the apartment at the time. The commission announced to Nikanor Ivanovich that the papers of the deceased would be taken for review, that the living quarters of the deceased, that is, 3 rooms, one serving as the jeweller's wife's study, living room and dining room, would revert to the Tenants' Association, and that the belongings of the deceased were to be stored in the aforementioned living quarters until such time as heirs were found. The news of Berlioz's demise spread around the building with supernatural speed. Starting at 7 in the morning on Thursday, Besoy was plagued first by phone calls and then by personally delivered petitions, all containing claims to the deceased man's living space, and in the course of 2 hours, Nikanor Ivanovich accepted 32 such petitions. They contained pleas, threats, libels, accusations, promises to conduct renovations at own expense, as well as references to unbearable overcrowding and the inability to share an apartment with bandits. Among them was a tale, astounding in its artistic prowess, of the theft of some dumplings from apartment number 31, which were placed directly in a jacket pocket, as well as 2 suicide threats and 1 confession of secret pregnancy. Nikanor Ivanovich was summoned to the hall of his apartment, taken by his sleeve, whispered and winked at, and promised he would not regret the deal. The torture continued until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when Nikanor Ivanovich simply fled his apartment for the management office by the gate, and then, seeing others lying in wait by the office, ran away from there as well. Somehow fighting off those following on his heels over the asphalted courtyard, Nikanor Ivanovich disappeared in the entrance of the 6th staircase and ascended to the 5th floor, where the vile apartment number 50 was located. Catching his breath on the landing, the portly Nikanor Ivanovich rang the doorbell, but no one answered. He rang again and again, and was already starting to grumble and curse under his breath. But even then the door stayed closed. Nikanor Ivanovich lost his patience, extracted the management's ring of spare keys from his pocket, opened the door with an authoritative hand, and walked in.
"Hey, housekeeper!"
Nikanor Ivanovich yelled in the dim hall.
"What's your face? It's Grunia, is it? You there?"
No one answered. Nikanor Ivanovich relieved the study door of its seal, extracted a folding ruler from his briefcase, and stepped inside the room. That is, he began to step inside, but stopped immediately in the doorway, in amazement, and even gave a start. A tall, thin, unknown gentleman sat at the desk of the deceased, wearing a checked jacket, jockey cap, and a pince-nez. In other words, that same one.
"And who would you be, mister?"
Nikanor Ivanovich asked in alarm. "Wow, Nikanor Ivanovich!" the unexpected gentleman bellowed in a vibrating tenor. Leaping up, he greeted the chairman with a sudden and forced handshake. The greeting did not please Nikanor Ivanovich in the least. "I beg pardon," he began suspiciously.
"Who would you be exactly? Are you an official person?"
"Oh, Nikanor Ivanovich," the unknown man exclaimed affectionately. "What's an official or unofficial person? Everything depends on your point of view, Nikanor Ivanovich. It's all so subjective and hazy.
Today I am an unofficial person, and tomorrow, look, official. Or it can happen the other way around, Nikanor Ivanovich. And how?"
This argument did not satisfy the chairman of the Tenants' Association to any degree. A suspicious person by nature, he concluded that the gentleman vocalizing in front of him was precisely of the unofficial variety, perhaps an outright loafer.
"So who are you? What's your name?"
the chairman demanded with increasing harshness, and even began to advance on the stranger.
"My name is, let's say, Korovyov," replied the man,
unfazed by the harshness.
"Say, how about a bite to eat, Nikanor Ivanovich? Let's drop the formalities, huh?"
"Excuse me," said Nikanor Ivanovich, becoming incensed.
"What does eating have to do with anything?"
We must admit, unpleasant though it is, that Nikanor Ivanovich was a rather rude man.
"You can't lounge around on the living space of the deceased. What are you doing here?"
"Why don't you sit down, Nikanor Ivanovich?" bawled the man, absolutely unfettered.
and began to fuss around the chairman, offering him a seat. Completely enraged, Nikanor Ivanovich rejected the chair and howled, "Who are you already?" "I'm an interpreter, if you please, attached to the foreign person now taking residency in this apartment," the one calling himself Korovyov clarified, clicking the heels of his dirty brown shoes. Nikanor Ivanovich's mouth fell open. The presence of a foreigner in the apartment, much less one with an interpreter, came as a complete surprise to him. He demanded an explanation. The interpreter gladly explained himself. The foreign artist, Sir Volant, had been kindly invited by the director of the Variety, Stefan Bogdanovich Likodayev, to spend the duration of his tour, or about a week, in the director's apartment. This was communicated to Nikanor Ivanovich in writing as early as yesterday, along with a request to register the foreigner temporarily as a tenant while Likodayev is away in Yalta. "He didn't write me anything," the chairman said in amazement. "Why don't you dig around in your briefcase, Nikanor Ivanovich?" Korovyov suggested sweetly. Shrugging his shoulders, Nikanor Ivanovich opened the briefcase and found Likodayev's letter inside. "How did I forget about it?" Nikanor Ivanovich muttered, staring obtusely at the opened envelope. It happens, Nikanor Ivanovich," Korovyov screeched. Forgetfulness and exhaustion and elevated blood pressure, my dear friend Nikanor Ivanovich. I myself am frightfully forgetful. One day I'll share a few facts from my biography with you over a drink. You'll die laughing. When does Likodayev leave for Yalta?" "He's left already," the interpreter shouted. "He's already rolling, you know, and he's hell knows where." And he began to flail his arms like windmill blades. Nikanor Ivanovich declared that he would need to see the foreigner personally. But this was denied by the interpreter. Quite impossible. Busy, training the cat. "The cat I can show you if you like," Korovyov offered. This was in turn declined by Nikanor Ivanovich, and then the interpreter immediately put forth an unexpected but very interesting proposition to the chairman. Taking into account that Sir Volant staunchly refuses to live in a hotel, and that he is used to living large, would the Tenants' Association consider leasing him the entire apartment, including rooms belonging to the deceased, for the week that Volant performs in Moscow? "After all, the deceased won't care," Korovyov hissed. "He's got precious little use for the apartment now, won't you agree, Nikanor Ivanovich?" Slightly confused, Nikanor Ivanovich protested that foreigners ought to stay at the Metropole and not at all in private apartments. "I tell you, he's capricious as hell knows what," Korovyov whispered. "He just doesn't want to. Doesn't like hotels. I've had it up to here with these foreigners," he complained intimately, jabbing at his sinewy neck. "Believe me, they just wring the soul right out of you. They come here, and they either spy like the dirty little sons of bitches they are, or else they just get on your nerves with their whims, give 'em this and give 'em that. But at the same time, there are great benefits and a clear profit in this for your Tenants' Association, Nikanor Ivanovich. Money's not an issue." Korovyov glanced round and then whispered in the chairman's ear, "Millionaire." The interpreter's offer was undoubtedly practical and sound, and yet something remarkably unsound peeked through in his manner of speech, his clothing, and his repugnant, useless pince-nez. As a result, the chairman was filled with vague unease, and still he decided to accept the proposal. The fact was that the Tenants' Association had, alas, put itself in deficit. Come autumn, oil would have to be purchased to power the steam heaters, and where was the money? With the foreigners' money, it would perhaps be possible to pull through. However, the cautious and thorough Nikanor Ivanovich announced that he would first need to settle the matter with the Travellers' Bureau. "Understood," Korovyov exclaimed. "Couldn't do without settling it, no, sir. Here's the phone, Nikanor Ivanovich. You settle it right away, and don't be shy about money," he added in a whisper, drawing the chairman to the telephone in the hall. "Who should pay if not him? If you only saw his villa in Nice, next time when you go abroad, drop by there. It'll take your breath away." The Travellers' Bureau resolve the matter over the phone with unusual speed, astonishing the chairman. It turned out that they already knew about Sir Volant's intention to live in Likordiev's private apartment and did not object in the least. "Wonderful!" bawled Korovyov. Somewhat disorientated by Korovyov's constant screeching, the chairman informed him that the Tenants' Association agreed to lease apartment number 50 to the artist named Volant at the rate of— Nikanor Ivanovitch fidgeted slightly and said, 500 roubles a day. Here, Korovyov completely shocked the chairman. Casting a dishonest glance towards the bedroom, where the soft leaps of a heavy cat could be heard, he hissed, "So, for 1 week, that comes out to 3,500. Nikanor Ivanovitch thought he would add, "Some appetite you've got, Nikanor Ivanovitch." But Korovyov said something else entirely. "What kind of sum is that? Ask for 5, he'll pay." Grinning embarrassedly, Nikanor Ivanovitch somehow found himself by the deceased man's desk, where Korovyov drafted 2 copies of a contract with the greatest speed and skill. He then flew into the bedroom and returned with both copies already marked with the foreigner's broad signature. The chairman signed as well. Then Korovyov asked for a receipt for 5. Write it out, Nikanor Ivanovitch! 1,000 roubles!" With words that seemed somehow out of place in a serious business transaction. 1, 2, 3. He laid out 5 brand-new banknote stacks for the chairman. This was followed by counting, interspersed with quips and jibes from Korovyov, such as, "Coin loves counting," "Own eye doesn't lie," and so on like that. Having counted the money, the chairman received the foreigner's passport for temporary registration purposes, placed it in his case along with the contract and the money, and, unable to help himself, asked guiltily for a free pass to the show. "What's to talk about?" Korovyov roared. "How many tickets, Nikanor Ivanovitch? 12? 15? The stunned chairman explained that he only needed a couple, for himself and Pelagio Antonovna, his wife. Korovyov instantly whipped out a notepad and dashed off a front-row pass for 2 persons. He deftly thrust the pass at Nikanor Ivanovitch with his left hand, and with his right he placed a thick, crackling wad of bills into the chairman's other hand. Throwing a glance at it, Nikanor Ivanovitch turned bright red and began to push it away. "That's not allowed," he muttered. "I won't hear of it," Korovyov hissed right in his ear. "With us it's not allowed, and with foreigners it is. You'll hurt his feelings, Nikanor Ivanovitch, and that's just not polite. You've worked hard." "Strictly prosecuted," the chairman whispered ever so quietly and looked around. "And where are the witnesses?" Korovyov whispered in his other ear. "I'm asking you, where are they? What are you talking about?" At this point, there happened what the chairman would later describe as a miracle. The wad crawled into his case all by itself. And then, weakened and almost broken, the chairman found himself back on the staircase. A torrent of thoughts raged in his head. There was the villa in Nice, and the trained cat, and the thought that there really weren't any witnesses, and that Pelagio Antonovna would like the free passes. They were jumbled thoughts, but pleasant on the whole. Nevertheless, a tiny needle poked at the chairman in the depths of his soul. It was the needle of unease. Moreover, another consideration suddenly struck him like a stroke right there on the stairs. But how did the interpreter get into the study if the doors had been sealed? And how could he, Nikanor Ivanovitch, not have asked about that? The chairman stood there for a while, glaring stupidly at the staircase like a sheep, but then decided to just forget the whole thing and stop tormenting himself with this convoluted question. As soon as the chairman left the apartment, a low voice came from the bedroom. "I do not like this Nikanor Ivanovitch. He is a miser and a crook. Could you make it so that he doesn't come any more?" "Messiah, you need but give the order," Korovyov replied from somewhere, his usual rattling replaced by a very clear and resonant voice. And immediately the accursed interpreter appeared in the hall, dialed a number, and began to whine tearfully into the receiver.
Hello. I consider it my duty to inform you that our chairman of the Tenants Association in building number 302B on Sadovia, Nikanor Ivanovich Bosoy, is illegally speculating in foreign currency. At the present time, he has $400 wrapped in a newspaper hidden in the ventilation shaft in the bathroom of his apartment number 35. This is the resident of said building speaking, Timofey Kvartsov, from apartment number 11. I'm begging you to keep my name a secret. I fear retribution from the aforementioned chairman.
And he hung up, the scoundrel. What took place thereafter, in apartment number 50, is unknown, but we know exactly what transpired at Nikanor Ivanovich's. Locking himself in the bathroom, he took the wad forced upon him by the interpreter out of the briefcase, and determined that it contained 400 roubles. Nikanor Ivanovich wrapped the wad in a piece of newspaper and stuck it in the ventilation shaft. 5 minutes later, the chairman was sitting at the table in his small dining room. His wife emerged from the kitchen, carrying neatly sliced herring, amply sprinkled with scallions. Nikanor Ivanovich poured himself a shot, drank it, poured another, drank that, procured 3 pieces of herring with his fork, and then the doorbell rang, just as Pelagio Antonovna brought in a steaming pot, one look at which was enough to tell that inside, in a fiery borscht brew, there lay the most delicious thing in the world, a marrow bone. Swallowing his saliva, Nikanor Ivanovich growled like a dog. "Ah, would you all get lost? They won't even let me eat. Don't let anyone in. I'm not here, not home. And as for the apartment, tell them to stop whining. There'll be a meeting in a week." His wife ran to the hall, while Nikanor Ivanovich took a ladle and began to drag the treasure from the fire-breathing lake, the bone cracked lengthwise. And at that moment, 2 gentlemen walked into the dining room, accompanied by an unusually pale Pelagio Antonovna. Glancing at the gentleman, Nikanor Ivanovich paled also, and rose from his seat. "Where's the bathroom?" asked the first man, who was wearing a white shirt, in a concerned tone. Something thumped on the dinner table. Nikanor Ivanovich dropped the ladle on the vinyl tablecloth. This way, Pelagio Antonovna blurted out. The arrivals immediately headed into the hallway. What's the matter?" Nikanor Ivanovich asked quietly, trailing behind the visitors. "We don't have anything in the apartment. And your papers, excuse me." Without stopping, the first man showed Nikanor Ivanovich his papers. The second was already standing on a stool in the bathroom, with his hand thrust into the ventilation shaft. Nikanor Ivanovich's vision went dark. The newspaper was removed, but instead of roubles, the wad contained some unknown currency, perhaps blue, perhaps green, bearing images of some old man. Nikanor Ivanovich saw all this through a haze. Strange spots floated before his eyes. "$, in the ventilation shaft," the first man said pensively, and asked Nikanor Ivanovich softly and politely. "Your bundle?" "No," Nikanor Ivanovich replied in a terrible voice. "Planted here by enemies." "That can happen," the first man agreed, and again added softly, "All right then, let's have the rest." "I don't have any! By God, I don't have any! Never laid a hand on any!" the chairman cried desperately. He ran to the dresser, pulled out a drawer with a crash, and his briefcase out of the drawer, all the while yelling incoherently. "Here's the contract, scum of an interpreter set me up! Could I be off? In a pince-nez?" He opened the briefcase, looked inside, shoved his hand in, turned blue, and dropped the case into the soup. There was nothing in the briefcase. No letter from Stiopa, no contract, no foreigner's passport, no money, no free passes. That is, nothing but the folding ruler. "Comrades," the chairman cried frantically. "Get them! There's witchcraft afoot!" No one knows what Pelagia Antonovna imagined at that point, but she wrung her hands and exclaimed, "Confess, Ivanitch, you'll get off lighter." His eyes bloodshot, Nikanor Ivanovitch raised his fists over his wife's head and rasped, "You damn fool!" Then he went limp and sank into a chair, evidently deciding to accept the inevitable. Meanwhile, outside on the landing, Timofey Kondratyevich Kvastov was glued to the keyhole of the chairman's apartment, taking turns looking and listening, dying of curiosity. 5 minutes later, the residents standing outside could witness the chairman being escorted by 2 unknown persons straight to the gate. As they later told, Nikanor Ivanovitch was barely recognizable, staggered like a drunk as he passed, and kept muttering something unintelligible. And an hour later, an unknown gentleman appeared in apartment number 11, just as Timofey Kondratyevich, gasping with delight, was relating to the other tenants how the chairman got burned. The visitor beckoned Timofey Kondratyevich from the kitchen to the hall, said something to him, and they both disappeared. Chapter 10. News from Yalta. At the time that disaster befell Nikanor Ivanovitch, the office of the Varieties financial director, Rimsky, not far from number 302B on Sadovaya, contained 2 people, Rimsky himself and the Varieties manager, Varyonika. 2 windows of the large office, located on the 2nd floor of the theatre, opened on Sadovaya. A third, right behind the financial director's back as he sat at his desk, overlooked the Varieties' summer garden, complete with refreshment stands, a shooting gallery, and an open stage. Apart from the desk, the office decor consisted of several old posters hanging on the walls, a small table with a carafe of water, 4 armchairs, and a stand in the corner displaying an old, dusty model of some stage set. Finally, it goes without saying that the office had a small, beat-up, peeling fireproof safe, which stood to Rimsky's left near the desk. Rimsky, sitting at this desk, had been in the worst of spirits since the morning started, while Varyonika, by contrast, was very lively and somehow unusually anxious and active. At the same time, he had no outlet for his energy. Varyonika was hiding in the financial director's office from the free ticket hounds who poisoned his existence, particularly on opening days, and today was precisely such a day. Whenever the phone rang, Varyonika picked up the receiver and lied into it. "Who? Varyonika? He's not in. Stepped out of the theatre." "Would you please call Likoliev again?" Rimsky asked irritably. "He's not home, okay? I already sent Karpov to check. No one in the apartment." "Hell knows what's going on," Rimsky hissed, clicking on the adding machine. The door opened, and an usher dragged in a thick stack of freshly printed supplementary posters. On the green sheets, large red letters spelled out, "Today, and every day at the Variety Theatre, in addition to the regular programme, Professor Volant. Seances of black magic, followed by its complete exposure." Stepping away and admiring the poster, which he had thrown over the model, Varyonika immediately ordered the usher to send all copies to be posted. "Nice and striking," Varyonika noted once the usher left. "Well, I don't like this herald scheme in the least," Rimsky grumbled, glancing spitefully at the poster through his horn-rimmed glasses. "I'm surprised they even let him put this on." "Now, don't be hasty, Grigory Danilovich. It's a very subtle move. The whole point is the exposure." I don't know. There is no point. He always cooks up things like this. He should have shown me the magician at least. Have you seen him? Hell knows where he dug him up." It turned out that Varyonika, just like Rimsky, had not seen the magician. Yesterday, Styopa ran to the financial director, like a madman, according to Rimsky, with the draft of the contract already prepared, immediately had the contract rewritten and the money issued, and the magician gave them the slip, and no one had seen him but Stiopa himself. Rimsky took out his watch, saw that it read 2:05, and became absolutely livid. Really now, Lichodiev had called around 11, said that he'd be there in half an hour, and then not only did he not show up, but he also disappeared from his apartment. "My work's being held up here," Rimsky growled, jabbing a finger at a pile of unsigned papers. "I almost wonder if he fell under a tram like Berlioz," Veryonika said, holding the receiver to his ear and hearing only low, long, and utterly hopeless tones. "Now that would be nice," Rimsky said barely audibly through his teeth. Just then, a woman walked into the office, wearing a uniform jacket, a visor cap, a black skirt and trainers. She extracted a small white square and a notebook from the small pouch on her belt and asked, "Where's Variety Superspeed Telegram for you? Sign here." Veryonika scribbled something in the woman's notebook, and as soon as the door slammed shut behind her, he opened the square. Having read the telegram, he blinked a few times and handed the square to Rimsky. The telegram contained the following. "Yalta to Moscow, Variety. Today, 11:30. Brown-haired man, psychiatric case, dressed nightshirt, trousers, no boots. Arrived police station, calling self Lichodiev, Variety director. Wire Yalta, criminal investigator, where director Lichodiev." "Well, I'll be," Rimsky exclaimed, and added, "Another surprise." "A false Dmitri," Veryonika said, and began to talk into the receiver. "Telegraph, Variety's account. Please accept a superspeed. Ready? Yalta, criminal investigator, director Lichodiev in Moscow, financial director Rimsky." Regardless of the news of the Yalta imposter, Veryonika began once more to seek out Stiopa by phone everywhere, and naturally did not find him anywhere. Receiver in hand, Veryonika was wondering who else he could call, when the same woman who brought the first wire walked in and handed him a new envelope. Opening it hurriedly, Veryonika read the print and whistled. "Now what?" Rimsky asked, twitching nervously. Veryonika handed him the telegram silently, and the financial director saw the words. "Please believe thrown Yalta volant hypnosis. Wire criminal investigator, identity verification, Lichodiev." Their heads touching, Rimsky and Veryonika reread the telegram. Having reread it, they stared at each other silently. "Gentlemen!" the woman exploded suddenly. "How about you sign first, and then be silent all you want? I have super speeds to deliver." Without taking his eyes off the telegram, Veryonika scribbled a crooked signature in the notebook, and the woman disappeared. "You spoke to him a little after 11 on the phone, right?" the manager began in utter confusion. "It's ludicrous," Rimsky cried piercingly. "Whether I talked to him or not, he couldn't be in Yalta now. It's ludicrous." "He's drunk," Veryonika said. "Who's drunk?" Rimsky asked, and again they stared at each other. There could be no doubt that whoever was sending the telegrams from Yalta was either an imposter or a lunatic. But here was the oddity. How did the mystery man from Yalta know about Volant, who had only arrived in Moscow yesterday? How did he know of the connection between Lichodiev and Volant? "Hypnosis." Veryonika repeated the word from the telegram. "How does he know about Volant?" He blinked, and then exclaimed decisively, "No, it's rubbish, rubbish, rubbish." "Where's this Volant staying, devil take him?" Rimsky asked. Veryonika got in touch with the Travellers' Bureau immediately, and, to Rimsky's complete surprise, announced that Volant was staying in Lichodiev's apartment. Dialing the number of Lichodiev's place, Veryonika listened to the dense signal from the receiver for a long time. Amid the rings, a grim, heavy voice could be heard singing, "Cliffs, my refuge," and Veryonika decided that the telephone line was getting interference from a radio station. "No answer at the apartment," Veryonika said, hanging up. "Could try again, I suppose." He did not finish. The very same woman appeared in the doors. As both Rimsky and Veryonika rose to meet her, she pulled a dark sheet out of her bag instead of the usual white one. "This is beginning to get interesting," Varyonika squeezed through his teeth, following the hastily departing woman with his gaze. Rimsky took possession of the sheet first. Handwritten black lines stood out clearly against the dark background of the photographic paper. Proof my handwriting and signature. Wire confirmation set up secret observation volant. Likodiev. Over 20 years of theatre work, Varyonika had seen it all, but now he felt as if a shroud had descended over his mind. He could not manage anything apart from the trite and completely absurd phrase, "This can't be." Rimsky acted differently. He got up, opened the door, and barked at the messenger girl sitting outside on a stool. "Don't let anyone in but postal workers," and locked the office with his key. Then he took out a stack of paper from his desk and began to meticulously compare the thick left slanting letters in the photogram to letters from Stiopa's memoranda containing his signatures adorned with a swirling flourish. Leaning his entire body on the table, Varyonika breathed fiercely in Rimsky's cheek. "It's his handwriting," the financial director said firmly at last, and Varyonika echoed, "His?" Looking deep into Rimsky's face, the manager was amazed at the change that occurred. The already lean financial director seemed to grow leaner still, and even older. The eyes in the horn-rimmed frames lost their usual prickliness and acquired not only anxiety, but even a sort of despondency. Varyonika went through everything befitting a man in a moment of great astonishment. He ran about the office, twice raised his hands as though crucified, drank an entire glass of yellowish water from the carafe, and kept exclaiming, "I don't understand! I do not understand!" Meanwhile, Rimsky was looking out the window and thinking tensely about something. The financial director's position was very difficult. At once, without leaving the spot, he would need to invent ordinary explanations for extraordinary events. Narrowing his eyes, the financial director imagined Stiopa boarding some sort of incredible super-fast airplane in his nightshirt and without boots at about 11:30. And then again, Stiopa, also at 11:30, already standing in his socks on an airfield in Yalta. Hell knew what this was. Perhaps it was not Stiopa who had called him from the apartment. No, it was Stiopa. Who but Rimsky should know Stiopa's voice? And even if it hadn't been Stiopa today, it certainly had been Stiopa no earlier than last night, when the man came to this very office with his idiotic contract, annoying the financial director with his thoughtlessness. How could he have left or flown away without notifying the theatre? And even if he had left last night, he would not have gotten there by noon today. Or would he? "How far to Yalta?" Rimsky asked. Varyonika stopped running around and shouted, Thought of that already. It's about 1,500 kilometres to Sevastopol by railroad. Add about 800 more for Yalta, less by air, of course." Right. Trains were out of the question. But what then? A fighter plane? Who would let Stiopa into a fighter plane without boots? Why, perhaps he took off his boots upon arriving at Yalta. Again, why? Besides, they would not let him in a fighter plane in boots either. And the fighter plane's got nothing to do with it. After all, it's written right here that he came to the police station at 11:30, while the telephone conversation in Moscow took place at... Excuse me. The dial of Rimsky's watch appeared before his eyes. He recalled where the arrows had been. Oh, horror! It had been 11:20. So what does this come out to? If one assumed that immediately following the conversation, Stiopa dashed to the airfield and reached it in, say, 5 minutes, which, by the way, is equally unthinkable, then it turns out that the airplane, taking off instantly, covered over 1,000 kilometres in 5 minutes. Therefore, in an hour, it can cover over 12,000 kilometres. This cannot be, and therefore Stiopa cannot be in Yalta. What remains? Hypnosis? There is no hypnosis on earth that can toss a man 1,000 kilometres away. Or is he only imagining himself in Yalta? Perhaps he is, but then, is Yalta's criminal investigator imagining it as well? No, forgive me, but such things do not happen. And yet, aren't the telegrams coming from there? The financial director's face was literally frightening. Meanwhile, the doorknob outside was being twisted and jerked to the messenger girl's frantic screaming. "No way! I'm not letting you in! Cut my throat! I still won't! Urgent meeting!" Rimsky composed himself as well as he could, picked up the receiver and said, "Super-urgent connection to Yalta, please." "Smart," Varyonika exclaimed in his head. But the connection to Yalta did not come. Rimsky hung up and said, "Line is down. Rotten luck." Evidently the broken line had especially upset him and driven him further into thought. Pondering a while, he picked up the receiver with one hand and began writing down all that he said with the other. "Take a superspeed wire. Variety, yes. Yalta. Criminal investigator, yes. Today, around 11:30, Likodiev spoke me telephone Moscow. Stop. After this, did not come to work. Cannot be located by phone. Stop. Confirming handwriting. Stop. Taking observation measures, specified artist. Stop. Financial director, Rimsky." Very smart, Varyonika thought, but not for long, for another word flashed in his head. Stupid. He couldn't be in Yalta. In the meantime, Rimsky did the following. He neatly folded all the telegrams and his own text into a stack, placed the stack in an envelope, sealed it, wrote a few words on it, and handed it to Varyonika, saying, "Take it you-know-where right now, Ivan Savayeevich, personally. Let them sort it out." Now that is truly smart, thought Varyonika, placing the envelope in his briefcase. Then, just in case, he dialed Stiopa's home number one last time, listened carefully, and then began to wink and grimace mysteriously and happily. Rimsky craned his neck. "Could I speak to the artist Volant, please?" Varyonika asked sweetly. "They're busy," came a rattling voice from the receiver. "Who is this?" "Varyonika, manager of the Variety." "Ivan Savayeevich," the receiver cried joyfully. "Terribly pleased to hear your voice. How are you?" "Merci," said Varyonika in astonishment. "And who am I speaking to?" "His assistant and interpreter, Korovyov," the receiver sputtered. "Completely at your service, my dearest Ivan Savayeevich. Direct me as you please, so?" "Pardon me, but does Stefan Bogdanovich Likodiev happen to be home right now?" "Alas, no, the receiver cried. "He left." "Where to?" "For a drive in the country." "What? A drive? When's he coming back?" "He just said he'd go for a breath of fresh air and come right back." "Right," Varyonika said, at a loss. "Merci. If you would be so kind, please tell Monsieur Volant that his performance will be during the third segment today." "Got it, of course, right away, urgently, unquestionably, will relay the message," the receiver rapped out in staccato. "All the best, then," Varyonika said, puzzled. "Please accept," the receiver continued, "my finest, warmest greetings and wishes, success, luck, complete happiness, everything." "Well, of course I told you," the manager yelled excitedly. "Forget Yalta, he went for a drive in the country." "Well, if that's true," the financial director began, paling with hatred, "then there are no words to describe what a swine he is." Then the manager leaped in the air and shouted so loud that Rimsky flinched. I remember! They've just opened a Georgian diner in Pushkino, Yalta. It's obvious. He went there, got drunk, and started sending telegrams." "Well, that's just too much," Rimsky replied, his cheek twitching, sincere and grave hatred burning in his eyes. "Fine, then. He'll pay dearly for this little excursion." Then he stumbled all of a sudden and added hesitantly, But wait. The criminal investigator.
That's nonsense. His own little tricks,
The effusive manager interrupted and asked,
Shall I take the envelope anyway?
Absolutely, Rimsky replied. The door opened again to reveal the same woman. It's her, Rimsky thought dismally, and they both rose to greet the postwoman. This time, the telegram contained the words, "Thanks. Confirmation. Urgently transfer 500 rubles via criminal investigator. Flying Moscow tomorrow. Likodiev."
He's gone mad,
Varyonika said weakly. As for Rimsky, he jingled his key, took the money out of the fireproof safe, counted out 500 rubles, made a phone call, gave the money to a courier, and sent him to the telegraph office.
"Forgive me, Grigory Danilovich,"
Varyonika said, not believing his eyes.
"If you ask me, you shouldn't be sending the money."
"It will be returned," Rimsky replied quietly, "but he will answer in full for this little picnic." And pointing to Varyonika's briefcase, he added, "Go, Ivan Savalyevich, don't delay." And Varyonika ran out of the office with his briefcase. He went down to the first floor, saw a very long line by the box office, and found out from the cashier that she expected the show to sell out within the hour, as people started pouring in the moment they saw the supplementary posters. He ordered the cashier to hold on to 30 of the best seats in the boxes and orchestra, jumped out of the box office, and, fighting off annoying free ticket hounds, dove into his office to grab his cap. Just then the phone rang. "Yes!" Varyonika shouted.
"Ivan Savalyevich?"
the receiver inquired in a most repugnant nasal voice.
"He's not in the theatre!"
Varyonika began to yell, but the receiver interrupted immediately.
"Don't fool around, Ivan Savalyevich, but listen. Don't take the telegrams anywhere, and don't show them to anyone."
"Who's this?" Varyonika roared. "Quit your tricks, mister. We'll straighten you out in a second. What's your number?"
"Varyonika,"
the same disgusting voice replied.
"do you understand Russian? Do not take the telegrams anywhere."
"Oh, so you won't desist?" the manager screamed in a rage. "Well, you just wait. You'll pay for this." He yelled some other threat, and then fell silent, sensing that no one at the other end was listening any more. Somehow, the office quickly grew dark. Varyonika ran out, slammed the door shut behind him, and headed out to the summer garden through a side door. The manager was excited and brimming with energy. After the insolent phone call, he had no doubt that it was some gang of hooligans out to play a few nasty tricks, and that these tricks were somehow connected to Likhodiev's disappearance. The manager was practically choking with desire to expose the villains, and strange as it sounds, he nursed an anticipation of something pleasant within him. This happens when a man seeks to become the centre of attention, to break some sensational news somewhere. The wind in the garden blew sand in the manager's face, as if blocking his path, as if forewarning him. Somewhere on the second floor, a window pane slammed so hard that the glass almost flew out, and the tops of the maples and lindens rustled alarmingly. It grew darker and fresher. The manager rubbed his eyes and saw a low-hanging, yellow-bellied storm cloud crawling over Moscow. A dense rumble came from the distance. However great Varyonika's hurry, an irresistible impulse made him drop by the summer restroom for a second, to check whether the electrician had placed a wire mesh over the lamp. Running past the shooting gallery, Varyonika came to the dense lilac growth that surrounded the light blue restroom building. The electrician turned out to be a competent man, and the lamp under the roof of the men's section had already been wrapped in metal netting. However, the manager was upset by the fact that, even in the pre-storm dusk, it was possible to see that the walls had already been written on with charcoal and pencil. "Oh, what the—" the manager began. and then heard a voice behind him purr.
"Is that you, Ivan Savalyevich?"
Varyonika gave a start, turned around, and saw a short, fat man standing behind him. The man's face looked oddly feline.
"Yeah, it's me,"
Varyonika replied unpleasantly.
"Very, very pleased,"
the cat-like fatso replied in a squeaky voice, and taking a sudden swing, he punched Varyonika in the ear so hard that the cap flew off the manager's head, disappearing without a trace in the toilet. The fat man's blow caused the entire restroom to light up with shaky light for a moment, and thunder followed from the sky. Another flash came, and a second man appeared before the manager. Short, but with an athletic build, fiery red hair, a fang protruding from his mouth, and a walleye. This second one was apparently a lefty, for he dealt the manager another one in the left ear. Again, the sky rumbled in response, and a rainstorm came crashing down on the wooden roof of the restroom.
"But, comrade,"
whispered the flabbergasted manager. Immediately realizing that the words comrades was not at all appropriate for bandits attacking a man in a public restroom, he rasped,
"Folks,"
figured out that this new title was likewise undeserved, and received a third blow that sent blood gushing from his nose onto his shirt, although he could not tell which of the two it came from.
"What's in the briefcase, parasite?"
The one resembling a cat shouted piercingly.
"Telegrams? And weren't you warned over the phone not to take them anywhere? I'm asking you, weren't you warned?" "I was warned," the manager replied, gasping. "And you ran anyway? Hand over the case, vermin!"
The second man cried in the same nasal voice that had spoken earlier from the phone, and tore the briefcase out of Varyonika's shaking hands. Together, they took the manager under the arms, dragged him out of the garden, and dashed off down Sadovaya. The thunderstorm raged in full force. Rumbling, howling water plummeted through sewer gratings. Waves bubbled and swelled everywhere. Streams poured from roofs, missing the drain pipes, and foaming currents rushed from gateways. All that lived had been washed off Sadovaya, and there was no one left to rescue Ivan Savalyevich. Leaping over the muddy rivers, amid flashes of lightning, the bandits hauled the half-dead manager to number 302B in mere seconds, and flew through the gate, where two barefoot women were huddling by the wall, holding their shoes and stockings in their hands. They dashed towards the sixth entrance, and Varyonika, now close to madness, was taken up to the fifth landing and thrown down on the floor in Styopa Lichodiev's familiar hall. Here, both villains vanished, and instead there appeared in the hall a completely naked girl, a redhead with flaming phosphorescent eyes. Varyonika realized that this was the most terrible of all that was happening to him, and shrank back against the wall, moaning. The girl walked right up to the manager and placed the palms of her hands on his shoulders. Varyonika's hair stood on end, for even through the cold, water-soaked fabric of his shirt, he felt her palms to be far colder, as cold as ice itself. "Let me give you a kiss," the girl said tenderly, and her shining eyes appeared right in front of his own. Then Varyonika lost consciousness and did not feel the kiss. Chapter 11. A Rift in Ivan. Illuminated by the May sun not 1 hour ago, the forest on the far bank of the river had now dimmed, blurred, and dissolved. Water fell in a solid wall outside the window. Flashing threads of lightning cracked the sky every now and then, flooding the patient's room with frightening, quivering light. Sitting on his bed, and watching the muddy river boil over with bubbles, Ivan wept quietly. At every thunderclap he would cry out miserably and cover his face with his hands. Sheets of paper full of Ivan's writing lay on the floor. They had been blown all over the place by the wind that burst into the room just before the storm. The poet's attempt to write a statement about the horrible consultant did not lead anywhere. As soon as he received a pencil stub and some paper from the portly attendant, known as Praskovya Fyodorovna, he rubbed his hands together busily and quickly sidled up to the table. The beginning came out rather robustly. To the police, from Masolit member, Ivan Nikolaevich, homeless. Statement. Yesterday evening, I came to Patriarch's Ponds with the deceased M.A. Berlioz. And right away, the poet was thrown off, mostly on account of the word deceased. It sounded nonsensical. How could he have come with a deceased man? The deceased do not walk. They were liable to really take him for a madman. Thinking along these lines, Ivan Nikolaevich began to correct what he had written. This resulted in, with M.A. Berlioz, thereafter deceased, which did not please the author either. He was forced to produce a third version, which turned out even worse than the first two. Berlioz, who fell under a tram. And then that irrelevant composer with the same last name got stuck in his head, and he had to insert, not the composer. Tormented by these two Berliozes, Ivan crossed everything out and decided to begin with something very striking to immediately capture the reader's attention. He wrote first about how the cat tried to board the tram, and then returned to the episode involving the severed head. The head and the consultant's prediction led him to Pontius Pilate, and, for added credibility, Ivan decided to recount the entire tale about the procurator from the moment the man emerged onto the colonnade of Herod's palace in a white cape with blood-red lining. Ivan worked diligently, crossing out his writing and adding new words, and even attempted to draw Pontius Pilate, and then the cat walking on hind paws. But the drawings did not help either, and the further along he went, the more jumbled and incomprehensible the poet's statement became. By the time the frightening storm cloud with smoky edges appeared from afar and covered the forest, by the time the wind blew in, Ivan felt that he was exhausted, that he could not conquer the statement. He did not pick up the scattered sheets, but instead began to cry quietly and bitterly. The kind-hearted attendant, Praskovya Fyodorovna, came by to check on the poet during the storm. Seeing him crying, she grew worried, closed the blinds so that the thunderbolts would not frighten the patient, picked up the sheets from the floor, and ran with them to the doctor. The latter appeared, gave Ivan a shot in the arm, and assured him that he would not cry any more, that everything would get better, everything would change, and everything would be forgotten. The doctor was right. Soon, the faraway forest stood as before, clearly painted down to the last tree, on a backdrop of sky that cleared up to its usual perfect blue. The river calmed down as well. Ivan's sorrow began to leave him immediately after the shot, and now the poet lay calmly on his bed and looked at the rainbow that draped over the sky. This went on until evening, and he did not even notice how the rainbow had melted, how the sky had saddened and faded, how the forest grew black. After a drink of hot milk, Ivan lay down again and was amazed at how his thought process had changed. The accursed demonic cat blurred somehow in his memory, and the severed head no longer frightened him. Abandoning all thoughts of it, Ivan came to contemplate that, in fact, it was quite decent here at the clinic, that Stravinsky was a smart and famous guy, and that it was very pleasant to deal with him. On top of that, the evening air was sweeter and fresher after the storm. The house of sorrow was falling asleep. The white frosted glass lights in the hallways were turned off and replaced, according to regulation, with dim blue night lights. The attendant's careful steps on the rubber mats of the hallway came less and less frequently. Ivan now lay in sweet lethargy, glancing sometimes at the shaded lamp pouring soft light from the ceiling, sometimes at the moon rising from the black forest, and talked to himself.
Why, come to think of it, did I get so upset over Berlioz's falling under the tram? Mused the poet. To the junk heap with him already. What am I, his buddy or his in-law? If we drill this question properly, it turns out I never actually knew the deceased too well. After all, what did I know about him? Absolutely nothing, except that he was bald and horribly articulate. And furthermore, gentlemen,
Ivan continued his speech to an unseen audience.
Let's examine something here. Why did I, if you'd be so kind as to tell me, get so mad at that mysterious consultant, magician, and professor with the empty black eye? Why the senseless chase in the long johns, candle in hand, and then all that crazy mishmash at the restaurant?
But, the old Ivan said sternly to the new Ivan from somewhere, perhaps from inside, perhaps into his ear.
He knew in advance that Berlioz would get his head chopped off after all. How could one not get worried?
What's to speak of, comrades? The new Ivan objected to the ancient former one.
Even a child could tell there was something odd going on. That character was 100% unusual and mysterious. But then again, that's the most interesting thing. The man personally knew Pontius Pilate. What could be more interesting than that? And instead of raising that stupid disturbance on the patriarchs, wouldn't it have been smarter to ask him politely what happened afterwards to Pilate and that prisoner Harnotzri? And instead, I started doing hell knows what. Big deal, really. A journal editor gets run over. What, will the journal shut down or something? Well, what can you do? Man is mortal and, as it was very justly said, unexpectedly mortal. May he rest in peace. Another editor will come, perhaps even more articulate than the first.
After dozing off briefly, the new Ivan asked the old Ivan derisively,
So what does that make me, then?
A fool, a low voice said clearly from somewhere, belonging to neither of the Ivans and strikingly resembling that of the consultant. For some reason, Ivan was not at all offended at being called a fool, but even pleasantly surprised. He sniggered and fell silent, only half awake. Sleep stole towards Ivan, and he was already imagining a palm tree with an elephantine trunk and a cat passing by. Not a scary, but a happy one. In other words, a second more and sleep would engulf him. Then suddenly, the window grating slid noiselessly aside, and a mysterious figure appeared on the balcony, hiding from the moonlight, and shook a finger at Ivan. Unafraid, Ivan raised himself on the bed and saw that a man was standing on the balcony. And pressing a finger to his lips, the man whispered, "Shh." Chapter 12. Black Magic and its Exposure. A small man, with a pear-shaped red nose, wearing a yellow bowler with holes, checked trousers and patent leather boots, rode out onto the varieties stage on an ordinary two-wheeled bicycle. To the sound of the foxtrot, he described a circle and then let out a triumphant yelp, causing the bicycle to rear up. Riding on the back wheel alone, the man flipped upside down, managed to screw off the front wheel on the go and send it off into the wings, and continued his journey on one wheel, pushing the pedals with his hands. A stout blonde emerged on a tall metal pole with a seat on top and a single wheel at the bottom, wearing tights and a small skirt sprinkled with silver stars, and began to ride around in a circle. Whenever he encountered her, the little man would let out hoots of greeting and lift the bowler from his head with his foot. Finally, an 8-year-old kid with an aged face rolled out and began to dart between the adults on a tiny two-wheeler fixed with a gigantic car horn.
After several such loops, the entire crew rolled right up to the edge of the stage to an anxious drum roll from the orchestra. The spectators in the front row gasped and recoiled, for it seemed all three would crash into the orchestra pit along with their contraptions. But the bike stopped just as the front wheels were threatening to slip off into the void and onto the musicians' heads. With a loud cry of "Hup!" the cyclists hopped off the vehicles and bowed, the blonde blowing kisses to the audience and the kid playing a funny tune on his horn. Applause shook the building. Blue curtains moved in from the sides and covered the cyclists, green exit signs by the doors extinguished, and white spheres lit up like suns in the trapeze web under the dome of the roof. It was the intermission before the last segment. The only man who was not the least bit interested in the wonders of cycling technique exhibited by the Giulli family was Grigory Danilovich Rimsky. He sat in his office in complete solitude, biting his thin lips, a spasm passing over his face every now and then. Lichodeyev's incredible disappearance had been compounded by the completely unforeseen disappearance of the manager, Varyonika. Rimsky knew where the man had gone to, but he'd gone and never come back. Rimsky shrugged his shoulders and whispered to himself, "But what did they get him for?" And here is what was strange. Nothing would have been easier for a professional like the financial director than to call where Varyonika had gone to and find out what had happened to him. And yet until 10 o'clock in the evening, Rimsky could not force himself to do it. At 10, he practically bullied himself into taking the receiver off the hook and found out that the phone was dead. A messenger informed him that all the other phones in the building were malfunctioning. This unpleasant, but by no means supernatural occurrence shocked the financial director finally and completely, but pleased him at the same time. There was no longer a need to call. When a red light lit up and began to blink over the financial director's head, informing him of the onset of intermission, a messenger walked in and told him that the foreign artist had arrived. The financial director shuddered for some reason, and, growing darker than a storm cloud, went out to the wings to greet the visiting performer, because there was no one else left to do it. Under various pretexts, curious folk peeked into the large dressing room from the corridor, where signal bells were already ringing. There were magicians in bright robes and turbans, a skater in a knitted white jacket, a storyteller, his face white with powder, and the make-up man. The arriving celebrity stunned everybody with his wondrously cut, remarkably long tailcoat, and the fact that he wore a black half-mask. But most amazing of all were the black magician's two companions, a tall, checkered fellow in a cracked pince-nez, and a fat black cat, who, upon entering the dressing-room on hind paws, sat down very casually on the couch and squinted at the unshielded make-up lights. Rimsky attempted to show a smile on his face, which had the effect of making him look mean and sour, and bowed to the silent magician sitting on the couch next to the cat. There was no handshake. However, the nonchalant checkered man personally introduced himself to the financial director as an assistant of theirs. This circumstance surprised the financial director, once again unpleasantly, for there was positively no mention of any assistants in the contract. Most uncomfortably and dryly, Grigory Danilovich inquired of the out-of-the-blue checkered man where the artist's equipment was. "Our heavenly diamond, most precious Sir Director," the magician's assistant replied in a rattling voice. "Our equipment is always with us. Here it is. 1, 2, 3. And, flicking his knotty fingers in front of Rimsky's eyes, he reached suddenly behind the cat's ear and pulled out Rimsky's own gold watch and chain, which had previously been in the financial director's waistcoat pocket, beneath a buttoned jacket, with the chain strung through a buttonhole. Rimsky clutched his stomach reflexively. All those present gasped, and the make-up man, looking through the door, grunted his approval. "Your watch, please accept," the checkered one said, smiling insolently, and handed the confused Rimsky his possession with a dirty hand. "Don't sit next to this one on a tram," the storyteller whispered quietly and cheerfully to the make-up man. But the cat pulled a stunt that put the stolen watch completely in the shade. Rising suddenly from the couch, he approached the dressing table on hind paws, removed the stopper from the carafe with his front, poured some water into a glass, drank it, replaced the stopper, and wiped his whiskers with a make-up cloth. This time, no one gasped. They merely stood with their mouths open, while the make-up man exclaimed in awe, "First rate!" The bells rang anxiously for the third time, and everyone piled out of the dressing-room, excited and anticipating an interesting performance. A minute later, the spheres inside the theatre extinguished, the footlights lit up and cast a reddish glow on the bottom of the curtain, and in the illuminated gap between the curtain halves there appeared before the audience a plump, clean-shaven fellow, gleeful as a child, his tailcoat crumpled and his shirt not quite fresh, well known to all of Moscow. It was the MC, George Bengalski.
"And so, ladies and gentlemen,"
Bengalski began with a babyish smile.
"you are about to see—"
Here, Bengalski interrupted himself and spoke in a different tone. "I see the audience has grown even larger in time for the third segment. We got half the city here today. The other day, I met a friend of mine, and I said to him, 'Why don't you ever come by? We had half the city over yesterday.' And he said, 'I live in the other half.'" Bengalski paused, waiting for a burst of laughter, but as no one laughed, he continued.
"And so, you are about to see a famous foreign artist, Monsieur Volant, and his séance of black magic. Now, you and I certainly understand," here Bengalski smiled a knowing smile, "that there's no such thing in the world, and that it's nothing more than superstition. Maestro Volant has simply achieved a higher mastery of various trick techniques, which will become evident in the most interesting part of the performance, or, more specifically, the exposure of these techniques. And since we're all eager for both the techniques and the exposure, let us welcome Sir Volant."
Having spewed all this drivel, Bengalski clasped the palms of his hands together and waved them amicably at the gap in the curtain, causing the halves to slide apart with a quiet rustle. The magician's entrance, along with his tall assistant and the cat, who walked on stage on hind paws, delighted the audience greatly.
"An armchair for me,"
Volant ordered quietly, and that very second an armchair appeared on stage out of nowhere, and by unknown means, and the magician sat in it.
"Tell me, dear fagot,"
Volant inquired of the checkered hack, who evidently went by another name besides Korovyov.
"tell me, would you say that Moscow's population has changed significantly?"
The magician glanced at the silent audience, which was stunned by the armchair's appearance out of thin air.
"Quite so, Messiah,"
Fagot Korovyov replied quietly.
"You are right. The citizens have changed a lot, in their look, I mean. As did the city itself, though. The clothing goes without saying, but now there are all these, what do you call them? Trams, cars."
"Buses,"
Fagot prompted politely. The audience took in this conversation carefully, believing it to be a prelude to the magic. The wings were packed with actors and stagehands, Rimsky's tense, pale face among them. Bengalski's face began to express confusion as he huddled at the side of the stage. He raised his eyebrow ever so slightly, and, taking advantage of the pause, began,
The foreign artist expresses his admiration for Moscow, which has grown in a technological sense, and also for the Muscovites.
Bengalski smiled twice, first at the orchestra and then at the gallery. Voland, Fagot, and the cat turned their heads in the MC's direction. "Did I express admiration?" the magician asked Fagot.
Not at all, Messiah. You expressed nothing of the sort,
the latter replied. "So what is that man talking about?"
Oh, he just lied,
the checkered assistant loudly informed the entire theatre, and, turning to Bengalski, added,
"Allow me to congratulate you, mister. You just lied."
A light snigger came from the gallery, while Bengalski flinched and his eyes bulged. "But of course, I am not so much interested in all these buses and telephones and other."
"Gadgets,"
suggested the checkered man. "Quite right, thank you." The magician spoke slowly, in a heavy bass. "What interests me is a far more important consideration. Have these citizens changed inside?"
"Yes, it is a most important question, sir."
Those in the wings began to exchange looks and shrug their shoulders. Bengalski was bright red, and Rimsky was pale. But then, as if sensing the brewing distress, the magician said, "However, we have digressed, my dear Fagot, while the audience grows bored. Show us something simple to begin with." The theatre shifted with relief. Fagot and the cat went to opposite sides of the stage. Fagot snapped his fingers and gave a boisterous cry of,
"A 1 and a 2.
He took a deck of cards right out of the air, shuffled it, and sent it flying in a ribbon towards the cat. The cat intercepted the ribbon and sent it back. The satin serpent snorted. Fagot opened his mouth like a baby bird, and card after card swallowed it all. Following this, the cat bowed, shuffling his feet, and won tremendous applause.
"First rate, first rate!"
came rapturous shouts from the wings. Then Fagot jabbed his finger at the orchestra and announced,
"This deck, dear ladies and gentlemen, is now located in the 7th row in the pocket of Mr. Parchevsky, right between a 3-ruble note and a court summons regarding alimony payments to Madame Zelkova."
The orchestra stirred, people began to rise, and finally, some man named precisely Parchevsky, all purple with amazement, extracted the deck from his wallet and began waving it around, unsure of what to do with it.
"Keep it as a memento,"
Fagot cried.
"No wonder you said at dinner last night that, were it not for poker, your life in Moscow would be completely unbearable."
"Old hat," came from the gallery. "The one in the orchestra is part of the same gang."
"You think so?"
Fagot bellowed, squinting at the gallery.
"In that case, you're part of the gang too, because now it's in your pocket."
There was movement in the gallery, and a happy voice said,
"True. He's got it. It's here. It's here. Wait, but these are 10s.
Those sitting in the orchestra turned their heads. Some confused gentleman in the gallery found a stack of notes in his pocket, wrapped by the bank and labelled 1,000 rubles. His neighbours pressed around him as he picked at the wrapper with his fingernail in astonishment, trying to find out if the 10s were real or some sort of magic ones.
"By God, they're real 10s!"
People screamed happily from the gallery.
"I wouldn't mind a game with that sort of deck,"
a fat man in the middle of the orchestra requested cheerfully.
"Avec plaisir,"
Fagot replied.
"But why you alone? Everyone can join in."
He commanded,
I ask you to please look up. 1.
A pistol appeared in his hand, and he shouted.
2.
The pistol rose up in the air. He shouted.
3.
And there was a flash, a crash, and white pieces of paper instantly began to fall from under the dome of the theatre, weaving between the trapezes. They whirled around, they were blown all over, they crowded above the gallery and drifted over the orchestra pit and the stage. In a few seconds, growing thicker and thicker, the money rain reached the seats, and the spectators began to catch the pieces of paper. Hundreds of arms rose up. Spectators held the notes to the light coming from the stage and beheld authentic, honest-to-God watermarks. The smell also left little doubt, incomparable in its pleasantness. It was the smell of freshly printed money. First joy, then awe took over the whole theatre. The words, tens, buzzed everywhere, amid exclamations of, "Oh, oh!" and joyful laughter. Some were already crawling around in the aisle, rummaging under the seats. Many stood on the seats, catching the whirly, unpredictable banknotes. The faces of the policemen on duty gradually became puzzled, while the actors began to peek out unceremoniously from the wings. A voice came from the dress circle.
"What are you grabbing at? It's mine. It was flying towards me."
And then another.
"Stop shoving or I'll give you a good shove myself."
Then came the sound of a slap. A policeman's helmet appeared immediately in the dress circle. Someone from the dress circle was led out. The general excitement grew, and no one knows what all of this would have led to had Fagot not stopped the money rain by blowing suddenly into the air. Exchanging meaningful, happy looks, 2 young men rose from their seats and made straight for the bar. A din persisted in the theatre. The eyes of all the spectators glittered with excitement. Yes, no one knows what all of this would have led to, had Bengalski not found the strength to move. Trying to compose himself, he rubbed his hands habitually and began in his most resonant voice.
"Here, ladies and gentlemen, we have just seen an instance of so-called mass hypnosis, a simple scientific demonstration best serving to show that miracles and magic do not exist. Let us ask Maestro Volant to expose this demonstration. You will now see, folks, how these alleged monetary notes disappear just as suddenly as they appeared."
He began to applaud, quite alone, with a confident smile playing on his face. There was absolutely no confidence in his eyes, however, but instead something more like a plea. The audience did not like Bengalski's speech. Complete silence fell, and then was interrupted by the checkered Fagot.
"This is again an instance of so-called fibbing,"
he announced in a loud, goatish tenor.
"The bills are genuine, folks." "Bravo!"
a low voice barked abruptly somewhere above.
"By the way, this one here,"
Fagot pointed at Bengalski,
"is getting on my nerves. Always sticking his nose where no one's asking him to, disrupting the séance with false commentary. What should we do with him?" "Rip his head off,"
someone said sternly in the gallery.
"What did you say, huh?"
Fagot responded instantly to the crude suggestion.
"Rip his head off? Now there's an idea, Behemoth."
He yelled to the cat.
"Do it! 1, 2, 3.
And then a remarkable thing happened. The black cat's fur stood on end, and he gave a shrill meow. Compressing himself into a ball, he leapt straight onto Bengalski's chest like a panther, and then climbed onto his head. Grunting, the cat sank his plump paws into the MC's thinning hair, and with a savage howl, twisted the head off its fat neck in 2 turns.
2,500 people in the theatre joined voices in a single scream. Fountains of blood surged from the severed arteries of the neck and spilled onto the tailcoat and shirt front. The headless body picked up its feet awkwardly and sat down on the floor. Hysterical women's cries came from the audience. The cat handed the head to Fagot, who lifted it by the hair and showed it to the public. And this head screamed desperately at the entire theatre. "Call a doctor! Are you going to spew any more nonsense in the future?" Fagot asked the weeping head menacingly. "I won't," croaked the head. "For God's sake, don't torture him!" A woman's voice came suddenly from a box seat, rising over the clamour, and the magician turned his head in the direction of this voice. "So how about it, folks? Shall we forgive him?" Fagot asked of the audience. "Forgive him! Forgive him!" came scattered and mostly women's voices at first, and then merged in chorus with the men's.
"What are your orders, Messiah?"
Fagot asked the masked man.
"Well," the latter replied pensively, "people are people. They like money, but then again, they always did. Mankind loves money, whether made of leather, paper, bronze, or gold. So they're thoughtless. Well, what of it? And mercy knocks at their heart's door sometimes. Ordinary people, reminiscent of the old ones generally. Only the housing problem has corrupted them."
And he ordered loudly,
"Put the head back on."
Taking careful aim, the cat slapped the head on the neck, and it fell precisely into place, as if it had never left. Moreover, not even a scar remained. The cat brushed over Bengalski's tailcoat and shirt front with his paws, and the bloodstains disappeared. Fagot lifted the sitting Bengalski to his feet, shoved a wad of tens in his tailcoat pocket, and led him off stage with the words, "Get lost! More fun without you!" Looking round senselessly and staggering, the MC only managed to reach the fire station before he became unwell.
"My head! My head!"
he cried out miserably. Rimsky and the others dashed towards him. The MC wept, grasped for something in the air with his hands, and muttered, "Give me back my head! Give it back! Take the apartment, take the paintings, just give me back my head!" A messenger ran for a doctor. The rest attempted to lay Bengalski down on a couch in the dressing-room, but he began to struggle and became unruly. An ambulance had to be called. After the unfortunate MC had been taken away, Rimsky ran back to the stage and beheld new wonders. By the way, perhaps it was at that time, or a little earlier, but the magician disappeared from the stage, along with his faded armchair. However, the audience did not notice this at all, distracted by the extraordinary things unfolding on stage, courtesy of Fagot. Having dispatched the injured MC, Fagot said this to the audience.
"Now that we've sent the pest packing, let's open up a ladies' boutique."
Instantly, the stage floor was covered in Persian rugs. Giant mirrors sprang up, lit from the sides by green tubes, and between the mirrors, the happily astonished audience beheld display windows full of Parisian women's dresses of various cuts and colours. These appeared in some of the displays, while others showed off hundreds of hats, with feathers and lacking feathers, with buckles and without, and hundreds of shoes, black, white, yellow, leather, satin, suede, with straps, with gems. Perfume cases materialised among the shoes, the shiny facets of the crystal bottles playing in the light. There were mountains of handbags made of antelope hide, suede and silk, and amid these lay whole piles of little elongated golden cylinders, such as usually contain lipstick.
hell knows where from, a red-headed girl in a black evening gown popped up near the displays and smiled a proprietor's smile. A fine girl in all respects. Were she not marred by an odd scar on her neck? Grinning sweetly, Fagot declared that his firm would provide absolutely free exchanges of old ladies' dresses and footwear for the latest Parisian models and Parisian footwear. He added that the same went for the handbags, the perfume, and the rest. The cat began to shuffle his rear paw, while using his front to make gestures that became a doorman opening a door. A little hoarsely, but sweetly nonetheless, the girl began to drawlingly sing out something cryptic, and, judging by the faces of the women in the orchestra, very tantalizing. Guerlain, Chanel No. 5, Mitso cul, Narcisse noir, evening gowns, cocktail dresses. Fagot weaved around. The cat bowed. The girl opened up the display windows. "Please," Fagot bellowed. "No embarrassment, no formalities." The audience was excited, but no one yet dared to go on stage. Finally, some brunette stepped out of the 10th row of the orchestra and, smiling as if to say that, it was all the same to her and she positively did not give a damn, went up the side ramp to the stage. "Bravo!" Fagot exclaimed. "Welcome to our first customer. Behemoth, a chair. Let's begin with the shoes, madam." The brunette sat down on the chair, and Fagot poured out a whole heap of shoes on the carpet before her. The brunette took off her right shoe and tried on a new lilac one. She stamped her foot on the carpet and looked over the heel. "They won't pinch, will they?" she asked pensively. Come now, a hurt Fagot exclaimed, while the cat meowed resentfully. "I'll take this pair, monsieur," the brunette said with dignity, putting on the second shoe. The brunette's old shoes were tossed behind a curtain, where she herself followed, accompanied by the red-headed girl and Fagot, the latter carrying several fashionable dresses on hangers. The cat fussed about and helped, draping measuring tape over his neck for added appearance. A minute later, the brunette emerged from behind the curtain in a dress that made the entire orchestra gasp. Rendered remarkably prettier, the brave woman stopped by the mirror, wriggled her bare shoulders, touched her hair around the nape of her neck, and contorted, trying to get a look at her back. "The company asks you to accept a souvenir," Fagot said, handing her an open perfume case with a bottle inside. "Merci," the brunette said haughtily, and descended the ramp to the orchestra. As she walked, spectators leapt up to touch the perfume case. Then everything broke loose, and women came on stage from all directions. Amid the general excited clamour, sniggers, and sighs, came a male voice, "I won't let you," and a female one, "You are a despot and a Philistine, stop hurting my arm." Women disappeared behind the curtain, left their dresses there, and emerged in new ones. An entire row of ladies sat upon gold-legged stools, energetically stamping their newly shod feet into the carpet. Fagot went down on his knees, manipulating a shoehorn. The cat, swooning under piles of handbags and shoes, dragged himself from the displays to the stools and back again. The girl with the mangled neck appeared and disappeared, reaching the point where she prattled on solely in French. Most surprisingly, all the women managed to understand her every word, including those who did not know the slightest bit of the French language. To everyone's amazement, a man squeezed into the crowd on stage. He announced that his wife had the flu and that he would like to accept something on her behalf. To prove that he was actually married, the man was willing to present his passport. The caring husband's statement was met with laughter. Fagot yelled that he believed him like he believed his own self, and handed the man 2 pairs of silk stockings, while the cat added a small lipstick case from himself.
The latecomers ripped onto the stage, while the lucky ones poured off it dressed in ballroom gowns, pyjamas with ornate dragons, serious business suits, hats tipped over one eyebrow. Then Fagot announced that due to the late hour, the store would close until the next evening in exactly 1 minute. And unbelievable turmoil ensued on stage. Women grabbed hastily at shoes without any attempt to try them on. One of them burst behind the curtain in a storm, threw off her suit, and took possession of the first item that came to hand, a silk robe covered in gigantic flowers, while also managing to snatch up 2 perfume cases. Exactly 1 minute later, a pistol shot rang out, the mirrors disappeared, the displays and the stools fell through the floor, and the rugs dissolved in thin air, along with the curtain. The tall mountain of old dresses and shoes was the last to disappear, and the stage again became sombre, empty, and bare. And then a new character got involved. A pleasant, loud, and very insistent baritone came from box number 2. "It would nonetheless be desirable, Mr. Artist, if you would reveal to the spectators the techniques behind your tricks without delay, particularly the one with the paper money. The MC's return to the stage is equally desirable. The audience is worried about his fate." The baritone belonged to none other than the evening's guest of honour, Arkady Apollonovitch Sempelyarov, chairman of the Acoustics Commission of Moscow theatres. Arkady Apollonovitch was situated in a box with 2 ladies, one middle-aged, dressed fashionably and expensively, and the other young and pretty, dressed more plainly. The first of these, as was soon afterwards determined at the drafting of the police report, was Arkady Apollonovitch's wife, and the second, a distant relative of his, an aspiring actress with promise, who had come from Saratov and taken residence in the apartment belonging to Arkady Apollonovitch and his wife.
Pardon? Fagot replied. Forgive me, but there's nothing to reveal here. Everything's clear.
No, excuse me. An exposure is absolutely necessary. Without it, your spectacular numbers will leave a daunting impression. The masses demand an explanation.
The masses?
The impudent hack interrupted.
Did not appear to be demanding anything last time I checked. But, taking into account your most respectable wishes, Arkady Apollonovitch, I'll have it your way. Perform an exposure. But for this purpose, would you permit one more tiny little number?
Why not? Arkady Apollonovitch replied patronisingly. But it must have an exposure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So then, allow me to ask you where you were last night, Arkady Apollonovitch.
At this inappropriate, perhaps even rude question, Arkady Apollonovitch's face changed, and quite significantly. Last night, Arkady Apollonovitch was at a meeting of the Acoustics Commission, Arkady Apollonovitch's wife declared very haughtily. But I do not understand how this relates to the magic.
Oui, madame. Naturally you do not understand,
Fagot agreed.
You are quite mistaken about the meeting. Having left for the aforementioned meeting, which, in passing, was not even scheduled for yesterday, Arkady Apollonovitch dismissed his driver by the building of the Acoustics Commission on the pristine ponds.
The entire theatre fell silent.
Then took the bus to Yelohovskaya Street to visit an actress of the regional travelling theatre, Militsa Andreevna Pokobatko, and spent about 4 hours there.
Oi! Someone exclaimed miserably in the absolute silence. As for Arkady Apollonovitch's young relative, she suddenly burst out in a low, frightening laughter. "It's all clear now," she exclaimed. "I've long suspected it. Now I can see why that untalented ham got the part of Louisa." And, taking a sudden swing with her short, thick, violet umbrella, she smacked Arkady Apollonovitch on the head. The conniving fagot, also Korovyov, cried,
"This, dear ladies and gentlemen, is one example of exposure that Arkady Apollonovitch so doggedly demanded."
"How dare you lay a hand on Arkady Apollonovitch, you strumpet?" Arkady Apollonovitch's wife asked menacingly, rising in the box to all of her gargantuan height. A short second bout of satanic laughter seized the young relative. "Who else dares?" she replied, chortling, "if not me?" And for the second time there came the dry crack of the umbrella as it bounced off Arkady Apollonovitch's head. "Police! Seize her!" Sempelyarov's wife shouted in a voice so terrible that many felt a chill in their hearts. And then the cat leapt out to the footlights and barked suddenly in a human voice for the whole theatre to hear, "The séance is over! Maestro, a march!" Scarcely aware of his own actions, the crazed conductor waved his baton, and the orchestra did not start to play, nor even strike up, nor even slam into, but precisely in tune with the cat's repugnant expression, scraped out an unbelievable, exceptionally shameless march. For a split second it brought on memories of a café chantant under the southern stars, where the incomprehensible, half-blind, but rowdy lyrics to this march might have once been heard. His Excellency had a thing for cute domestic birds, but also took under his wing a few attractive skirts. Or perhaps these lyrics never existed. Perhaps there were others to the same music, some far more indecent ones. It's not important. What's important is that afterwards it was as if the Tower of Babel had collapsed in the variety. The police ran to the Sempelyarovs' box, the curious went climbing over the barriers, and hellish bursts of laughter, interspersed with feral cries, came from all directions, drowned out only by the golden clash of cymbals in the orchestra. And one could see that the stage emptied suddenly, and that the swindler fagot, along with the shameless cat behemoth, vanished into thin air, disappearing just as the magician and his faded armchair did earlier.